Only one word need be said to send chills down the spines of drivers and fans alike. Darlington. And the annual renewal of the Labor Day Weekend Classic called the Pepsi Southern 500 is here. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins, and welcome to Darlington, where they're celebrating 50 years of racing tradition here. And when you enter this facility, you can't help think about all the great drivers who have competed here and all the great events that we have seen down through the years. But you know, as we come here in 1999, it seems the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Let's meet some of the men who are going to make the sports news. Let's look at the drivers. Here's Fireball Roberts, a quiet, slow-spoken fella from Florida who is the most famous stock car driver in all the world. He's the favorite. He had the top qualifying speed of over 130 miles an hour. He really moved. This is Joe Weatherly, 40 years old. He's a veteran from Norfolk, Virginia. Kind of the jokester on the tour. Everybody likes him, but he's never done too well here at Darlington. Not yet, anyway. This is David Pearson, 27 years old, one of the younger drivers. Moving into the picture, Larry Frank.
Many have tried. Few have conquered the track too tough to tame. In 1965, Ned Jarrett did it, winning by 14 laps. But when she decides to make you a victim, no driver is spared. The lady will reach out and grab you at any moment. In the first Southern 500 in 1950, with a 3 abreast start in a 70-car field, Johnny Mance persevered for the win. Herb Thomas was the first of 10 drivers to reach a lofty level, to win the prestigious Labor Day Weekend Classic called the Pepsi Southern 500 more than once. These men represent some of the greatest stock car drivers ever. One driver, Cale Yarborough, has won it 5 times, but that was over a 14-year period. Dale Earnhardt can win a record-tying 10 events here overall. 3-time Winston Cup champion Jeff Gordon goes for a record 5 consecutive Southern 500 wins today at Darlington.
In 1949, when Harold Brasington plowed under a soybean field to raise the banks here on NASCAR's first superspeedway, neither he nor anyone else could have envisioned how much history would unfold here over the next 5 decades. You see, if a NASCAR driver won here once, he became a hero. If he won here multiple times, he became a legend. Such was the case for South Carolina's own David Pearson, who won here 10 different times, and his 10-win record was almost unreachable until today. But if this man here could pull it off, Dale Earnhardt could tie the famed Silver Fox for the most wins ever at Darlington Raceway. And as you've seen the last couple weeks, the Intimidator's performances at Michigan and Bristol will tell you, indeed, the man in black is on the attack.
5 laps to go at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Earnhardt, Stewart, Gordon, Martin, and Terry Labonte, the top 5. Is Dale Earnhardt going to win this thing?
And here comes Labonte by Gordon.
Oh, man, look at Labonte go. He's got second, and they're coming up on 2 laps to go. And Labonte inside of Earnhardt. He taps him. Coming to the white flag. A leader change, and Labonte takes the lead. Oh, and Terry Labonte, the leader, is spinning, and Dale Earnhardt takes the lead.
I was going to just try to shake him and get under him. I wasn't going to try to wreck him. He never has any intention of taking anybody out. It just happens that way.
Dale Earnhardt comes to Darlington off the wild win last Saturday night in Bristol. He starts 25th, looking for his 4th win in the Southern 500. Now, this is Labor Day weekend, and that means 2 things. 1 telethon and 1 marathon. No long holiday weekend for this bunch. 500 miles here truly is a day of labor. Now, each week, these drivers tell us that a win is nice, but it's the points that are important. Well, today, for 5 drivers, there's a purpose to push for that big win, a purpose to try and get to the front, and it's more than points. There's a bonus prize. Now, winning a Southern 500 should be enough for any driver, but for 5 special guys, a little bit of history comes with a whole lot of cash.
Bill Elliott is going toward immortality. Bill Elliott gets the checkered flag. Bill Elliott has won an additional $1 million in 1985.
Yeah, we did it!
But Jeff Gordon wins it.
Holy cow!
It's all about the men and the money. 5 guys, $1 million. Jeff Burton won the No Bowl bonus bucks at Charlotte and won here in March. Bobby Labonte is 0 for 6 in trying to hit the bullseye. Tony Stewart is a rookie making his first run at the big money. Mark Martin knows this track and tradition and is even more inspired by incentive. The $1 million is a lot of money, but Dale Jarrett knows with points comes the cash, because behind this banner is another one that says champion.
The odds are stacked against Dale Jarrett's pursuit of the No Bull 5 bonus. He has a fast car, but in qualifying on Friday, he tried a little bit too hard and spun. As a result, DJ starts 36th today, and for the second week in a row, he has to pit on the backstretch. But he's not really all that concerned about the $1 million bonus. Instead, his focus is on the ultimate prize, the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. Unlike Jarrett, Jeff Gordon doesn't have a shot at a $1 million payday today, but he is the driver to beat. Gordon has won 4 straight Pepsi Southern 500s. And while a 5th straight win today wouldn't be worth $1 million, it would go a long way in moving Jeff a little closer to his goal, a 3rd straight Winston Cup Championship.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
That the stock cars have been racing here at Darlington. The racetrack has changed, but not that much. When they started racing here 50 years ago, they were running about 85 miles per hour. They qualified for this race over 172 miles per hour, and the racetrack is not that much different. But the racetrack does eat up tires, Ned.
Yes, it does, and that tire management will be a key factor in winning this race here today. Goodyear has brought a good tire here. All the drivers are praising that tire, but the asphalt is very abrasive, wears that rubber off in a hurry, and it slows down a lot, so tire management is one of the keys, and patience also.
And Kyle Petty says when you roll the car down to pit road, you've taken some of the edge off the tire.
ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, and the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, NASCAR, invite you to settle back and enjoy an afternoon of stock car racing. It's the 50th annual Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington.
Well, I live out here on a little old farm, and we have a few cows. I got a pickup, 2 tractors, 1 lawnmower, and a little old boat. Got every start batteries in every one of them, except my cow. One in that old pickup's been in there over 4 years. Starts right up every morning.
EverStart. All the cold cranking power you'll ever need.
No matter if it's 100 degrees or 0 outside. Starts every time.
EverStart. The name says it all.
My advice is to go to Walmart and get your EverStart. Get on down the road.
Hey, Jeff. Now, listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now, come on, Jeff. You tell me. Is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now, that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
So what you're saying is you can't change your oil every 3,000 miles because you're too busy. So you push it. Just like your cheap brother-in-law at one of those all-you-can-eats. Hey, it's your car. You want to learn the hard way? Be my guest. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. You ought to change your oil on time, but if you can't, can you say insurance? Quaker State. It's been tested. It works. What more do you need to know?
ESPN's live coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 is being brought to you by Pepsi, the choice of Darlington Raceway. By EverStart Battery, all the cold cranking power your truck, car, boat, or mower will ever need. Available at Walmart. And by Quaker State, for protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. There is the historic egg-shaped oval at Darlington, South Carolina. To be exact, it is 1.366 miles in length. The front stretch and the back stretch reach 1,229 feet. There is a difference in banking in the corners. 1 and 2 are banked at 25 degrees, and turns 3 and 4 are banked at 23 degrees. Now here is the Everstart Walmart grid for today's event. Kenny Irwin has his third Winston Cup pole, second of 1999. Ward Burton is on the outside pole for second straight Southern 500. Jerry Nadeau in his second race in this car. Jeff Gordon going for 5 straight Southern 500 wins. Bobby Hamilton has his best start of 1999, and Elliott Sadler has his second best start of the year. Bobby Labonte is the first of the No Bull 5 drivers eligible for $1 million bonus. Mike Skinner is in his 100th NASCAR Winston Cup start. Kevin LePage is in his second Southern 500. Bill Elliott has 5 wins at this facility. Jeremy Mayfield finished second here in the spring, and Kenny Wallace had a 10th place finish here last year. Sterling Marlin finished 8th here last year, and on the outside of row number 7 is going to be Jeffrey Bodine. Then a couple of No Bull drivers back in the next row, Jeff Burton on the inside and Mark Martin on the outside.
Now we see the remainder of the field. Steve Grissom, great qualifying run for Steve in the 9 car. And Tony Stewart back in row 10. Expect to see him come to the front. Rusty Wallace, unfamiliar territory, back in outside of row 12. And there's Earnhardt. There's 26 cars. Here's the 28 cars that are pitting on the front stretch. All the rest of these drivers and cars that you see will have to use the backstretch pits, and we've established that is a disadvantage.
See there, Brett Bodine, Wallet Dollar back. Be among those pitting back there. Darrell Walker and Dale Jarrett.
The topic of conversation around here all weekend has been what was Hurricane Dennis, which has now been downgraded, I understand, to a tropical depression. And it looks as if rain is very, very close. Over beyond turn number 3, the sky has been very black all morning. And in fact, the radar is showing some rain over there, but although it's that close, we do think that the rain is going to go north and will not affect us here this afternoon. Let's hope not. 2 drivers, Stanton Barrett and Todd Bodine, missed the field for today's race. Well, we got a whole bunch of onboard cameras for you today.
See Dale Jarrett started back in 36, the Ford Quality Care on board. Ricky Rudd has the Planters Peanuts onboard camera starting 26th. Rusty Wallace, the Miller Light on board in 24th. Tony Stewart, Home Depot, he'll start 19th this afternoon. Mark Martin, the Valvoline Ford, starts 16th. Bill Elliott, the McDonald's Drive crew, starts in 10th position. Bobby Labonte carries the Circuit City onboard camera, starting in 7th position. Elliott Sadler on the inside, the Sitco help Jerry's kid, starts in 6th. And Jerry Nadeau, the Brian Meeks, will start inside the 2nd row.
We are ready to go green for the 50th anniversary celebration at Darlington and the Pepsi Southern 500. Here we go. He finished 4th in the only other Southern 500 he led. That was in 1995. Ward is out front for the 9th race in 1999.
That high outside starting position, getting into turn 1, drove in hard and took the lead and has himself a pretty decent lead.
And look at Jeremy Mayfield drive on the inside of Bobby Labonte, trying to take that spot away. That was the 9th position.
Jeremy finished 2nd. The Trans-South 400 held earlier this year and is showing early muscle here in the Southern 500. On board with Bobby Labonte as we look up ahead for Jeremy Mayfield, who now tries to get to the inside of Bill Elliott as they roar down the backstretch.
Tire management, Jeremy, remember, you're the guy that tested the tires. Well, maybe that was an advantage.
There is already, we understand, a tire issue, right, John Kernan?
That's what Rich Bickle believes. He thinks he has a right front tire going down, but the crew has told him, hey, you just need to get the air pressure built up in the right front. Just hang on, buddy. You'll be okay. But Rich thinks he has a right front going down. They're just telling him it's a matter that the air pressure has not built up yet.
Well, he has dropped back toward the rear of the field. The overhead shots courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam, which will be flying overhead Darlington all afternoon in the mostly cloudy skies.
And you talk about those cloudy skies, it's different than when they had happy hour here yesterday when the sun was basically shining. It's cooler and couldn't play havoc with some of the setups that they started with because they were expecting the sun to shine today.
Kenny Irwin running at second. There is Jeff Gordon now in third spot. And another factor, Benny, is the wind. It was very windy during the Busch race here yesterday. We've got the same situation today.
Exactly right. The wind is blowing down the front stretch. Right now, these cars have a tailwind. It will blow them a little faster in turn one, which is not too bad because this is the slowest part of the racetrack. But as the cars go up to 1 and 2, and right there when they start turning back into the wind, it will cause the car to want to push up against the outside retaining wall, make the car more difficult to turn.
Dale Jarrett moving up through the field. Started in 36th position. He is now up to 32nd spot. And Jeff Burton now moves to the inside of Bobby Labonte. Here are a couple of drivers. 2 of the 5 going for the $1 million bonus. And Jeff Burton moves himself into 11th spot.
See, right now, if you go in the garage area and poll all the mechanics, all the drivers, and ask them who's going to win this race, these 15 teams, Jeff Burton would win going away because everyone feels like the Exide Ford is going to be the toughest guy to beat this afternoon.
As you can see, to identify those 5 drivers going for the No Bull 5, the spoilers are painted a fluorescent bright orange. Is it red or orange? Whatever it is. Anyway, it's bright.
Exactly. Back here, Mark Martin and Tony Stewart, another of the 2 of the No Bull contenders right now. Mark Martin runs in the 16th position, and Tony Stewart is in 17th.
Mark Martin exactly where he started in 16th, and Tony Stewart has moved up 2 spots.
Told us on NASCAR today he had difficulty adjusting to the new tire that Goodyear brought here, but that was the same situation he had at Michigan and figured it out. There is Jeffrey Bodine, Sterling Marlin, and now Jeff Gordon makes a move on second place Kenny Irwin. So put Jeff Gordon now in second spot, and up there still in the lead is Ward Burton.
Then I was impressed by that move of Kenny Irwin because right now he needs a good run. He needs a good finish to try to get him a decent ride for the year 2000. He realizes there's no point in him using that car up this early. He backed off and let Jeff Gordon go.
Yeah, that's unlike we've seen Kenny do in the last year and a half, and I was proud of him for doing that. Don't need to force the issue this early in the race.
367 laps make up this 500-mile event here at Darlington. Keep an eye on all 43 drivers in the race, but especially keep your eye on 5. These 5 drivers are eligible for the No Bull 5, and if they can win here at the Pepsi Southern 500 today, they will walk off with a $1 million bonus, and 1 fan paired up with each of the drivers will also win $1 million. 10 laps have been completed. Here are the top 5. It's Burton, Gordon, Irwin, Nadeau, and Skinner.
No one looks at the markets with a more insightful eye than Barron's, offering timely coverage of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, everything investors need to stay informed. Subscribe now and you'll also receive this Barron's Stock Evaluator free. It lets your computer help you turn money into wealth. Get 13 weeks of Barron's and the Stock Evaluator, all for only $39. Call now toll-free, 800-719-7600. That's 800-719-7600.
What sets some people apart, gives them the confidence to succeed on their own terms? It's no secret, it's the Wall Street Journal. Now you can have that confidence delivered for 13 weeks at just $36.75, just 57 cents a day. That's a 25% savings off our regular rate, which makes now a great time to try this limited time offer.
Call now, 800-228-5500. That's 800-228-5500 for the Wall Street Journal.
on ESPN, Sports Center, followed by Baseball Tonight, and Sunday Night Baseball as the Yankees take on the Angels. On ESPN2, RPM Tonight, NASCAR, and continuous scores and the latest news on the bottom line. And on ESPN Classic Click and Picks, and Wimbledon 1976. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
This is a sport that brings families together. Most of the time, anyway.
You're mine today, buddy. That rooster's crowing a little early this morning, isn't it?
This is a sport where the hearts race every bit as fast as the cars. And this is a sport where some of its biggest fans are some of its smallest. This is NASCAR.
Well, the cars are forming on the track for the Southern 500. Many of the old-timers are on the ground. Before the race, Jackie Stewart asked many of today's favorites what they were doing on the day of the very first Southern 500.
Run around in the pits just watching everybody go. I was 12 years old at that big time. I was about 9 years old, Jackie, and I was back in the mountains of North Carolina picking corn, I guess. My mother was probably changing my diapers about the first time this race was run.
Well, I was in the infield down, I had a babysitter at that time, down in the far end down there. My dad was racing in the race.
Another moment from ESPN and NASCAR celebration of their 50th anniversary year. And BP, that was 25 years ago, and you had no more hair then than you do now.
Oh, I did have a little bit. I was impressed how much hair I had.
Not very much.
You're right, not much.
Ward Burton, Jeff Gordon, and Kenny Irwin are the top three, with about a second separation between first and second, and about a 2-second separation between first and third. And first and second running about the same speed, about 156.5 miles an hour.
So Jeremy Mayfield go by in the Mobile 1 Ford. He's the guy on the move. He started 11th. He's in the 4th spot right now.
Bobby Labonte tries to pick up another position as he looks inside of Kevin LePage, but he is unable to make the move right now.
Actually, Bobby has dropped back 5 positions from his 3 positions now. That he started in 9th position, now running in 12th.
Kevin LePage has a new crew chief this week. Matt Pricing moves over to be the crew chief on the number 16 TV Guide car. On board with Bobby Labonte as they come down the front straightaway.
Bobby tries to get a nose up under it, but couldn't quite do it.
Here's a Napa Field summary. We'll continue to show you this all afternoon. Who moves up and down in the point standings. Right now, Jeff Gordon has moved up another position in the points due to the fact that he's running in second position. Both Kevin LePage and Bobby Labonte are catching up to Bill Elliott. We're on board with him. He currently runs in the 10th spot.
Bill hasn't lost anything, hasn't gained anything. Started 10th and still there.
Jeff Burton slowly making his way up through the field. Here he is to the inside of Jerry Nadeau, taking over that position.
Puts him up into the 5th spot after starting, I think he started about 15th. Yes, he did. So gained 10 spots. As Jerry Nadeau, the Brian Meets onboard camera, watches him go through 1 and 2.
For those of you who have not heard, Ernie Irvin has officially retired from racing. And now Mark Martin and Bobby Labonte both able to get by Kevin LePage. Up front, Jeff Gordon begins to close in on Ward Burton. It was almost a second a couple of laps ago, and now he's reduced it to about a third of the second. So Burton is under attack, Doc.
Indeed, Bob, but what Tommy Baldwin has told his driver is, although you pulled out to a comfortable lead, now you've got to be careful and save those tires. Exactly what Ned and Benny were talking about, tire management. What you would like to be able to do, and here again, it's what you would like to do, is be able to go at least 60 laps, 61 laps, and make this race on 5 pit stops. You could go about 80 laps on fuel. Some could go a little further than that, but on the average, 75 or 80. But about 60 or 61 is all you want to try to push these tires. That's why Ward may have backed off on the throttle a little bit, maybe while the 24 is closing in. By the way, they're telling Ward how close that Gordon is actually getting.
About 44 hundredths of a second right now. 4.5 car lengths or so.
Right behind him, we see that Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 car has caught Kenny Irwin. There's a car length behind. And right now, Jeremy Mayfield, I started to say was the fastest car on the racetrack, but that's not true. It's Jeff Burton, the 5th place car, is faster than anyone right now. But he still is over 4.5 seconds behind the leader.
But he is moving up through the field. Jeff Burton is. Watch this battle for 3rd.
Oh, man, he's up high. Trying to use all the racetrack. Talking about Jeremy Mayfield in that blue and white number 12. Trying to use all the racetrack to get the maximum grip.
And here is Jeff Burton in fifth position, about 4 seconds behind, but he's narrowed the interval between himself and his brother, who's leading.
About 3/4 of a second. And to see Jeff Burton, look at those 31.5, 31.5, 31.4. And Ward Burton had 1:31.5, but we see now as he tails off from the end of that 5-lap run, the times are slowing down where Jeff Burton is able to maintain that speed.
Kenny Irwin running in 3rd spot, trying to hold off Jeremy Mayfield. Jeremy gets a good run, looks to the inside, and it looks like that he's going to be able to take 3rd position as they go down in corner number 2 and down the backstretch. Mayfield now 3rd.
And here's the battle for the lead going in turn 3. Put Jeff Gordon DuPont Chevrolet in front.
Ward Burton may come back on the inside. Nope. So after leading the first 25 laps, the 26th lap is led by Jeff Gordon. How about our points leader, Dale Jarrett? He has moved up nicely. He's up to 23rd spot right now after starting back in 36th position. So Jeff Gordon takes the lead of the Pepsi Southern 500. Ward Burton is second. Then Mayfield, Kenny Irwin, and Jeff Burton. More live coverage from Darlington in a moment.
Hi, I'm Jeff Burton with an exciting message for NASCAR fans. Buy any Excite NASCAR Select product and get a Motorola pager free. It's a great way to enter the Excite NASCAR Select 99 sweepstakes. Every month you'll be paged with another chance to win cool prizes. You could even win $50,000 and be an honorary member of the Excite Racing Team Pit Crew for the first race of the next century. Look for details wherever Excite NASCAR Select is sold.
Holy, man, I gotta find a phone. They call me Oaf Dog from Sandusky, Ohio. Dog pound since '87. Football fanatic since birth. If you're a football fan like me, you gotta have DirecTV. I bought my DirecTV at Walmart. Walmart's got the best prices. I have 3 dishes total. This is the one on my house. I got another one on top of my motorhome. I get football beamed right from the football gods, right through my dish and right into my veins. Football is life. With DirecTV, it's like you're there. You gotta have DirecTV. You gotta get to Walmart. I love football!
They come to us for many reasons. Because we save them money on what they need with their everyday low price. Because we help them solve their problems and get them back on the road. And because we stand behind the parts we sell with a warranty that's good at more than 2,500 stores coast to coast. Fact is, people everywhere come to us because we're AutoZone, the largest auto parts retailer in America. And there's just no place any better.
Time to get washed. Daddy's almost home. Honey, can you wash your feet? Hey, I hear Daddy.
Hey, guys! Hi.
Hey, honey.
Okay, let's eat.
Hey, where's the fries?
What, no fries? I can't believe Daddy forgot the fries. I'll go get some more. Some.
Hurry back. Fry breath.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Pepsi Southern 500 is 30 laps old. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series in its 24th race of 1999. Jeff Gordon beginning to lap some of the slower traffic. He puts Darrell Waltrip a lap down.
The last time by, Jeff Gordon ran 154 mile per hour average. This time, 152.5 miles per hour. He lost 2 miles per hour making that pass on Darrell Walker coming off turn 4. It looks simple, but he lost 2 miles per hour. This racetrack is very, very tight, very narrow.
Jeff Burton running in 4th position. Looks pretty good. Is he running okay, Bill?
He's running okay, but right now it's not very comfortable inside that car, Bob. Jeff has told Frank Stoddard he's feeling a tremendous amount of heat coming into the car on his leg. He believes it's coming through the shifter. They were going to give him a blanket or some kind of wrap to go ahead and put around it, but he said, I'll have to fix it with one hand. Then Jeff said, when we fix this, let's make sure we fix it right. So when they pit, hopefully, for their sake, under a caution, they're going to either give him the materials to try and fix it, or they'll have to put somebody in that car to block that heat that's coming apparently through the shifter booth.
Not good. If it were on lap 232, he might be able to withstand the temperature, but here we are only on the 32nd lap, and Burton already has heat coming up through the car.
See Robert Presley going a lap down in the Jasper engine car. We see Jeremy Mayfield has caught Ward Burton, trying to move into second spot as he goes by Central. Jeremy wisely waits till he get off turn 2. That's a wicked corner, folks, at turn 2.
And there are a lot of cars beginning to slip and slide out there as we've gone about 33 laps now, and they've got those tires heated up and rubber one off of them.
And here comes Jeff Burton.
Dale Jarrett also moving through the traffic. He and Dale Earnhardt are battling for the 20th position. And Jarrett is going to get to the inside, out of the corner.
Stoddard says he's still there, still there. Now he has it.
Ricky Rudd also coming up to do battle with Earnhardt. This is 20th, 21st, and 22nd.
Dale Earnhardt in the 3 car, and Ricky Rudd started 25th and 22nd, so both those guys have moved up to just 3 or 4 spots.
Report is the 77 of Robert Presley got into the wall. Not that that is that unusual here at Darlington.
And look at this. Jeff Burton has gone by the 12 of Jeremy Mayfield. He's gone by Ward Burton, his brother. He has moved into second spot as Jeremy takes over third.
And he's only about a second behind the leader. It wasn't long. You was talking about him being 4 seconds behind Jeff Gordon.
Let's take a look at this incident involving Robert Presley and Ward Burton.
The blue car up on the outside, Ward Burton in the yellow and black car. And both Burton brothers go by, and Robert Presley slips up into the wall there just a little bit. Didn't look like he hit it too hard.
Just a Darlington stripe. So Ward Burton, who led the first 25 laps of this race, has now fallen back to 4th spot.
That's exactly what he told us on NASCAR today, that his car was really good for about 15 or 20 laps, but they had to figure out some way to make the car better on longer runs, and that's exactly what he's showing right here. He was terrific for 25 laps, and now is starting to drift back.
Jeff Burton continues to close in on the leader of the race. Here is the interval, which has been reduced from 2.5 to 1 second.
But he's got a car since we did this AutoZone interval, and that now, by passing that one car, Jeff Burton lost about a second to the leader.
Down to Jerry Punch.
Spoke with Jeff Burton and Frank Stoddard, his crew chief in the garage this morning. And during happy hour yesterday, as you watched Jeff Burton now working traffic and going by the Dave Marcus car, in happy hour they ran 2 long runs, 2 runs approximating 40 laps. They saw a lot of guys after lap 30 to 35 begin to slip and slide. They came in, made adjustments, went back out, and their second long run, they actually got better after lap 30, which is exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yes, indeed. With lap 39 in the books now, it's a 1.9 second interval between Gordon and Jeff Burton, running first and second. About Tony Stewart. Well, he is just passing Sterling Marlin and moving into the 13th spot.
Ever see the Home Depot Pontiac? As he comes off turn 2, started 19th. Once again has moved up to the 13th position.
Wallace, which is hanging right in there in the 15th position.
Fans just jumped to their seats. Jumped to their feet, I should say, as Terry Labonte passed Dale Earnhardt for the 23rd position. Cleanly, I might add.
Yes.
As Bill Elliott has fallen back in the grasp of Tony Stewart.
We saw Elliott not long ago. He was running in 10th position where he started, but now he's about to lose 12th. He just did. He's back to 13th now.
If you were to consider only the last 6 races of the season, Tony Stewart has the best average finish of all drivers, 5.8. Here's Skinner, Elliott Sadler, and Bobby Labonte as they run 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Going in turn 3, and Elliott Sadler goes down, uses the apron of the racetrack. That's one of the big changes in this racetrack was they contoured the apron going in turn 3 much better than it was 20 or 30 years ago. Used to, Elliott Sadler, if he did that, would have crashed. But now he's able to use the racetrack, the apron a little bit. And Kenny Irwin, after being patient, now moves back into the 4th position.
And now back to this battle involving 4 cars as Tony Stewart bears down on Labonte, Sadler, and Skinner.
Oh, 18 cars seem to want to get loose, just jerk back. Well, he doesn't hold his teammate up too much as Elliott Sadler. Once again, using the apron going in turn 1, passes Mike Skinner.
Sadler and the Wood Brothers car, and the Wood Brothers have won 5 times here at this racetrack, beginning in 1968 with Cale Yarborough, and Neil Bonnet was the last to win for the Wood Brothers in 1981. And now here is Stewart down on the inside of Mike Skinner coming off corner number 4. They are side by side at the line, but Stewart gets the position going into 1.
So we'll put him in the 9th position.
And look, Jeff Burton has moved up close to Jeff Gordon. Less than a half a second now.
And Gordon is pitting Huck Strickland a lap down. Boy, a lot of traffic back here. Look at Rusty Wallace down to the inside of Nemechek and coming up on his brother.
Right along with Jerry Nadeau, the Brian Meats onboard camera, the M&M's Pontiac, as he looks back at Elliott, a battle for the 12th position.
Got a replay for you to watch. Let's see what happens here.
Bobby Labonte goes on the inside of Mike Skinner, and here comes the 36 car. Almost hit him, but didn't. Boy, he locked the brakes, though.
He sure did.
And it gives him a little bit of a tap.
I'll tell you what, you lock the brakes like that, that could be bad news, putting a flat spot on these tires.
But Nadeau probably remembering what happened in Bristol last week when he was penalized 2 laps for a little rough driving. Wanted to take it easy here in the early going. There's the interval now between 1st and 2nd as Jeff Burton has moved all the way up to be within 0.3 of a second, or just a matter of car lengths, behind Jeff Gordon, the leader. And the 44 car of Kyle Petty.
He's in the pits.
Can't get in reverse. You're going to have to push it.
Aha. Car has no reverse. They're pushing it back behind the line to make everything legal. Down to Bill Weber.
And, Bob, that's something to watch for all these cars down at that end of pit road. Remember, this is the old backstretch. The access to this side of the track on pit road is very, very difficult. Earnhardt has the very first pit stall down there. They're concerned about him getting in. Kyle could not see his pit stall. He was yelling back to the crew, I don't see it, I don't see it. Finally had to slide it to a stop. They had to push him back. Now he gets away. Long pit stop. Costly stop for them. Plus, they had to change an engine this morning. To Jerry Punch.
Jerry Nadeau is in a wrestling match with a steering wheel right now, having to jam on brakes, as Benny commented on. Indeed, last spot of those tires, he has told Ryan Pemberton that I am trying to hang on for 12 more laps as we have a lead change, and Jeff Burton will assume the lead here at Darlington, and Nadeau could not hold on. Apparently, he is in the wall, and we will get caution, guys.
He is hard into the wall. We just saw him trying to pass Mike Skinner before we cut away to show you the battle for the lead, and now he and Skinner have both crashed, and there's flame coming out from underneath the low Chevy.
Well, they've knocked the fuel pump off that 31 car, and the They've knocked the gas line off of it. As the engine rolls over, there's Jerry Nadeau's onboard cameras. He is taking his helmet off very slowly, I might add. Look at the damage to that M&M's Pontiac. Wow.
Nadeau removes the helmet, and Mike Skinner has also bailed out of his blazing race car and apparently is okay. But our first caution waves on Darlington Raceway here on the 51st lap of the race.
And there's a fire in the 36 car. It looks like a slight fire, but it's still going.
Here's the replay of what happened.
Oh! Ned, I believe that right front tire that he slid going in turn 3 let go as he came off turn 2. And watch how quickly it veers to the right.
Yes, it just shot right up into the wall.
But look at Dale Jarrett, the points leader, is right in the middle of things, and I believe he got through unscathed, but some great driving there by him and the drivers behind him.
He might have made a little bit of contact with Bill Elliott and maybe a little bit of sign contact with the 40 car.
John Kernan, how about it?
Well, I can see it back here from Dale Jarrett's pit. He got into the back of Bill Elliott, but they've looked at it, and they don't think that there's any significant damage to the front end of Dale Jarrett's car. The car has been pretty good, just a little bit loose. They've been talking about the adjustments to make on the car as we get ready for the first round of pit stops.
Much needed pit stops, we might add. 50 laps completed, and this is a good time for everybody to come in and get some new tires. Bill Weber.
Short and straight, they tell Jeff Burton. Pitch short, pitch straight. Puts on the brakes, squares the wheel. The car is a little loose off of the turn 4 and tight off of 2. They make a slight air pressure adjustment. Right side tires going on. They're going to have to pick up the car and help them get the jack underneath. They're getting the left side tires off. Burton will be away shortly. He's on his way for Terry Klein.
They have taken one round of wedge down to the right rear. Gordon is down on the way. Great pit stop. Here comes Burton, and they will race, but both Burtons are almost door to door, racing at the end of pit road.
Gordon went right between both of the Burtons. John Kernan in the backstretch.
And while the work on the front stretch is done, Dale Jarrett just pulls into his pit stall. They will make it a chassis adjustment, try to tighten the car just a little bit. A 4-tire change. There goes 2 rounds down on the track bar to tighten it up. There goes Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, the guys on the front stretch. BJ's crew just now getting around to the left side, but it's a good pit stop. He is down and away.
Wow, look at that. 15.6, John.
Well, it was 15 when he went into the pits. Let's see how he stacks up when he comes out of the pits, hitting on the backstretch.
We talked about Jerry Nadeau when he was following Bill Elliott and went down in the corner and ran in the back of Bill Elliott. We had an onboard camera with Bill Elliott. Well, I'm sorry, he's right behind. He was going to run in the back of Mike Skinner. Watch it. Look at the black mark on the racetrack. The black mark on the racetrack tells me just how much he locked that tire up and how much of a flat spot he put on that tire. And that's what happened to the right front as he came off turn 2.
Now we jump on board with him. So Jerry Nadeau and Mike Skinner both have crashed here at Darlington. The race under caution for the first time.
Hey! He's in the garage.
Hey! If you're going to have a garage, have a garage. And if you're going to use an oil, use an oil. Pennzoil with Pure Base. Specially formulated for stop-and-go driving. This is a home improvement. Enter the Pennzoil Dream Garage Sweepstakes. Get a free Tim Allen Signature Tools utility neck knife and a chance to win a Celine Mustang or enough cash to build your own dream garage. Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
Flip Log Day 19. Traveling the circuits of NASCAR.
Darlington, Daytona, Talladega, Charlotte. The drivers, the cars, the action, bumper to bumper, mono-y-mono at speeds of over 200 miles an hour, with us covering every heart-pounding, adrenaline-pumping moment at the incredible speeds of over
35 miles an hour, fast as it goes.
What? It's a good thing they keep going around in circles.
have your weekend projects. We have ours.
Once Mark Martin puts the hammer down, it's pretty hard to get him to stop. Fortunately, the crew has its ways.
Do I hear steak on the grill?
WD brand steak.
Brings him in every time.
From the beef people.
At Zales, you can save up to 50%, plus get an extra 10% off everything when you use your Zales Diamond Charge Card. That's an extra 10% off everything, even sale prices. So apply and use your Zales charge. Now through Monday at Zales.
Welcome back to Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. The Pepsi Southern 500, 53 laps old under our first caution of the day. The accident involves Jerry Nadeau and Mike Skinner, both drivers okay.
Watching, you can see the tire come apart on the 36 car just before. See the pieces fall off the car just before he hits the wall. So the flat-spotted right front tire goes flat as he comes off turn 2 and hits that wall.
Now listen as we go to his onboard.
The engine is revving sitting down there, the throttle home.
Now watch the battle off pit road. Jeff Gordon is going to go right between the Burton boys. Jeff on the left and Ward on the right. Here they come off pit road, and a little bit of contact there between Gordon and Jeff.
Burton, yes.
Yeah. Bill has an update on Skinner.
Well, the low Chevy is back here in the garage, and this crew has a lot of work to do. Mike, what happened?
I guess Jerry blew a tire. I really don't know what happened. Run along pretty good for a change at Darlington for the Lowe's car, and was pretty excited. Was a little bit tight right there, just waiting to get in our pit, do an adjustment, and really felt like we had a good car today, and kind of slowed down a little bit. Jerry passed me, and I think he blew a tire coming off two over there, and he went directly in the wall and come back across us. Wasn't nothing I could do.
Okay, well, Mike Skinner, one of the early casualties here at Darlington. The Pepsi Southern 500 continues after the first round of caution flag stops. The green flag when we come back to Darlington.
Biglerville Tire and Auto can do a whole lot more than sell you a great set of tires for your car. And if you don't bring it to a shop with certified mechanics and over 60 years combined experience like us, well, it could change everything. Because we're an authorized Napa Car Care Center and an American Car Care Center with coast-to-coast warranty protection. So when you bring your car, truck, or van to us, it changes everything. Not to mention the tires you'll drive away on.
Hey, nice tires.
Biglerville Tire and Auto, just like the name says.
Instant coffee. Instant pudding. Instant replay. Instantly recognizable name brand merchandise. Shoes and athletic footwear from Nike, Adidas, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. Accessories, outerwear, and NASCAR merchandise. And lower prices across the board. Now in our 20th year with the same great selection and service. Visit our permanent location on Carlisle Street in Hanover. Instant Replay. Just add water.
Brand new Cleveland Browns on ESPN Sunday Night Football.
You dog pound.
What's your problem?
No one else is insulted by this guy?
Hey, take it easy.
What? I'm having a good time. I just want to know if our friend here has ever done any time in a real dog pound.
That's just the thing. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Save it for the Humane Society, you poser.
It's ESPN Sunday Night Football. The season begins September 12th.
The Pepsi Southern 500 at Darlington about to go back under green flag conditions after our first caution. This will be the green on lap number 57. Johnny Benson lined up between, down on the inside of the leader of the race, Jeff Gordon, now slides up between first and second. John now has an update on Jerry Nadeau.
Bob, the good news is Jerry is basically okay. They're taking him to the care center to get checked out. He took such a hard lift, he may have had the wind knocked out of him. And John Hendrick told me that he was fairly shaken up. They want to get him over there and get him checked out, but he basically is okay. He walked under his own power to the golf cart to take him to.
Check this out. The 26 car trying to get a lap back, and Jeff Burton goes into the lead. Johnny Benson Benson, and here comes Ward Burton on the inside of Jeff Gordon. Look, appears that Jeff Gordon is having a little problem.
Huge response from the crowd as Gordon drops back to third position, and the Burton brothers from Virginia go to the first and second positions. Johnny Benson has gotten his lap back, and Jeremy Mayfield goes around Jeff Gordon also.
I would say that Jeff Gordon is being very careful not to put too much strain and pressure on those tires here in the first few laps with those new tires. And then once the pressure gets built up, then I think we'll see him contend again.
Ward Burton takes the lead. Jeremy Mayfield tries for second. Jerry has more on Gordon, who's all the way back there behind Jeremy.
Well, Ned Jarrett, you are exactly right. That's exactly what Jeff Gordon is doing. And what Ray Evernham told him before the green flag came out, he said expect the 22 car to be awfully strong. The 99 car is very stout throughout the run. 22 will be strong early on. The 12 is dialed in. Run our pace. Take care of our tires. It'll come to us. Just be patient.
Mayfield takes second from Jeff Burton. Mayfield is on the move. Johnny Benson does have his lap back. The big story there is that Cheerios will be going to a full-time sponsorship in the Richard Petty team beginning at the Pepsi 400 in Daytona next year. And a close call for the points leader, Dale Jarrett.
Coming off of turn 2, we're really going into turn 3, gets on the inside of Jeffrey Bodine, and his car gets very, very loose right there. Bodine backs off, and he almost gets it into the wall, but gathers it back in.
That was a very close call.
And Joe Nemechek is in trouble coming off of 2, but the man saved it. Wow, he had it totally sideways. I don't know if we have that on camera or not, but I was looking straight at him, and he was looking straight at the infield.
Dale Jarrett has moved up to 17th position. He's picked up 3 positions since the drop of the green flag. Came out in the 20th spot after those pit stops.
And these are lap cars, Dave Marcus and Robert Presley, that are running side by side.
Talk about how the new tires can help. Look at this.
That's unbelievable, isn't it? It's over 2 1/4 seconds difference between the fresher tires. We see Johnny Benson trying to stay on the tail of the lead lap, but Ward Burton is going to put him a lap down, going down in turn 1. And here comes Jeremy. He's the one who's going there 2 abreast, but he made it work for him.
Now it looks like Gordon is sort of settled back in, and he has that pressure build up the way that he would like for it to be. Come back over again.
And Mark Martin is also right behind Jeff Gordon, running into 5th position. Back in 6th is Bobby Hamilton. The 18 of Bobby Labonte. Elliott Sadler in the top 10 in 8th position. Kenny Irvin, our pole sitter, 9th. And Tony Stewart running in 10th. That's the way they are at the end of 63 laps. Jeremy Mayfield closing in on the leader. Ward Burton. Jeremy is not led yet today. He tries to get the lead away, takes it deep into the corner, forces Burton up the racetrack, and gets the lead.
That was an impressive pass. And Ward Burton didn't move over and let Jeremy Mayfield go by in turn 3. He just kind of drove it in there and took that spot away. Tony Stewart goes by the 28 car Kenny Irwin and takes over the 9th position.
One of the Noble 5 contenders, Tony Stewart. And the brothers Burton are back at it in the battle for second.
And back behind them is Jeff Gordon, and Mark Martin is right on his bumper, and Bobby Hamilton right there as well. We haven't talked much about Bobby Hamilton today. Had a great qualifying run and sitting there in 6th position with the leaders in sight.
Mark Martin has finished 8th or better in 5 of the last 7 races here. He finished 5th here in the spring. One of those bad races was in last year's Southern 500. He started 10th but finished in 40th position. It's Jeremy Mayfield showing the way in the 1999 50th running of the Pepsi Southern 500. Back in a moment.
Napa application engineered brakes can stop you 20 feet shorter than ordinary brakes. That's important. Because you can't always count on there being 20 extra feet of road when you need it. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and every one's important.
These are Cobalt tools, the finest mechanics tools you can buy in any store. They've got contoured handles for a better grip. And the K-drive that grabs fasteners on the sides, not the corners, which means more torque, less rounding, and less slippage. So Cobalt tools can stand up to anything. From where I'm standing, that's a very good thing. Cobalt, setting the standard in mechanics tools. Made in the USA and guaranteed forever. At Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse and online.
This is where most oil comes from. Out of the ground and into your engine. Sure, it's refined, but it still retains some sort of impurities. And quite frankly, I won't use it. Mobil One's a little different. It's man-made, it's fully synthetic and pure. And that purity means cleaner engines, less engine wear and better performance. I tell you, it's worth paying a little extra for.
Nothing outperforms Mobil One.
You know, I'm real excited about the brand new 6 p.m. Sports Center. Myself, they don't feel the need to make a lot of changes and shake things up. Take a lesson from the Flintstones, like when they brought that little green guy Kazoo in. What's up with that?
Victory, baby. Yeah. Good shot.
The Excite NASCAR Select Batteries 400, Saturday at 7:30 on ESPN.
7 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time. Sports Center will be hosted by Kenny Mayne and Larry Beal. Here's what they'll recap: the Major League Baseball wild card race, the WNBA Finals, the U.S. Open tennis highlights, and everything else that you're interested in the world of sports. It's Sports Center at 7 o'clock tonight. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network. Go.com. Jeremy Mayfield has just about a 1-second advantage on Ward Burton and about a 1.5-second advantage on Jeff Burton, who is running in third spot, followed by Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon. And there is Joe Nemechek moving to the inside of Kenny Irwin and taking over the 10th position.
Boy, Nemechek in that Bell South car got a terrific run off of turn 1 in the middle of one and two, and made a power move off 2 to go down the backstretch. Now then we see Tony Stewart up there in front of Joe Nemechek. Can he catch him?
Got quite a bit of racetrack between those two cars. Stewart running up there in 9th and Nemechek in 10th. In fact, from the onboard camera, you can just barely see Nemechek back there with that blue dot. The battle for the 14th position involves 3 drivers. That's Bill Elliott, who right now is running 14th. Back in 15th is Dale Earnhardt, and Ken Schrader trying to take it away from Dale.
Moves down on the inside and takes the position away. And here comes Matt Kenseth, having a good run here today. He's trying to move on the inside of Dale Jarrett. Jarrett, don't fight him. He said, okay, go right ahead.
Move Kenseth up to 17th. Jarrett is in 18th. Back up front there is Jeff Burton, followed by Ward Burton. And Jeff has gone into second position. Bill, what's the update on the heat situation that you reported on earlier?
Well, Bob, during that pit stop, they gave Jeff Burton some additional tie wraps to help tie off the shifter boot. They also wanted to give him a pad. He didn't see it. It was on the end of the water stick. He didn't see it. He didn't take it that time. But what they've done is they brought it back here to the pit, and they put a bunch of tape on it. When he gets it during the next pit stop, he's going to use all that tape to put it onto the leg brace along his right side, and that should shield his leg from the heat that's coming in through the shifter boot. He hasn't complained about it much, but there's just under 300 laps to go here. This is a very long day. Also, during that yellow flag stop, there was contact between the 99 and the 24 at pit exit. Betty Parrott says that Burton has just enough damage on the left front to make his car a little tight.
Matt Kenseth, the rookie is used to battling a 3-car in Busch Series activity driven by Dale Earnhardt Jr., and he just passed Jr.'s old man.
Goes by Dale Earnhardt. Here comes DJ Dale Jarrett on the inside, and he will take over the 17th position. Put Kenseth up in 16th.
More from John Kernan.
Matt Kenseth told me yesterday that he had a goal of running all the laps today. And then he said, hey, I'd like to finish in the top 10 at Darlington. Remember, he filled in for Bobby Labonte, climbed in the car, and just came through the top 10 finish in the Tram South Financial 400 earlier this year right here at Darlington. He said that certainly helped. The team also, a couple of weeks ago, came down here and ran a ton of laps. This is the same race car that Matt drove to a 14th place finish at Michigan just a few weeks ago, and it is one of Mark Martin's old cars. And Matt says it's basically the only car they have right now. In fact, they're going to run this car at Dover as long as it doesn't get torn up today.
Ward Burton surrendering the 4th position to Jeff Gordon.
Bobby Hamilton still hanging on back there.
Mark Martin has moved up to 3rd now.
Jerry has more on Ward Burton.
Well, he has lost 3 positions, Bob, in the last 3 laps, and I just radioed a moment ago to Tommy Baldwin and said, despite our air pressure and wedge changes, this car is now starting to get loose again coming off the corner. And he is certainly having a little problem coming off the corner now. One guy who's running awfully well and is very pleased with this car right now is right behind Ward. That's the car number 4 of Bobby Hamilton. And Bobby's been going to their race shop every Monday and Tuesday and studying the notes, trying to do something to turn their luck around. This morning, he told the crew, after studying the notes most of the night, let's radically change this car. If I'm wrong, then I'm the one that has to deal with it. I got to drive it. But if I'm right, we'll have a great shot today at running the top 5. And obviously, thus far, he must have been right.
He's just 1 position outside of the top 5 right now. He did have his best start of 1999 in the top 5. A good run here at Darlington in the spring, started 17th and finished 7th, and Ward Burton will give him the position. Jeremy Mayfield continues to lead in this race.
Had himself a good lead, too, Bob.
About a 2.5-second lead, as a matter of fact. Let's watch his line as he goes around here.
You see, he's going very, very high here through the, well, in fact, about every turn around here. A little bit higher than we've seen normally at this stage of the racetrack. We watch him going to turn 3 here now. And you see he starts down low, but then drifts up very high, up very close to the wall. A lot of other cars are doing that too, but it's certainly working for Jeremy Mayfield.
He comes off turn 4 and just right up against that outside retaining wall. They talked to me about testing this tire and just how comfortable that tire is. And it looks like for anyone to run that close to the wall, the tire has to be very, very comfortable. It has to have a lot of confidence in the car and the tires to be able to do that.
There's Joe Nemechek moving to the inside of Hut Strickland. Hut is not on the lead lap in this race. We do want to say hi to Scott Barber, the owner of Hut Strickland's car, who's recovering from some minor surgery. And they also picked up a sponsor on this car, Interstate Steel, for the Pepsi Southern 500. Nemechek now closing in on the 20 car of Tony Stewart. Oh, they're 3 wide.
Man, good thing that Strickland did not force the issue, because he backs off and lets Nemechek take over that ninth position.
Since Nemechek scared me coming off turn 2 over there about 15 laps ago, he is on the move.
And Elliott Sadler just passed Bobby Labonte and went into the 7th position.
Boy, Elliott Sadler having a great run here today for the Wood brothers.
The fastest car on the racetrack right now is Mark Martin, who's running back in the 3rd position. Mayfield, Jeff Burton lead him. Jeff Gordon and Bobby Hamilton complete the top 5. We're 84 laps into the race.
Pepsi presents a Jeff Gordon moment. In 1997, Darlington was a magical place for Jeff Gordon. With the Winston Million on the line, Jeff started 7th in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Fighting his way to the front of the pack, Gordon took the lead for good on lap 296 and withstood a dramatic charge from Jeff Burton on the final lap to capture NASCAR's $1 million bonus.
right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now, come on, Jeff, you tell me, is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff.
See you later, Jeff.
Now, that's what I call motivation.
I don't know where she came from.
Don't worry, Jeff. There's always Daytona.
Need new struts? Come to Midas. Get a genuine Midas Gold strut with R2 technology for only $59.95 with a lifetime guarantee. Go safely. Go Midas.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Well, I live out here on a little old farm, and we have a few cows. I got a pickup, 2 tractors, a lawnmower, and a little old boat. Got Everstart batteries in every one of them, except my cow. One in that old pickup's been in there over 4 years. Starts right up every morning.
Everstart. All the cold cranking power you'll ever need.
No matter if it's 100 degrees or 0 outside. Starts every time.
Everstart. The name says it all.
My advice is to go to Walmart and get you an Everstart. Get on down the road.
Daytona was not the first of its kind. That distinction belonged to a South Carolina track, one whose design was also inspired by Indianapolis, and one whose most notable landmark was the imposing guardrail that wrapped around turns 3 and 4 of the original layout. Centrifugal force pinned many cars up against it, and no one could complete a race without scraping alongside it for the better part of the afternoon. For many young men, Labor Day brought the Southern 500 via the radio airwaves, and along with it, a dream that they, too, would one day wear the Darlington stripe.
Well, this track, built back in 1950, has seen a lot of changes. On the other hand, some things haven't changed a bit, have they?
No, the cars still go up and brush the wall, just like they did back in the 50s and 60s.
From the Pennzoil Copter Cam, great overhead view of this egg-shaped facility here in South Carolina. Darlington, to be exact. 90 laps are in the books in the 1999 50th running of the Pepsi Southern 500. Jeremy Mayfield is the leader of the race by about 2.5 seconds over Jeff Burton. This is the same car that Jeremy Mayfield drove here at Darlington in the spring. Then he's second. And he also ran this car at the second Michigan race, qualified 5th and finished in 18th position.
All right, now let's see how Jeremy handles on the bottom of the racetrack, because as he catches Dave Marcus, Marcus takes it outside line, and Jeremy, he couldn't pass on the bottom. So there's a weak point.
Mayfield's got to run that high line. He gets 2 wheels down on the apron that time, and Marcus is going to allow him to go by. Every race, after the race is over, we have a NASCAR chat involving someone. This weekend, it is Bill Weber. So about a half hour after the race is completed, jump over to www.nascar.com, and you can chat with Bill Weber and ask him what he thinks of today's running of the Pepsi 400. Maybe a little bit longer than a half hour, but just jump on there and wait for Bill to join you for the chat. Burton has dropped all the way back to 7th position. That may mean a problem, right, Jerry?
Well, the cars and handling's been commented on about 15 laps ago, but the big concern right now is he radioed Tommy Baldwin and said the throttle is sticking wide open. And Tommy said, make sure nothing in the floorboard like insulation or nothing has gotten cocked up against the pedal. And Ward is just basically using the throttle and then using his foot to pull it back to make sure he doesn't hang open. I wouldn't want to have that for the rest of the afternoon here at Darlington, obviously. That'd be pretty tough, guys.
Me either. Man, oh man, he didn't hang up that time, otherwise he'd have popped the wall. But he is driving the car much more carefully as he was done before, because we see the 21 car closing in on the Caterpillar Pontiac. That's Elliott Sadler.
run, it's Jeremy Mayfield setting the stage. Here is Dale Jarrett getting to the inside of Tony Stewart. And Jarrett has moved all the way up now to 13th position. And Stewart loses a couple of spots as Rusty goes by.
Yeah, he's lost about 5 or 6 spots in the last 6 or 8 laps. His car apparently is just going away. He's having a tough time getting off of turn 2. And as we look out the windshield of Rusty Wallace's car.
Bill, what's the deal with Tony Stewart?
Well, he likes half the track, and half the track doesn't like him, Bob. He's good in 1 and 2, but loose in 3 and 4. So he's having to battle it in 3 and 4, and that's where he's losing a lot of time and a lot of track position. Jerry Punch?
And Bobby Labonte likewise is now dropping back. On that initial pit stop on lap 51, the car was a bit tight. They made an air pressure adjustment and they adjusted the track bar. And according to the team, they may have gone too far because Bobby's communication is, guys, I'm all over the place. It is so loose out here, I can't drive it. They said, just hang on. We'll fix it on the next pit stop.
Elliott Sadler having a very, very good race here this afternoon in the first 100 laps. It's a little bit high there in the corner, but is in pursuit of Ward Burton.
And you see on the quarter panel, an 800 number. It's 1-800-FIGHT-MD. Trying to aid on his onboard camera, Citgo onboard camera. They're trying to aid the telethon this weekend and raise some more money for muscular dystrophy.
Nearing the 100 lap mark, and we're also not too far away probably from the next round of pit stops. They're the top 5. Back to Darlington in a moment.
Choosing a personal watercraft can be a real test, but Rusty Wallace knows just what he wants. Polaris, when you know what you want. See your local dealer for big savings on select models.
I love lobster. Boiled lobster, broiled lobster, jumbo lobster, baked stuffed lobster, steamed lobster, lobster Newburgh, lobster tail,
There he goes again.
lobster roll, sauteed lobster. Did I mention lobster stew? Boiled
The Cook's Lobster House off the coast of Maine. They'll give you lobster just about any way you want it. But bring your Visa card, because you won't get a bite using American Express.
Sir, any suggestions?
There's boiled lobster.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
You've really been wanting a satellite dish, haven't you? You want all the sports. You want all the movies. But you're concerned. Hey, Radio Shack explains everything. And Radio Shack can even install your system for you when you buy now. Plus, when you get an RCA DirecTV system for only $149.99 and subscribe to 99 NFL Sunday Ticket and DirecTV Total Choice Platinum, get 3 months of free programming, all with no long-term commitment. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
They're some of our favorite people, the millions of AutoZone customers who change their own oil. They're the kind of folks who believe that taking care of their car and saving money go hand in hand. And while we admire their willingness to tackle a dirty job, most of all, we thank them for bringing their used oil back to us. After all, used motor oil should be recycled, and that's one job we simply can't do alone.
Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch back with you at the Pepsi Southern 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. Here's the battle for 13th position. Right now we're on board with Dale Jarrett, who is in 14th. Would like to get up there and pass Terry Labonte.
Well, actually, Terry Labonte just passed him coming by the start-finish line and took that position away.
John Kernan has more on Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett just radioed in and told Todd Kerr that it's a little bit car has gotten loose on him, especially in the center of the turn. Now, Labonte and his crew have been talking about pitting in about 15 to 20 more laps. We anticipate DJ being on the same schedule, but right now, Dale Jarrett, the point leader, has a handful with a loose race car.
On board now with Rusty Wallace, who's back there in 15th position. And for a taste of the race, let's check out the telemetry on Rusty's car from Brian Meets.
So he gets down to 6,000 RPMs, about 125 miles per hour. And with battle for the lead, here comes Gordon on the inside of Jeremy Mayfield in turn 3. And guess what? Put the DuPont Chevrolet. Ned, I think you're right. He had those tires, the air pressure down. They just rode around and got the air pressure built back up, and that 24 car back in front. Oh, look at all this traffic right in front of him.
And the 20 car just continues to drop back, and now he stands a good chance of going a lap down here. That's Tony Stewart, of
Yeah,
course.
dropped all the way back to 27th.
Bill, what's going on?
Well, the handle's just totally gone away. They told Tony to be patient and just try and find your rhythm. He said, I'm doing all I can do right now. Gordon's going to go around him. They're going to put the car back where it was when they pit again, but after about 3 or 4 cars in a row went by him as he falls behind Gordon. Now Mayfield in a pack looking at the 20 car. Tony goes, is there anybody on the track that hasn't passed us yet?
Well, this is not a common sight in 1999. Tony Stewart getting lapped and losing positions. It's usually the other way. Things are not going well here, at least in the first third of this Pepsi Southern 500. Back in 30th position. Now, BP, we interrupted you. Actually, you interrupted yourself when we had the lead change. So let's go back on board with Rusty.
Now, we've several laps on these tires, and you'll see when you go into our telemetry on our Brian Meats onboard pace to the race, you'll see down to 118 miles per hour, about 6,000 RPM. The tires are worn, so I would expect to see much more than about 8,500 RPMs down the front stretch, about 85, 86. Now, when they put new tires on and we go back on board with Rusty Wallace on the Miller Lite car, we're probably looking at 9,000 RPMs and a lot more miles per hour.
Tony Stewart has had enough. He is rolling in, Bill.
4,100 RPM in second gear for the Home Depot Pontiac. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, put a round and a half in the left rear, and then try and get the car back to where it was on the first run. Very frustrating run here for Tony Stewart. Again, he's one of the guys eligible for the No Bull $5 million bonus. Right sides are on. Come around for the left sides on. Plenty of fuel in there. They clean the grill, and now Tony will try it again. Again, the pit road speed 4,100. 55 off pit road, and Bill Elliott also hitting pit road now.
As is Kenny Wallace, so we are seeing some early pit stops here on board with Bill as he stops the McDonald's Ford, and the crew goes to work in Kenny Wallace. Also in Bill Weber.
The 55 and the 94 both getting right side tires, a track bar adjustment for Bill Elliott to come around to the left side on both these cars. 109 laps now on the board here at Darlington. Fuel going in. Kenny Wallace will leave first. Having some trouble on the left rear on Elliott's car. Long stop for Bill Elliott. He heads back out.
And you see him smoking those rear tires when he lets the clutch out. That's not good. You want to pit, just put out the pit area here because the pit road is worn as a racetrack and it's abrasive. It will wear the tires as you try to exit pit road if you use too much accelerator.
The top two here, Rusty, or rather Jeff Gordon and Jeremy Mayfield, separated by just a couple of car lengths. Jeff Burton runs in third, about 1 3/4 seconds behind the leader. Mark Martin and Joe Nemechek complete the top 5. So Joe Nemechek is having a good run.
He's having a terrific run. For the last 3 or 4 laps, he has been the fastest car on the racetrack. Never seen Terry Labonte, the Kellogg's car, move into the 11th position, passing Kenny Irwin.
He has just been marching right up through the field, Terry Labonte has. Started way back there in 37th position.
Once again, he told us on NASCAR today that he felt like he had a great car, just didn't qualify well. And once again, that's proven to be correct.
Terry Labonte is in his 42nd consecutive race here at Darlington. His very first start in his career was 21 years ago in this race in September of 1978, and his first win came here at Darlington 19 years ago in the Pepsi Southern 500 in 1980. Ooh, Mark Martin just bobbled and lost 1 position to Nemechek.
Cost him a spot as he came off turn 4. Car got a little bit loose, and Nemechek just there to pounce on top of it. Nemechek is only just a little under 4 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Gordon.
Joe Nemechek, of course, will not be back in this car in the year 2000. Where will he be? Don't know yet. Jerry Punch has more.
I spoke with Joe Nemechek in the garage this morning, guys, and he said a lot of people have called him, and obviously one of the places he would love to be considered to go would be the Robert Yates car. So would Johnny Benson, so would Wally Dallenbach, and anyone else who's out of a ride would like to be able to run up front. But the question has been, they said Joe's been qualify well and start well, but they question his aggressiveness once the green flag dropped. I think that made Joe mad, so he wanted to prove something today with running up front here at a tough racetrack to show he can get the job done if he got a chance in the 28 car.
All right, now Kenny Irwin is headed toward Robert Yates and the crew as he is looking for a ride. He will not be in this car next year. Jerry, let's call a stop.
And indeed, he would like to be able to show people that he can get the job done. Had a great run going here in the spring. And was running 10th when he got called in an accident late in the race and ended up getting a disappointing finish outside the top 30. Left side tires now going on. Slight air pressure adjustment. They're cleaning the windshield. And now Kenny Irwin, our pole sitter, is down and away.
And John Andretti comes in on the backstretch pit. The STP Pontiac slides to a stop.
Coming in there also is Dale Jarrett on the backstretch.
And John Kernan is right there.
Dale Jarrett pulls into his pit stall. This is what they want, pitting on the back. They want pit stops to go under the green flag because they think that it's a lot easier to enter this backstretch pits. They will make a chassis adjustment a round and a half down on the left rear to try and tighten the car up. DJ had radioed in just 2 laps ago and said that it was very, very loose. He is away to Dr. Jerry Punch.
And they put the handle in the right rear. Ward Burton's are going to drop the track bar and try to help the rear into the car. Ward Burton said the rear of the car is terrible after about 15 laps. By the way, they were able to fix the throttle thing. Ward said something popped, and the throttle came back up. He is now down and away as they await the pit stop of Jeff Gordon and Jeremy Mayfield, who are going to pit at the same time, probably next time by.
They're coming right now, Jerry. They're coming towards you, coming off of the second turn. Bobby Labonte coming in as well. Ken Schrader is in.
See Jeffrey Bodine stopping just in front of Jeff Gordon. As Dale Earnhardt exits pit road, here comes Gordon into his pit crew as Jeremy Mayfield stops and they go to work on the right side. Jerry Punch.
Watch the right rear. They're going to put a handle in, make a wedge adjustment. Gordon's car still a little bit loose. Mayfield is in for an air pressure. Just up in front of Bill.
Jeremy Mayfield already has right side tires, left side's going on. And he's away. Jerry.
Windshield being cleaned on Jeff Gordon's car. He is down and away. And Mayfield and Jeffrey Bodine will follow Gordon back out. Let's go back up to Bill.
And Jeff Burton makes the slow trip down pit road and slides to a stop. Remember, they're going to try and give him that cushion this time so he can shield his leg from the heat. He was everyone's favorite coming into this race. They're going to make a chassis adjustment, a major chassis adjustment on the right side. Right side tire is already going on. Left side tire is being put on now. Fuel going in. Expecting his teammate Mark Martin on pit road. Burton's going to have to weave his way out of pit road. Remember, he had contact with Gordon earlier when he stopped under yellow.
Joe Nemechek had taken the lead, but he now is in the pits.
And it's the first time that Joe Nemechek has ever led here at Darlington, and the 4th race of 1999 that he has led, most recently at Daytona. To John Kernan as Terry Labonte pits.
Right side's already on, left side's going on. No chassis adjustment. Just a little bit slow with the left front tire. Costing maybe a second or 2 seconds. And Terry Labonte is down and away to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Elliott Sadler, who's having a heck of a run today, getting service now from the Wood brothers, who have won 10 times at Darlington Raceway. Slight air pressure adjustment. The car just a bit loose. Left side tires going on the Simcoe. Ford Taurus, and they get the windshield clean. For Mark Martin stop.
He tested here twice, before the spring race and about 3 weeks ago, because he felt he could never quite get the handle on this racetrack. His car started to tighten up again. They made a little bit of an air pressure adjustment. He's on his way, 4,200, second gear.
Martin did pick up 5 bonus points for leading, however, led 1 lap before he came in for the stop.
That'll probably cost him a good bit of time out on the racetrack since the other stopped earlier. They'll be running about 2 seconds a lap faster than he was running But, of course, he has the new tires on there now, but I think it was worth it to get those 5 bonus points.
And so everything recycles back to Jeremy Mayfield as the leader on the track as he comes up on the 98 car of Rick Mast. 121 laps are in the books in the 1999 Pepsi Southern 500.
What's the deal at Adams County Motors? No pressure, no gimmicks, and the lowest price in town. That's the deal, and that's why people keep coming back to their hometown dealer, Adams County Motors. We're not a mega dealership with a huge overhead, so we can be flexible enough to work with your budget, and that means you'll get the best possible value on a full line of Ford, Lincoln Mercury, and Ford trucks. We've been doing it this way for more than 50 years, and we're not about to change now. Stop by Adams County Motors on Biglerville Road, 1 mile north of the square in Gettysburg.
Hi, folks. Tom Park here at Crown Ford in Chambersburg, where our customers are treated like royalty. When you come in, you'll find a family-friendly atmosphere in our showroom, a place for your kids to play, and a service department to meet your needs. We're open 6 days a week at our service department with extended hours for your convenience. We have an on-site body shop, and you can visit us anytime on our website, or simply give us a call or make the short drive to 2024 Lincoln Way East, just east of Highway 81. Remember, if it doesn't say Crown Ford, you definitely paid too much.
1979, ESPN has been committed to covering the exciting world of sports. From very humble beginnings to huge events, we've definitely seen it all. Now join us as we take a look back at the people, the players, and the personalities that have made what we do the most fun you can have on television. It's the 20th anniversary special, Tuesday at 7 on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
The Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway here on ESPN is being brought to you by Daytona USA, the official attraction of NASCAR. By AC Delco Automotive Parts. AC Delco, if you're not asking for it, you're asking for it. And by Brian, the flavor of the South, proud sponsor of car number 30. At Darlington Raceway, South Carolina, 125 laps completed, and the second round of pit stops have been accomplished. Jeremy Mayfield is the leader of the race. Jeff Burton is second right now, about a second behind. Jeff Gordon third, then Nemechek and Mark Martin.
This is Ricky Rudd between the two cars. The Planters, Peanuts onboard camera. Looking out the back as Jeff Burton closes in. Ricky Rudd goes on the inside of Wally Dallenbach. Now Jeff Burton trying to do the same thing. He will.
There are 23 cars on the lead lap. 40 and the 17 are having a good battle. This is Sterling Marlin and Matt Kenseth, and Kenseth continues to be in the top 10. A great run for the young man who is not yet a rookie in the Winston Cup Series, will be next year. John Kernan.
Bob, during that round of pit stops, Matt had worked his way all the way up to the 7th position, but they had a problem with the right rear, a little bit slow getting that changed, and that cost him a few seconds, cost him 3 spots out on the racetrack. Now he makes the pass and moves around into 9th.
He is a rookie, but not a rookie contender in the Raybestos Rookie of the Year running.
Watch that, huh?
Oh, look at that.
That's one advantage to being a rookie, Ned. He just doesn't know any better.
He'll take chances that some others who have been bit by this racetrack won't take.
He does have experience on this racetrack in the Busch Series, has won here. So it isn't exactly a unfamiliar territory to him. David Green has gone behind the wall. Why, John?
Bob, the camshaft is broken on the 41 car, and so they're going to pull the distributor out just to make sure, but they think the camshaft is broken on the 41.
So that car is off the racetrack. Earlier in the event, we had a crash involving Jerry Nadeau and Mike Skinner. Those two cars are off the racetrack, but other than that, everybody is still running.
And once again, just like before, Jeff Gordon came out right behind Jeremy Mayfield, but Jeremy has pulled away from Jeff Gordon. As a matter of fact, Jeff Burton has moved by him in the 2nd spot. Jeff Gordon back to 3rd spot, but at the end of this run, we once again expect to see Jeff Gordon be one of the faster cars. And Ricky Rudd still staying right there between the two cars of Jeremy Mayfield and Jeff Burton.
He is 24th. A lap down, position between the first and second runners. Ward Burton and Bobby Hamilton running here in the 6th and 7th position.
Bobby Hamilton's been on the move since his pit stop. He had dropped back to about 10th position, but now has taken over the 6th position from Ward Burton and is just marching right on up through there.
Bobby finished 41st at Bristol last week and as a result lost 3 positions in the point.
Oh, trouble here on the front straightaway. Michael Walker.
Caution's out. Wave them off behind you. Spin on the front stretch. Wave these guys off. Car sitting in the middle of the group. Fast start finish line.
The 20 car of Tony Stewart went down pit road. It could have been an evasive maneuver.
I think that he was coming into the pits, Bob, for an unscheduled pit stop. Bill?
Yeah, he had talked it over with Greg Zipadelli. They couldn't figure out what the problem was. It was more than just the tires when he came in last time. They were speculating it might be a rear end gear problem that they might have had once before in the Busch car. They were going to check that out, but he was on pit road when the 7 crashed. They told him to get back out as quick as he could without speeding. Pit road right now closed while they capture the field.
Second caution of the afternoon. It involves Michael Walter, but it was right here on the front straightaway. Up at the top of your screen, you see the car coming off of turn 4.
And, wow, heavy contact with that inside retaining wall.
And he comes back up sort of to the middle of the racetrack, and you see the leaders coming up through there. And Ricky Rudd looks like might have got back in front of Jeremy Mayfield there and got back on the lead lap.
And Darrell Waltrip also racing, trying to get a lap back.
Darrell was already 4 laps down.
Tony Stewart is having problems, and so is the 18 car of Bobby Labonte. Both of these drivers, no Bull 5 candidates, Doc.
And it's not a very good day for either one of them. Bobby Labonte just a moment ago said that the car had begun to sputter. They thought that maybe a plug wire off, but now they're thinking it may be more internal in the engine, maybe with a valve or possibly the head of a valve. They may have bumped the valve. They're going to come in. They're going to change 4 tires, try to get him back out, and then we'll come back in and raise the hood. And Steve Allen, one of the engine men, will go underneath the hood and see if they can figure out what the problem is. They're hoping it may be a spark plug wire, but it was getting sicker and sicker this last couple of laps. So the pit road now was not open. The reason they decided to come in because the penalty would be you have to go to the back of the longest line anyway. So go ahead and make 1 stop and come around and make another stop because it's going to be in the back of the pack anyway when the restart occurs.
Not a great deal lost there for Bobby.
And Jerry, I mean, it didn't sound like the thing was hitting on all 8 cylinders when it left pit road. Didn't sound too good, but
Took another look at the wreck coming off of turn 2, and Michael Walter, was that Jimmy Spencer that he was racing with coming off the turn? It looked like a red and white car. But anyway, Michael spun down to the inside, hit the inside retaining wall pretty hard, and here come the leaders.
luckily there was enough room for the 12 car and the 10 car to be able to get by.
Close call there for the leader, Jeremy Mayfield. Caution is out for the second time in the Pepsi Southern 500.
If you end up using anything but AC Delco parts in your car, who knows where you'll end up? AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
You know, I always recommend AC Delco automotive parts to all my customers. They're some of the most dependable you can buy. AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
Well, some days, I'm not a foreman, I'm a circus juggler. I got product coming off the line, warehouses filling up. I got deliveries, I got to move off the dock. Sometimes things get a little crazy. I need an extra fork, maybe a lift will go down. I call Nations Rent. Whatever I need, whenever I need it, they bring it out. Newer stuff, names I know. Nothing over a few years old. So it works. Then it's one less ball I got to keep in the air. They make it happen for me.
Nation's Rent. 1-800-NO-SWEAT.
He's in the garage.
Hey!
If you're going to have a garage, have a garage. And if you're going to use an oil, use an oil. Pennzoil with Pure Base. Specially formulated for stop-and-go driving. This is a home improvement. Enter the Pennzoil Dream Garage Sweepstakes. Get a free Tim Allen Signature Tools utility knack knife and a chance to win a Celine Mustang or enough cash to build your own dream garage. Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
Pit Road finally opens here as a result of this crash that occurred on the front straightaway. And here come those on the lead lap down for a stop. Bill Weber.
Jeremy Mayfield and Jeff Burton following each other down pit road. Mayfield 2 stalls ahead. He'll make a wedge adjustment. It's air pressure only for Burton. And they also want to make sure they clean the grill and get one layer of plastic off the windshield. Burton sitting on pit road, tosses out the water bottle. He also got a bag of ice. Left side's around. The 12 of the 99 are heading toward Jerry Punch.
4 tires, clean the windshield, no adjustments. Mayfield goes by. Gordon will jump in line right in front of Jeff Burton.
Meanwhile, it's busy back on the backstretch, John.
Dale Jarrett is in. They'll go 2.5 rounds down on the track bar on the right side to tighten the car up just a little bit. Here come Mayfield, Gordon, and those guys, but a good stop going for Jarrett. Still letting it tight. He's down and away. Terry Labonte is away, and Matt Kenseth is also on pit road getting service.
I think all of Jarrett's pit stops have been in the 15-second range, but the 40 cars behind the wall, Bill.
Yeah, they're heading that way, Bob. Hole in the radiator, smoke billowing from underneath the hood. They brought Sterling back in. They actually brought him down pit road a lap early. Then they raised the hood, put the water in, found the hole in the radiator. He's behind the wall.
Dale Earnhardt makes a pit stop. Jim Goodrich flush Chevy getting fresh tires on the left side. Fuel going in.
Now, Earnhardt had gone a lap down during the exchange really on the green flag pit stop.
We'll take a break and be back with more of our live coverage from Darlington, South Carolina of the Pepsi Southern 500. Stay with us.
Coming in, guys.
Look, Bill's in trouble. Don't worry, Bill. We'll take it from here. Here. Where can you always find a fast and friendly drive-thru crew? Did somebody say McDonald's?
It is more than sport. It is spirit. Ritual. Family. The Coca-Cola Racing family. Refreshed by Coke.
You make a car from the ground up with a lot of blood, a lot of sweat, and a lot of love.
And the crew works so hard day and night. They do everything, and then they put you out there.
Each car has a personality. You got to get a feel for them.
It's the Test Track Series, celebrating the unsung workhorses that race the test track like only Hot Wheels does. Limited quantities while supplies last.
When you can go through a corner as fast as you feel the car can possibly go through that corner, you're right on the edge.
Hot Wheels Racing. Feel it.
Tonight on ESPN, Sports Center, followed by Baseball Tonight and Sunday Night Baseball as the Yankees take on the Angels. On ESPN2, RPM Tonight, NASCAR, and continuous scores and the latest news on the bottom line. And on ESPN Classic, Classic Click and Picks, and Wimbledon 1976. Do you have all the ESPN networks?
ESPN glad to have you with us on this Labor Day Sunday weekend for the running of the 50th Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington in South Carolina. Jerry Nadeau earlier in the race, flat spotted the tires. Ryan Pemberton looked on. Then, seconds later, the car gets up into the wall, right front tire down, hits the wall hard, collects Mike Skinner in the process. Jerry Nadeau was taken out of the car. He got out of the car of his own power, but just for observation, he has been taken to Carolina Medical Center, and they did airlift him there. Nothing of urgency as far as his medical condition is concerned. They just want to avoid all the Labor Day traffic and get him there as quickly as possible. Bobby Labonte is in the pits.
Carolina's Medical Center is in Charlotte, and I'm sure that's where Nadeau preferred to go back home, so that's a couple hours away. Jerry Punch.
And guys, Bobby Labonte coming back in to top it off. They've gone over with the crayon and been marked the exhaust headers, and it's firing on all 8 cylinders, but according to Steve Allen, it's probably broken something, maybe a lifter inside, and as he put it, it's getting ugly inside the motor, so they're going to try to ride it out as best they can, but they probably won't make it according to some of the long faces here, and folks, that's going to be tough. He's third in the point.
So among the Noble 5 drivers, really the only 2 that are in contention at this point, at least in the top 10, would be Jeff Burton, who is running 3rd, and Mark Martin, who is in the 8th position. Well, ESPN is in its 10th season of covering Major League Baseball for you on Sunday night. And at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight, the matchup involves the Yankees and the Angels. Defending world champion Yanks trail the Indians by 1 game in the race for the best record in the American League. Join us at 8 o'clock tonight here on ESPN for Sunday Night Baseball. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
We are back to racing. And we see Jeff Burton driving by Jeff Gordon once again on the green flag situation, taking over the 2nd position.
Field summary points really changing as a result of what's happened so far here, with Gordon up 1 and Jeff Burton up 1.
Tony Stewart's the one dropping out of the top 5. Tony is having a tough day. He's back to 28th position.
Bobby Hamilton go by Ward Burton. The Kodak Film Chevrolet takes over the 6th position. Hamilton trying to run that Jeremy Mayfield line as Rusty Wallace goes on the bottom of the racetrack to Miller Lite Ford Taurus.
Boy, some heavy traffic back here, and right in the middle of it is the points leader, Dale Jarrett.
We don't like to be in that situation, but he lost 8 positions on that pit stop that was under 16 seconds as a result of hitting on the backstretch.
On board with Ricky Rudd, who runs in 16th spot.
Who did get his lap back on the leader, Jeremy Mayfield, in that last caution flag when Michael Waltrip. And we see Matt Kenseth just drive up on the inside of Ricky Rudd, trying to take over 16th.
Rudd coming off his best performance of 1999 last weekend at Bristol. He finished in 3rd spot, but he loses the position to Matt Kenseth here.
Boy, I tell you what, right behind them is a dog fight going on between all these cars, Terry Labonte included. And Labonte's back at 18th.
Of course, Terry is one of those drivers pitting on the backstretch as well, and he lost a lot of positions on that pit stop.
Steve Hart, Kyle Petty, Brett Bodine racing wheel to wheel with Bill Elliott looking on and Hutch Strickland.
Steve Park, the Pennzoil Chevrolet, is back in the 19th spot. Both the 11 and 44 are laps down. Here's Elliott trying to go 3 wide down the backstretch.
Took to go 2 wide here, but Elliott was able to pull it off.
Tony Stewart, meanwhile, another one of the Noble 5 drivers, back in 28th position, and he is a lap down. What's the latest, Bill?
Bob, they don't know what it is, but they know what it isn't. So they suspect that he has a broken...
trouble down in turn 3.
Stay down, stay down, stay down.
Oh, I see other cars crashing.
Jarrett, it looked like, got through, but a lot of cars running around him didn't, including Matt Kenseth. Steve Grissom was the one to originally crash. A couple of other badly damaged cars to the left of your screen there. And that would
Wallace.
be, and Ted Musgrave.
Well, that looks like...
Yeah, looks like he's got some damage there on the left rear, but boy, he dodged a big bullet right there.
He had just passed Kenny Wallace coming off of turn 2, going down the backstretch, and then that started happening in front of him, and he slowed down. He got slowed down enough that it looked like somebody hit him from the rear, but not, doesn't look like there's a lot of damage to it.
There we see the 9 car, Steve Grissom, going down, smacking the wall. On the left side is Kenny Schrader goes by, but the racetrack is almost completely blocked here. There we see the 26 car drive on the apron. Watch Dale Jarrett right on the bottom of the racetrack, almost stop and weave his way through.
Terry Labonte did the same thing. Very heads-up driving for those guys.
Ever see the... Oh, I see the 21 car gets in the back of the 9 car. Elliott Sadler runs in the back of Steve Grissom and turned him sideways going down in turn 1.
And there's the big pileup. Jeffrey Bodine also involved in that, up against the wall. John Andretti hitting the brakes, but look at Jarrett and Labonte squeezing through. On board with DJ.
Yeah, I mentioned that he had passed Kenny Wallace on the backstretch going down. Then he sees the smoke. Then he starts slowing down. I think we're going to see the 55 come back by. Yes, sideways.
Man, did he breathe a sigh of relief there.
Steve Grissom out of the car, walking to the ambulance. Jarrett had a bad weekend last week, but boy, he dodged a major one there. Back at Darlington in a moment.
De La Hoya, undefeated. Trinidad, undisputed. Both unstoppable. Don't miss the fight of the millennium. De La Hoya versus Trinidad. It's the battle of the undefeated champions, and it'll be unbelievable.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Brought to you by Budweiser.
Nobody tells these guys how to drive. Nobody tells them they can't race 700 horsepower trucks. And no one's going to tell them what tools to use. The 1999 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Tough trucks, tougher drivers, the toughest tools. Craftsman makes anything possible.
At a standstill, it might be compared to other sport bikes. At top end, it might be compared to other sport bikes. But at each and every mile per hour in between, comparisons become insignificant specks in the mirrors. The TL1000R, the only one of its kind on the track, from Suzuki.
Since 1851, the Bristol University School of Football has been an intellectual haven for asking questions and seeking answers. A place which challenges and enlightens young minds in the academic pursuit of football. Led by Dean Berman, the faculty prepares students to meet the challenges of the 21st century and beyond.
Here at Bristol University, we seek verity for the truth.
The Bristol University School of Football.
Under caution here at the Pepsi Southern 500 because of a multi-car tangle. And here's what happened when Elliott Sadler came up on Steve Grissom.
Well, first of all, he decided he was going to pass Grissom, and then he decided to follow him in the corner. About that time, Grissom backed off to get in turn 3, and Elliott Sadler in the 21 car ran in the back of him and just turned him sideways, and he spins, hits the wall, and this looks like Darlington I've seen for the last 30 years. About 10 cars involved in a big crash down in turn 3. And Matt Kendrick, we see, terrible break to the DeWalt Ford.
On board with Elliott Sadler.
Okay, he's going to try to go on the outside, now he's going on the inside, and now he's going to follow him. And boom, just enough.
Well, during this caution period, we had some pit stops, of course. Here's Mayfield, Jeff Burton, and Jeff Gordon, the top 3 in for their stops. We'll watch the crews work on the cars. Gordon pitted down closer to pit out, so he was the last to arrive in his pit box.
Jeremy Mayfield and the 99 car, Jeff Burton, both guys almost finishing the right sides at the same time. Left sides go down almost exactly the same time. And we see that the 12 of Jeremy a little bit in front of the 99, so he'll take that spot. Jeff Gordon falls in, and Ward Burton is the first car that made pit stops out there. I don't know if he changed 4 tires or 2, but that Ned DJ did not pit, hasn't pitted so far.
No, he did not pit. One reason, I'm sure, was to lead the race and get 5 bonus points, but it hasn't been that long since they were in the pits, and every time that he comes into the pits, he's been losing from 6 to 8 positions, and so I'm sure they decided just to stay out there this time.
Coke pit summary shows that Jeremy Mayfield lost 3 positions, Jeff Burton lost 4, Gordon lost 2, Nemechek 3, and Rusty Wallace also lost 3, but that is a result of the fact that Jarrett didn't pit and the 18 didn't pit.
That's right. 2 cars did not pit, and Ward Burton had an unbelievable pit stop. So he's a guy that did make the pit stop out in front.
Well, Dale Jarrett is among the Noble 5 contenders, one of 5 drivers who can walk off with a $1 million bonus here this afternoon if he should take the checkered flag first. And each driver has a fan connected with them that could also win. Right now, there are the Noble 5 drivers and where they're running.
Saturday and Sunday, August 14th and 15th, NMCA Comcam's Drag Racing Series. Thunder. Into Maple Grove Raceway when Chevrolet presents Hot Rod Magazine. Power Festival 99. A celebration of everything automotive. Car show, burnouts, drag racing, swap meet, and manufacturers Midway. See the world's fastest street cars in head-to-head competition. Then flex your muscles and take part in the Holly Dino Challenge. Chevrolet presents Hot Rod Magazine. Power Festival 99. Maple Grove Raceway. August 14th and 15th. Kids 12 and under free.
The world can be a pretty tough place. Now there's one exciting car designed to take it. Grand Am. With solid form design, it's the most solid Grand Am ever built. Grand Am. Excitement well built by Pontiac.
Excited about the brand new 6 p.m. Sports Center. Myself, they don't feel the need to make a lot of changes and shake things up. Take a lesson from the Flintstones, like when they brought that little green guy Kazoo in. What's up with that?
College Football Thursday.
Rob Morris, BYU, best linebacker in the country. Watch it.
College Game Night, presented by Gateway. Washington, BYU at 8, Thursday on ESPN.
It's the greatest racing on earth. Exciting. Speed.
It's the driver. It's the rush. Exhilaration and acceleration.
Family fun.
Fast cars. Tough trucks.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Series. The NASCAR Busch Series. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. This is NASCAR.
NASCAR is racing.
The debut of Sunday Night Football, September 12th, with the long-awaited return of the Cleveland Browns. They'll host arch rival Pittsburgh. The following night, ABC's Monday Night Football, the Miami Dolphins battle the Denver Broncos. On the night, John Elway's number 7 will be retired. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports today at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina for the Pepsi Southern 500. Now, we mentioned the fact that there is a fan connected with each driver eligible for the $1 million bonus, and if his driver wins the million, so will the fan. There are the 5 drivers and where they are running right now. Now, the fans are positioned in a stand right near victory lane, hoping that their driver, of course, will drive in there and they can walk off with the million. Glenn Keck is connected with Dale Jarrett. Mark Martin, his driver is Johnny Bowsher. Gerald Walsh with the 18 car, Phyllis Farmer with Jeff Burton, and Amy Bourdonnais is with the 20 car of Tony Stewart.
Bobby Labonte made another pit stop. He was running in the second spot, or I believe in the top 5, and he just made another pit stop.
Tony Stewart is 1 lap down in 25th position. Still having problems with that car, Bill?
Yeah, Bob, and they thought maybe it was going to be the ratchet in the rear end, but they checked that, and that appears not to be the problem. So they really have no idea what's wrong with the car. They have tried everything. It is just very, very, very loose, and Tony's very unhappy with it. So they're going to try and put a rubber in next time they get a chance to stop, but really they are struggling here. John Kernan?
Matt Kenseth has been checked out at the Care Center. Matt, you all right?
Yeah, I feel good. Race car's not too good, but Dwell Ford is running really good today. Did a bad job qualifying, got us in the backstretch, but all the way up to 9th there, you know, before that last pit stop. So just saw the wreck, but couldn't get slowed down or stopped for it.
Matt Kenseth, good to say he's okay, but he is out of the race. We'll see him in another Winston Cup race at Dover, Bob.
Still under caution, the crew cam today is being worn by one of Bobby Labonte's crew members.
He's Barry Cook, the rear tire changer. Labonte stops. Barry goes around. That's off. Takes the towel. Todd Meredith jams that rear tire in. Jason Lee lets the jack down. They go around to the rear. Tire comes off. Meredith slams another one on there. Folks, it's just that easy. Go, Bobby, go.
Just that easy. Under caution with 153 laps completed at Darlington, Dale Jarrett leads.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Sonic America's driving.
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Across the desert bare, man. I breathe the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
Citgo, you know me.
That's a Fullerton suspension bridge. The strength-to-weight ratio of those arches is 1,000 to 1. And the support cables are tungsten wrapped with zirconium flex plates. They'll easily support the weight of this bus.
Okay, so what are you, some kind of structural engineer?
No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
If you don't get AC Delco brand name parts, you'd better get a good brand name shoe. AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
No matter what you drive or what it needs, ask for dependable AC Delco automotive parts. They're the ones I rely on. AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
Now our first denture cleanser keeps dentures feeling clean all day. New Fix-It-Dent with ProGuard, a breakthrough tablet and bath system. First, place your dentures into the bath and release the power of ProGuard to get them 4 times cleaner. Then you lift the inner basket to help seal in the clean with the ProGuard barrier, protecting against plaque and odor-causing bacteria from morning till night. Fix-It-Dent with ProGuard. Start cleaner, stay cleaner.
Less than a lap completed under green. Dale Earnhardt has gotten his lap back. Dale Jarrett is the leader of the race. Ward Burton is running in second, and the 97 of Chad Little is also trying to move up there and get his lap back. Jeff Gordon running third.
Earnhardt is 21st position, though, so he'd love to see a caution. Although he's pulling away from Jarrett right now. He has fresh tires on that Chevrolet and was taken off. Jarrett did not stop during that caution. His tires have more laps than most of the others.
Ward Burton goes up the racetrack, opening the bottom lane for Jeff Gordon and for Jeremy Mayfield. And John has more on Jarrett.
Bob, I just talked to DJ's crew chief, and he said, Todd Parrott said that the tires are only 7 laps old, 7 laps of green flag competition. He says with a smile, I think we'll be okay. And hey, looks like they're doing pretty well so far. About 10 laps into this run, the other guys should equal off to about the same lap times that Dale Jarrett's running. So if he can hang on to the spot he's in right now, in the first spot, for the next 10 laps, he should be all right.
Now, what Dale Jarrett would love to see is this race go green for the rest of the day. Then the pit stops become even. Making a pit stop, there's no advantage or disadvantage pitting on the backstretch.
Jerry now has an update on the 22 car of Ward Burton. Right now he's second.
And Bob, the reason he came off pit road so quickly was because they only changed 2 right side tires. You heard John Curtin say a moment ago they only had 5 or 6 green flag laps on those tires anyway. So 2 right side tires for Ward Burton and some wedge. But here again, the problem is that his throttle is beginning to stick again. He cannot get the throttle to come all the way back. He's having to use his foot on the brake to slow the car down, and he's concerned about using up the brake.
And Jeremy Mayfield goes by Jeff Burton and moves into the 4th position. And we see Ward Burton and Jeff Gordon, 2nd through 5, nose to tail.
Chad Little has gotten around Dale Jarrett, got back on the lead lap. He is in 22nd position as we see this battle for second.
Gordon looking to the inside down the front stretch here, trying to pick up the 2nd spot from Ward.
And here goes the 12 car, Jeremy Mayfield, goes by Jeff Gordon, moves into 3rd.
He's picked up 2 positions here in the last 2 laps, and Jeff Burton also down to the inside of Gordon and picking up another spot, and Nemechek is also right there.
And we see Mark Martin trying to get by Rusty Wallace. He will do it. Nemechek on the inside of Jeff Gordon.
And Nemechek's got a strong car. Cannot make the challenge this time, but Joe has been up there in the top 10 all afternoon. So far in this race, Jeremy Mayfield has led the most laps, 69. Jeff Gordon has been out front 41 laps. Ward Burton for 30. Jaron is leading his 14th lap. Other leaders have included Jeff Burton for 5, Mark Martin for 2, and Joe Nemechek was at the front of the field for 1 lap.
And Robbie C. Jeff Burton closes in right on the back bumper of Jeremy Mayfield. Down the back stretch in turn 3. Jeremy goes up the racetrack. Is Jeff going to go on the inside? Looks like he might.
He's going to try, but can he get the traction in? He's coming off of that turn. Yeah, he's got pretty good traction there. He'll make the pass going into turn 1.
Last lap, he was the fastest car on the racetrack. He wasn't that time because of the fact that he had to maneuver around a slower car, or around Jeremy Mayfield. But Burton is a very fast race car.
Well, he is really coming off of that turn 2.
Watch as he just blows right up on the inside of his brother Ward and takes over 2nd spot.
So we have 2 Noble 5 contenders that are running in the 1st and 2nd positions, Jarrett and Jeff Burton. The Pennzoil Copter Cam providing these overhead shots of the cars as they make their way down into the corner. They're running 1st, 2nd, 7th, 19th, and 24th, with Tony Stewart having the biggest struggle here so far. Now, Jeff Gordon takes away the 4th spot from Ward Burton.
And Jeremy Mayfield has just gone by Ward and moved into the 2nd spot. And there comes Nemechek right up on the back bumper of Ward Burton. Driving to the inside is Nemechek. Oh, what a tough spot. He makes a pass.
And now Mark Martin will try the same maneuver at the other end of the racetrack. Move Mark Martin up into 6th position now. Ward Burton,
not so fast.
Quite.
Not so fast there, big boy. Yeah, now he takes it away.
I knew he was. Oh. Jeff Burton continues to be the fastest car on the racetrack. That last lap, the only driver over 159 miles an hour, a full mile an hour faster than the leader, Dale Jarrett. But Jarrett still has a 0.3 of a second lead, and he has Chad Little between himself and Jeff Burton.
Yeah, he was able to get back around Chad Little, put Chad a lap down.
Jeff Burton passes Chad Little, and there are no cars between him and the flapping back bumper of Dale Jarrett. He received that in an earlier incident here today, but Not affecting the handling or the driving of the car, Jarrett leads. Jeff Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, Jeff Gordon, and Joni Machek at Darlington.
If your replacement windshield isn't installed properly, you could have a slight leaking problem. That's why you should go to the pros. PPG ProStar certified technicians. Whether you need your windshield repaired or replaced, they're professionals who do the job right the first time. For PPG ProStar certified technicians, call 1-800-PPG-7011.
Let's talk hard-working engines. Pretty rough, huh? Well, you wanted full off-road capabilities. You know, just in case all the drive-thrus get moved to the mountains. But guess what? You got a hard-working engine. Better get a hard-working oil. This is Quaker State 4x4, a synthetic blend for hard-working engines. It's been tested. For pure maximum protection, nothing's better. Quaker State, sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Here at Kawasaki, we want to take a moment to recognize the risk takers. Those who live on the edge. Those brave souls who buy another brand of ATV.
Unit 1, we got him.
Now that takes guts. Don't settle for anything less than the comfort, reliability, and engineering of a Kawasaki ATV.
As low as $79 a month with zero down, or receive a $250 accessories gift certificate.
I've won my share of races, but I didn't do it alone. It takes a great team. And Slick 50 is a part of my team. I'm one of the millions of people who rely on it.
Now there's Slick 50 Synchron synthetic engine treatment with a 100,000-mile limited warranty and pour-and-drive convenience.
It's hard to beat Slick 50. I count on that.
Slick 50 Synchron synthetic, the next generation of engine treatments.
And for peak performance, use Slick 50 Synchron synthetic fuel system treatment.
Welcome back to Darlington, South Carolina. Jeff Burton has taken the lead from Dale Jarrett. Now the 10 car of Ricky Rudd is very slow on the racetrack. Dropped off the pace, and is he going to make it to pit road?
Well, he's right at the entrance and rolling very, very slow. As you can see, apparently he has lost power. He went down on the inside of the racetrack coming off of turn 4 and has coasted all the way around. He actually is off the racetrack now and out of harm's way as far as the racing on the track is concerned.
So hopefully no caution here. Ricky picked up 3 positions as a result of his third-place finish at Bristol last weekend. 3 position in the point standings to 32nd. Here's how Burton got the lead from DJ.
Going into turn 1, DJ just slowed down. We got a caution. I guess that is for Rudd's car or whatever. But Dale Earnhardt, boy, by the skin of his teeth, stays on the lead lap because Jeff Burton was working on it.
So Dale Earnhardt, who was running back in 20th spot, will remain the last car on the lead lap as the caution waves for another time as the stalled car of Ricky Rudd is off the corner in turn number 4 in the entrance to the pit lane. We'll take a break and be back with more in just a moment.
Visualizing. What's he doing now?
Looks like he just spun in turn 4.
It's a dead heat coming out of the turn. Martin spots an opening and roars through it. Mark Martin takes it wide, very wide. He's leaving the track.
Hardee's new All-Star Bacon Cheeseburger. A big, juicy bacon cheeseburger loaded with everything. A favorite of Mark Martin of the Hardee's All-Star Racing Team.
Martin is through the gate and back on the track.
The All-Star Bacon Cheeseburger. Only at Hardee's. The rigid 10-inch table saw powers through even the toughest hardwoods. The oscillating sander converts from spindle to edge belt sanding in seconds. Engineered for power and precision, each and every rigid tool carries a lifetime warranty. But when it comes to something with even more power, rigid's got that too. Rigid. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey there, from Plank Road. We're down here side by each in my custom bomb shelter, which of course is stocked with plenty of canned goods, and I'm not talking about lima beans, okay? I'm talking about the beer with the never watered down taste. Ice House. Yes. Down here, we have the freedom to do whatever our hearts desire.
This is awesome!
What can we say? Out here, our world is beer.
Back at Darlington, where the 60 car of Jeffrey Bodine entered the pits, and as you can see, as he is being held there. The pits are not open yet.
They are now, because the leaders are coming in.
Tow truck has pushed Ricky Rudd's car off pit road. He was sitting there just a moment ago, so the last time about pit road was this time the car is gone, and it is open.
Down to Bill Weber.
Well, Jeff Burton leads him down pit road. No expected changes here. They are going to pull some tape off the front grill and pull a layer of plastic off the windshield. Really, at this point, just need to tap off the gas. Jeremy Mayfield's going to get right side tires, left side tires, and fuel, but no changes for him. In fact, they've done a little bit to tighten up the 12 throughout the race, but not the last two stops. Let's check on Gordon with punch. Half a round back in the right rear. The car a little bit too tight now. The 99 car is out, the 12 car is out, and now Gordon finishes the fifth stop. And will he beat Jeff Burton at the end of pit road? No, he will not, as they came racing door to door. Let's go to the backstretch pits and John Kernan. Points leader Dale Jarrett is in. 4 tire change. There will be no adjustment. The car has already been adjusted 5 full rounds down on the track bar to tighten it up. They've made an air pressure adjustment. Here comes Jeff Gordon, Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin. Left side's going on Dale Jarrett. He's going to lose a whole bushel full of positions. Is a little slow on the left front tire, but he's down and away. Also 4 tires for Terry Labonte, and it looks like Steve Park is going to win the race off pit road here on the backstretch. He too took on 4 tires.
Park does indeed leave Jarrett and Terry Labonte out of the backstretch pits. Now they catch up with those who pitted earlier on the front stretch. Still under caution, so that allows us to take another break at the Pepsi Southern 500 in Darlington. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks. Tom Park here at Crown Ford in Chambersburg, where our customers are treated like royalty. When you come in, you'll find a family-friendly atmosphere in our showroom, a place for your kids to play, and a service department to meet your needs. We're open 6 days a week in our service department with extended hours for your convenience. We have an on-site body shop, and you can visit us anytime on our website, or simply give us a call or make the short drive to 2024 Lincoln Way East, just east of Highway 81. Remember, if it doesn't say Crown Ford, you definitely paid too much.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The great summer drive-in from Chevrolet. Lease a new 1999 four-wheel drive Chevy Silverado, Motor Trend Truck of the Year, for only $299 a month for 36 months. Call for important lease details. It's Chevrolet's great summer drive-in. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
New Cleveland Browns on ESPN Sunday Night Football.
Dog pound.
What's your problem?
No one else is insulted by this guy?
Hey, take it easy.
What? I'm having a good time. I just want to know if our friend here has ever done any time in a real dog pound.
That's just the thing. It's no big deal.
Yeah. Save it for the Humane Society, you poser.
It's ESPN Sunday Night Football. The season begins September 12th.
I think the first race was not a NASCAR-sanctioned race.
Welcome back to Darlington, South Carolina. Labor Day weekend tradition underway, the Pepsi Southern 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. We are nearing the halfway point. Next time around, they'll complete lap number 179. This caution was because of Ricky Rudd's stalled car. We do have a couple of medical updates. First of all, Jerry Nadeau is awake and alert. They probably are going to hold him overnight at the hospital in Florence, BP.
It's Carolina Hospital or something in Florence, folks. Yes. I gave you some bum information. It's not going back to Charlotte. I don't know where I got that.
Ted Musgrave has been checked out from that accident that occurred earlier. He's okay. We're awaiting word on Steve Grissom, who was also involved in the crash. Well, this place, of course, just reeks with history. It was the first super speedway built for the stock cars back in 1949 for 1950.
Darlington had been built nearly a decade before Daytona, but its original purpose was not for stock cars, rather open-wheeled Indianapolis-type machines that grabbed the attention of Harold Brazenton on a fateful trip up north.
It was not built to be a stock car track. It was built to showcase the Indianapolis cars.
Well, I got in the car, a few friends and myself, and we went to Indy. Well, after I saw what I estimated about 200,000 people, I just couldn't believe all those people would go to see a race. So after watching the Indy cars run and the Speedway team, I got to thinking that a stock car race, it showed the mechanic and the bookkeeper and the lawyer and the doctor and everybody would take a very big interest in it.
Darlington was scheduled to open in 1950, but Brazenton was about to get a big lesson in promoting. Unlike the movie script, he built it, but no one was coming.
They got down to within a short time in front of the events, and they had hardly any entries. So Harold Brazenton called my father and asked him if NASCAR could come in. And it was really on short notice. Maybe I'd say 6 weeks, could have been a month. But in any event, he said yes, and we had 75 cars at the green flag that day, and it's been a stock car track ever since.
Indeed it has, and it's hosting its 50th Pepsi Southern 500 here this afternoon. That was another moment from ESPN's celebration with NASCAR of their 50th anniversary. We are set to go back to racing. Jeff Burton is the leader of the race, followed by Gordon, Mayfield, Martin, and Ward Burton.
We talk about what a disadvantage it is pitting on the backstretch. Dale Jarrett was the leader of the race, and that caution flag fell. Dale Earnhardt had just gotten his lap back. Right now, DJ is back in 16th position. Earnhardt is 14th. He actually got back on the racetrack quicker than Earnhardt could make his pit stop.
And the Coke pit summary, look at Jarrett, 2nd to 17th.
And after that, Bobby Labonte came in the pits. Bobby stayed out there and led lap during the caution, and so he now is back behind him.
Wow, look at this action going down in turn 1. Ward Burton drives on the inside of Mark Martin. Meanwhile, Jeremy Mayfield goes by Jeff Gordon, and Jeff Burton says, see ya. He just checked out on these guys. Here goes Ward Burton on the inside of Jeff Gordon. Martin Martin's going to try to follow.
They're going to try to put Jeff all the way back. Here comes Bobby Hamilton. Ward Burton's car slides up the racetrack.
And Kenny Irwin is into the wall in car number 28.
And he's narrowed that car a little bit. Going to be dropping down to the inside of the track. Damage on the right side as he put the Darlington stripe on her.
Next up, new race-side tires. We got to get the fenders off.
We sure do, because he's mashed them in pretty good. And you can see the smoke coming out of his tire smoke.
Irwin was our pole sitter for this race, but has never led so far, and in fact is going to go more.
Wheel is the same. I did hit it hard, though.
He was on the...
Gentle, we got pretty good tire rub, so let's come on in. Let's make sure we get the tire rub fixed before we go back out. New tires, take the hammers with you.
He said the steering wheel is in the same spot. But then he added the PS, I did hit it hard.
Yeah.
You got another hammer? Come on down, all the way down.
Yeah, you can see how hard he hit the wall in that Texaco Havoline Ford. Hard contact, so there'll be more than sheet metal bent on that car.
Jerry Punch is right there.
And Doug Reichert is who you heard talking on the radio a moment ago, too, Kenny Irwin. Take a look at the right side of the car. He just pancaked, as Benny said, he hit a ton using the sledgehammer, now a 5-pound sledge on the right front. Now the right rear, they're using the rolling bar to try to roll the fender off the right rear tire. He was today's pole sitter, and now the car fairly significantly damaged on the right side. They're trying to get him to stay put so they can get that fender pulled away from the right front. They're saying roll easy, roll easy, roll easy. They're trying to get the right rear fender, and I want him to back up a little bit, trying to get clearance. But the way those fenders have been buckled down and sharpened, if he were to go away, that would cut a tire very, very easily. What a tough break for Kenny Irwin, who was the guy on the pole who let him down to the green flag.
From Rusty Wallace's onboard camera, we take a look.
Looks like he was trying to get on the outside of Chad Little going down in that corner, and it doesn't take much going in turn 3.
Jeff Burton has opened up a huge lead. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt has come into the pits, or is coming in, or slowing down.
He was sliding all over the track. A number of cars got by him. Let's see if he's going to be able to get down. No, he couldn't that time. He had lost a number of positions.
All the way back to 16th now. Down to Bill Weber.
Yeah, Bob, it's the left front. They think the left front's going down.
Blake Weber's running down to his pits. Hustle, Bill. he's coming down that way, Bill. So you might be able to, if you run fast, you might be able to do that for Earnhardt gets there.
Here is Earnhardt slowing now and deciding to come in to make the pit stop. Bill, are you there yet?
I'm there, Bob.
Attaboy.
They talked about this for 2 laps, fortunately. They think it's the left front. They're going to go ahead and perhaps change all 4. Earnhardt tried to feel it out. They thought it might just be air pressure. They're going to go ahead and change right side. Now cleaning the grill. No conversation. It'll be a 4-tire change. It's very costly because, remember, he just did get his lap back on that last caution. Does have some sheet metal damage around that left front tire. Don't look at tires from the 31. Those are 31 tires he just put on.
19.2-second pit stop for Dale Earnhardt. And Bill, you don't have to jog tomorrow because you got your extra exercise in today. Good job.
That was a noble job by Bill running down the pit road. But how about that cameraman carrying a camera? He got there also.
Well, Dale Earnhardt lost a lap, got it back, and now loses it again with his unscheduled pit stop here to change the tires. There's Jeff Burton, who has opened up more than a 2-second lead on Jeremy Mayfield.
As a matter of fact, we have gone past the halfway point, and so Jeff Burton's picked up the $10,000 bonus for Gatorade at leading at the halfway point.
Lowe's Field Summary has the points as of now, with Gordon up 1 and Bobby Labonte down 1 in the NASCAR Winston Cup points battle for 1999. Their second place, Jeremy Mayfield. Third is going to be Ward Burton, then Jeff Gordon, and the 6th car of Mark Martin is running in the 5th position. There's Ward, about 3 seconds behind Jeff Gordon, who has led 41 laps so far here today. Jeremy Mayfield remains the driver who has led the most laps at 69. Mark Martin has been out front for 2 circuits.
Bobby Hamilton, the Kodak Film Chevrolet, is currently running in the 6th position. There we see him just not too far behind the Mark Martin automobile.
And Joe Nemechek continues to give that Bell South car a good run here this afternoon. He is in 7th position. We haven't talked a great deal about the guy who is running in 8th position, Ned, but Kevin LePage is doing well.
Yes, he is having a good run. He had a good qualifying run, starting in the 9th position. He now is in 8th position, so kept his nose clean all day.
As a matter of fact, had the best qualifying position of any of the Jack Roush cars here for the Pepsi Southern 500.
And he is highest in NASCAR Winston Cup points without a top 10. So he may be on his way to his first top 10 finish this year. His best finish has been at Talladega, where he was 12th. Now the 2 and the 23 car are running in 9th and 10th.
There's Rusty. He's having a tough time. The handling is not what he needs on his Miller Ford. And there's Dale Jarrett has caught this pack of cars. The 21 car of Elliott Sadler is running in the 11th position. Spencer, as you see there, number 23, he's running in 10th place.
On board with DJ, just ahead is 11th place Elliott Sadler.
Down the backstretch. Turn 3.
Jarrett continues to fight back from his handicap, pitting on the backstretch. The car has performed well, and so has the team on their pit stops. They've been down in the 15-second area all day long. Now, Bill Weber has an update on Earnhardt's tire.
Yeah, Bob, Dale Earnhardt has tremendous feel for a race car. You can see these holes are just slightly, ever so slightly out of round. During that last pit stop, when he just came in, Richard Childress kept saying, hit the left front hard, hit the left front hard. They wanted to make sure the lug nuts were tight. Normally, these are very oblong when lug nuts are loose. These just slightly oblong. Earnhardt felt it on like the second lap under green. They came in, got it off. It was a tire that they got from the 31 car after Mike Skinner fell out. A lot of times, teammates will swap tires to try and get a better match on the 4 set. In fact, this 99 car has tires from the 17 car, Kenseth, that fell out earlier, but that was Earnhardt's problem.
And the 99 car is just continuing to stretch out his advantage over Jeremy Mayfield. The interval is now up to more than 2 3/4 seconds as Jeff Burton leads. Almost 200 laps out of 367 are complete in the 50th annual Pepsi Southern 500.
Are you ready to hit the road? Can a wider track broaden your horizon?
Do you wish life would throw a few more curves your way? Is the right offer the cure for hesitation?
Are you ready for something you've always wanted? Then get to the Pontiac Hit the Road Summer Sell Down for 0% APR financing or $1,000 cash back on any 99 wide track Grand Prix.
Hit the road for Pontiac driving excitement.
See your dealer today.
What are you waiting for?
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Amazing, that car never ages.
To help keep your car young, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car. Reel in $10 in free gear when you buy a case of Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. See stores for details.
Since September 7th, 1979, ESPN has been committed to covering the exciting world of sports. From very humble beginnings to huge events, we've definitely seen it all. Now join us as we take a look back at the people, the players, and the personalities that have made what we do the most fun you can have on television. It's the 20th anniversary special, Tuesday at 7 on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Welcome back to ESPN's coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington, being brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you. By the Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac, wider is better. And by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil, add more life to your car. 201 laps completed. We refresh your memory on who the 5 drivers are eligible for the $1 million bonus. Burton, Labonte, Stewart, Martin, and Dale Jarrett. Those 5 drivers can win a bonus of $1 million if they win here this afternoon. And here is where they're running at the moment with 202 laps completed. Jeff Burton is the leader. Martin is 5th. Jarrett 11th, Labonte 17th, and Tony Stewart is in 18th position, and he is the only one among the 5 Noble 5 drivers not on the lead lap. The Pennzoil Copter Cam has these overhead shots of the egg-shaped Darlington Raceway, where this 50th classic auto race is being staged here this afternoon. The 10-car Ricky Rudd broke a distributor. However, he, as you can see there on the bottom of your screen, is back in the race.
Well, it's going to be about 30, couple laps down.
Moments ago, the 77 car of Robert Presley was into the Darlington wall for the 2nd time this afternoon. There it is.
Wow. But once again, he did not hit it that hard. We saw some tire smoke brushing the wall, but still not a lot of contact with the 77.
Jerry, how about an update on the 28 car of Kenny Irwin, who has had his problems today from the pole position. He's now 12 laps down in 30 seconds.
Well, Bob, he just spent 7 laps back in the pits a moment ago when we went to break. He came back down pit road, and they had a problem with the toe end in the front of the car. They set the front toe end and were working more on the right side, sheet metal, and they went ahead and changed 4 tires while they were in here. But a tough break for Kenny Irwin. He was trying so hard, but now, as you said, 12 laps down. They have fixed the toe end, but the car has some sheet metal damage on the right side.
The Rookie of the Year in NASCAR Winston Cup competition last year Raybestos Rookie of the Year. I just got hit in the back by BP is the reason I inserted the Raybestos. Thank you, Bob. Boy, that interval just continues to grow, doesn't it? Jeff just keeps driving away.
Yeah, he's up to 3.6 seconds ahead now of Jeremy Mayfield, and he's coming up not too far from lapping Bobby Labonte, who is running in 17th position. Bobby is about 28 seconds behind and about to go a lap down before too long.
Bill, the 12 car is still in there, but he's just fallen back and back from Jeff Burton.
Yeah, Bob, and actually they're in pretty good shape. That last caution helped them out quite a bit. We talked about how Earnhardt had tires from the 31 car. Well, just before that last caution, the previous stop, Jeremy Mayfield had his own right side tires, but he had left side tires from the 36 car, which had fallen out of the race. That combination was absolutely no good. He's got all 12 tires on that car now. He's got 4 tires on the 12 team, of course. And as 12 Buds told me, that's because they got crunchy M&M tires instead of regular ones.
Man, he's getting up close to that outside retaining wall.
Jeremy Mayfield, of course, came into the 1999 NASCAR Winston Cup season with great hopes after a great year, but it hasn't gone all that well for him. After 23 races, Jeremy has fallen 6 positions in the point standings from where he was this time last year, and John Andretti is down 3 positions. There's the 22 of Ward Burton, who continues to run in the 3rd spot, about 4 seconds behind his brother.
Rusty Wallace has been losing a lot of positions. He was running in the 9th position just a couple of laps ago. Now he's all the way back to 13th, and there's Tim Schrader. You see out his rearview mirror, or at the back of his car, is coming up on him. Schrader is running in the 15th position. Rusty now back to 14th, apparently, because Steve Park has gotten by him.
Never a win here at Darlington, but Rusty has finished second on 2 different occasions, most recently in the Southern 500 in 1988.
There we see Steve.
You go.
All right, Steve Park, defense off. Oh, how about Jeff Gordon is closed up on the back bumper of Ward Burton, and Ward says, okay, Jeff, I see your facts on that. Go ahead, take over this 3rd spot. Because the last few laps, Jeff Gordon has been, the DuPont Chevrolet, has been a little bit quicker than the 99 car. Not much, but a little bit. But right now, Jeff Gordon is a little under 5 seconds behind Jeff Burton.
But right now, Jeff Burton is the man. And Bobby Labonte, running in 17th position, goes a lap down. So another one of our Noble 5 contenders is a lap down. Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart are both a lap down now in their quest to win the Noble $5 million bonus. 211 laps completed. We'll be back in a moment.
Davis, what's in the crate?
Say, don't tell us.
You don't know. What do you smell, boy? Open the crate.
Man, that's some skunky beer. Why not grab a Budweiser and brew refresh, guaranteed?
Man, he's gonna wake up in a bad mood.
Once Mark Martin puts the hammer down, it's pretty hard to get him to stop. Fortunately, the crew has its ways.
Do I hear steak on the grill?
WD brand steak.
Brings him in every time.
From the beef people.
At Zales, you can save up to 50%, plus get an extra 10% off everything when you use your Zales Diamond Charge Card. That's an extra 10% off everything, even sale prices. So apply and use your Zales Charge. Now through Monday at Zales.
To keep your car rocking, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Reel in $10 in free beer when you buy a case of Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. See stores for details.
We're talking rugged. We're
talking fun. You ride the best and the job gets done. Polaris ATVs are made in the USA. We're talking tough.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now and get a Remington rifle or shotgun. Or choose $250 towards Polaris clothing and accessories. See your Polaris dealer for details.
Jeff Burton has a 3.5-second advantage on the second-place car, but it no longer is Jeremy Mayfield. Jeff Gordon has taken over the second spot from Mayfield. Well, coming up next after our coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500, the TD Waterhouse Championship for senior PGA players from Kansas City. That's up next at the conclusion of our coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
The three-car battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th. Jimmy Spencer had the 9th position, loses it to Dale Jerry. Now Terry Labonte has joined in to that group. Terry was a couple of 3 seconds behind him not too long ago, but he has moved right up.
How about that Terry Labonte run, John Kernan?
Bob, they haven't made any major adjustments on that car all afternoon long. It's the same car they ran at Indianapolis last month. The one thing I noticed when we did have that round of green flag stops, where we actually had a long round of green flag running, Terry's car, once it hit the initial fall off after about 20-25 laps, it just kind of stayed right there while everybody else continued to lose a little bit on their lap time. So Terry's car is very consistent and really set up for the long runs, although he did report to Andy Graves, his crew chief, just a little bit ago that it was just a little bit tight.
He's in the top 10, though. Here's the battle for 5th position as Joe Nemechek comes up on Mark Martin. And while we watch that, we'll show you the Bud race recap. Jeff Burton has led 51 laps so far. We've had 17 lead changes, 4 caution periods for 27 laps. Nemechek takes the spot from Mark Martin, and the average speed is 125.5 miles an hour. Here's a look at those who have led laps here today, and Jeremy Mayfield is the driver who has led the most. Burton, however, has been there for the last few laps and will be adding to his number now. Also, Joe Nemechek and Bobby Labonte have been out front for a lap and gotten the 5 bonus points. Kenny Wallace is off the track as they work on his car from that crash he was involved in. Others, however, are out of the race, and many of these were involved in that multi-car tangle that we had earlier.
See Kevin LePage, the TV guide for Taurus, going by his teammate Mark Martin. You see these guys, there's some of the passengers, and Jeffrey Bodine. Goes by Jeffrey Bodine right now being shown 3 laps down the power team car. He goes by Mark Martin. And we see that a lot of these guys do not put up much effort when another car comes up behind them. They move over, let them go by. At this racetrack, if you really race hard, you're going to make contact. Eventually, you're going to make contact with the other cars, and both of them are going to crash. And look, Dale Earnhardt is back in the pit. So that's one reason. Until the last 30 or 40 laps, you're not going to see these positions contested too hard.
Patience is still the key running this racetrack. If you get too aggressive, that racetrack
Earnhardt reshod with some good years, and he pulls back out onto the racetrack here in just a moment after going down pit road. And we understand that a few sprinkles are being felt on pit road for the first time today. We mentioned how Hurricane Dennis
starting to rain a little bit over here where I'm at. Nothing bad yet.
A tropical depression is pounding areas north of here, up in the North Carolina and Virginia area. We thought we might get by without a taste of the rain, but a little bit falling right now. Not enough, however, to cause a caution flag at the moment.
Well, Jeff Burton might be doing that same rain dance that he did in April. Remember, or was it March? That they stopped the race because of rain. He jumped out of his car and said, "Please rain." It did. He was declared the winner.
Of course, he had a wrecked car that day. He needed for it to rain very badly because he wasn't going to be able to continue.
Still just a sprinkle and nothing that's going to wet the track to the point where they have to throw the caution right now. But the lead is over 5 seconds now. That's the advantage that Burton has over Gordon. Jeremy Mayfield third, then Ward Burton and Joe Nemechek.
They come to us for many reasons. Because we save them money on what they need with their everyday low price. Because we help them solve their problems and get them back on the road. And because we stand behind the parts we sell with a warranty that's good at more than 2,500 stores coast to coast. Fact is, people everywhere come to us because we're AutoZone, the largest auto parts retailer in America. And there's just no place any better.
Mom, Dad, a 37-year-old that lives at home should pay rent.
Great, Mark.
But I want airline miles or points.
I don't understand.
My rent would earn me airline miles, and with points I could upgrade to, like, grandma's room.
Like a rewards program.
Whatever.
Yeah, what does this look like, a Holiday Inn?
More ways to collect and redeem points than any other hotel program. That's today's Holiday Inn.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Amazing, that car never ages.
To help keep your car young, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car. Reel in $10 in free gear when you buy a case of Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. See stores for details. Need new struts? Come to Midas. Get a genuine Midas Gold strut with R2 technology for only $59.95 with a lifetime guarantee. Go safely. Go Midas.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Sonic American driving.
Jeff Burton continues to move through the traffic here and lead the Pepsi Southern 500 at Darlington. Just ahead is Brett Bodine, who's running back in 27th position, 3 laps down at the moment, but close to going 4 laps down.
And we can see that Brett Bodine, that Paychex car, trying to save that 1 lap because there are some sprinkles in the area. He's hoping the NASCAR would throw that caution flag. And the caution flag is out.
For the rain.
And here's Earnhardt trying to battle back. And the car is in the wall down in 3 and 4.
It's like the 26 car of Johnny Benson.
There's Benson. He's still rolling. Has had contact with the right side.
He's got a good bit of damage to that Cheerios board.
Pretty good by the time you get down here turn 1 again.
Well, the caution comes out on lap 230 for rain. Well, we didn't think that rain would be a factor here because they said as the day goes along, that storm would continue to move north and pull the rain that way. But here we are at 20 minutes till 4 Eastern time, and we're getting the first drops of the day.
And Bill Elliott was glad to see it come when it did. He's running in 16th position and was just a few car lengths from going a lap down, so this saved him.
And the race band begin to get out their rain gear to protect themselves from the moisture that is beginning to fall in South Carolina. It's Jeff Burton is the leader with Gordon, Mayfield, Ward Burton, and Joe Nemechek, the top 5. We'll see what happens when we come back.
Instant coffee, instant pudding, instant replay, instantly recognizable name brand merchandise. Shoes and athletic footwear from Nike, Adidas, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. Accessories, outerwear, and NASCAR merchandise. And lower prices across the board. Now in our 20th year with the same great selection and service. Visit our permanent location on Carlisle Street in Hanover. Instant Replay. Just add water.
At Gene Lotta Ford Buick, we do whatever it takes to let you know.
Completely satisfied customers are our guarantee.
You see, we guarantee it.
That's why our new project, construction project, we guarantee our dirt.
There you go, it works out.
Completely satisfied customers are our trademark.
We guarantee it.
weeks and months is measured in hundredths of a second. This is a sport where glory and fortune can all come down to a gallon of gas. This is a sport where fans buy seats they never sit in, and they couldn't be happier about it. This is a sport that truly revolves around its fans. In fact, the drivers even go door to door to get the fans to come to the track. This is NASCAR.
Under a caution here at Darlington because of rain. ESPN's live coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500. 231 laps have been completed. We have had some pit stops during this caution period that have resulted in a scrambling of the standings as the patient race fans hope the rain goes away so we can see the completion of this event. Okay, let's look at the pit stops.
See Ward Burton in the pits. Right side's going off. Elliott Sadler stops in his Sitco Ford. Ward goes around to the left side this time. So does Jeff Gordon. Here comes the leader, Jeff Burton down pit road. Here comes Mark Martin, Jeremy Mayfield. Ward Burton leads. Kevin LePage leads. And Jeff Gordon's just now getting underway. He's going to lose 3 or 4 spots in the pits. Jerry Punch.
Well, the problem with Jeff Gordon, guys, that he wasn't going to pit. He wasn't going to come down pit road. When they saw Jeff Burton make a move, they said, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. And at the last minute, as he was coming down pit road, Ray Evernham said, let's go ahead and take the rubber out of the right front, and we'll make a wedge adjustment. So it took them a little while to pull the rubber out of the right front. That's why they have delay on their pit stop.
Jeremy Mayfield, of course, a contender since the drop of the green flag, had a very close call just before we went to the caution as the raindrops began to fall. Let's take a look at it.
Blue and white car down on the inside. And there he's going to get a little bit loose. If he gets very loose and then gets a little bit of a tap from Robert Presley in the car number 77.
Well, because he did not pit, Terry Labonte is the leader of the race, and because he did not pit, Jimmy Spencer is running in second spot. Then we get Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, Mayfield, Martin, LePage, Gordon, Nemechek, and Hamilton. They're your top 10.
Well, I live out here on a little old farm, and we have a few cows. I got a pickup, 2 tractors, lawnmower, and a little old boat. Got every start batteries in every one of them, except my cow. One in that old pickup's been in there over 4 years. Starts right up every morning.
EverStart. All the cold cranking power you'll ever need.
No matter if it's 100 degrees or 0 outside. Starts every time.
EverStart. The name says it all.
My advice is to go to Walmart and get you an EverStart. Get on down the road.
Hey, Mark, thanks to you now, everything's .com, you know? Beachballs.com, arugulasalad.com. I mean, .com on.
Oh, here we go again.
Hey, .com, Padre. We both like Miller Lite for the same reason. It tastes great, un-commonly so.
You know I like it because it's so smooth.
Ooh, I guess we're in .compatible, huh?
Not if you lose the lane .comedy.
Hey, that's a good .com back.
Miller Lite. Taste a true Pilsner.
.com here often?
Are you ready to hit the road? Can a wider track broaden your horizon?
Do you wish life would throw a few more curves your way? Is the right offer the cure for hesitation?
Are you ready for something you've always wanted? Then get to the Pontiac Hit the Road Summer Sell Down for 0% APR financing or $1,000 cash back on any 99 wide track Grand Prix.
Hit the road for Pontiac driving excitement.
See your dealer today.
What are you waiting for?
Now our first denture cleanser keeps dentures feeling clean all day. New Fix-It-Dent with ProGuard, a breakthrough tablet and bath system. First, place your dentures into the bath and release the power of ProGuard to get them 4 times cleaner. Then you lift the inner basket to help seal in the clean with the ProGuard barrier, protecting against plaque and odor-causing bacteria from morning till night. Fix-It-Dent with ProGuard. Start cleaner, stay cleaner.
Back at Darlington Raceway, South Carolina, you see from the Pennzoil copter cam that there are a few raindrops on our camera lens. That's the reason why we are under caution. Now, rain has played a significant factor in many races down through the years here. Most recently, March 21st of 1999, the Trans-South Financial 400. Here it is. This is what happened. A big wreck here on the front stretch.
Jeff Burton runs in the outside retaining wall, but manages to cross the start-finish line and manages to stay on the racetrack until it really started raining. Watches it just really, and Jeff said, "Come on, rain." I don't think he'd have been able to restart the car to get it back to victory lane. Frankie started to, "Atta, baby."
And Jeff Burton was the winner of that Trans-South 400 from the 9th starting position. And right now, he is shown in 3rd spot behind 2 drivers who did not pit on this caution period, thinking that the rain may stick around and maybe halt this event, huh?
And now he's praying, "Please don't rain, quit rain."
But the guy who is praying for the rain is Terry Labonte because he didn't pit, right, John?
That's exactly right, Bob. Terry, as soon as that caution came out when the raindrops started falling, he talked things over with his crew chief, Andy Graves, and asked him, you know, what do you think? How long do you think this rain's going to be around? Should we stay out maybe? And Andy said, no, I think maybe we're going to pit with everybody else because it looks like it's only a small cell. Well, then at the last minute, they made the decision to stay out. And they're now doing a little bit of a rain dance. But Eddie Dickerson, who spots for Terry Labonte, said on the radio a little bit ago, he said, you know, the kind of luck we've had this year, it'll probably be sunny and 95 in about 10 minutes.
Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, pretty similar story for Jimmy Spencer. They decided to stay out. Obviously, if it goes back to green, they've got so many laps on those tires, they'd have to come in just before the green would come back out. But if it did not come back out, it would be the 2nd week in a row. Spencer would finish 2nd under rather unusual circumstances. And just for the record, it's Spencer's current teammate in this race at this track, I believe in 1992, that Darrell staying out when it was raining kept $1 million out of Davey Allison's pocket.
Talk about an unusual situation. It occurred last week in the final lap of the race at Darlington, the big controversial event.
At Bristol,
I should say. And here's what happened. There's the contact that sent Terry Labonte spinning in turn number 2. Dale Earnhardt raced around to the checkered flag, and Spencer was right behind him when the checkered flag dropped. So Jimmy got his best finish of 1999 last weekend, a 2nd at Bristol, and now he's running in 2nd position here this afternoon. Certainly would be some redemption for Terry Labonte if he were to win this race here. He is in the lead at the moment, but we await the dropping of the green flag once again, hoping that this rain is going to go away so we can finish the Pepsi Southern 500.
Hey, Ray, those brake pads really did the trick. Great. I got a couple more things I need. Do you think you have these?
Think? No problem. Hey, Jeff, can you get these for Dan?
I'm on it.
Hey, Dan, here you go. Anything else?
No, I think this'll do it. All right, great. Thanks, guys.
I was fast as Charlotte.
Yeah, I know. It's a little slow in that turn at aisle 3.
Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
These are Cobalt tools, the finest mechanics tools you can buy in any store. They've got contoured handles for a better grip. And the K-drive that grabs fasteners on the sides, not the corners, which means more torque, less rounding, and less slippage. So Cobalt tools can stand up to anything. From where I'm standing, that's a very good thing. Cobalt, setting the standard in mechanics tools. Made in the USA and guaranteed forever. At Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse and online.
Rock and roll! We love you! Rock and roll! We love you! Rock and roll! We love you!
To keep your car rocking, protect your engine with Havoline Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Reel in $10 in free beer when you buy a case of Havoline Formula 3 motor oil. See stores for details.
You've really been wanting a satellite dish, haven't you? You want all the sports. You want all the movies. But you're concerned. Hey, Radio Shack explains everything. And Radio Shack can even install your system for you when you buy now. Plus, when you get an RCA DirecTV system for only $149.99 and subscribe to 99 NFL Sunday Ticket and DirecTV Total Choice Platinum, get 3 months of free programming. All with no long-term commitment. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
In 1985, Winston offered 1 million more reasons for fans to come out and see if any driver could win 3 of 4 prestigious races in a single season.
So we said, hey, let's come up with $1 million program. Sure, Jerry Long, the first year, you don't have to worry about it because, nobody's going to win. It hadn't been won but twice in the history of the sport, and so we don't have to worry about that the first year. We'll be able to ride this for a while.
But a Huck Finn lookalike from Georgia had other ideas.
He shows up at Darlington ready to potentially win $1 million, and he surrounds himself with guards. And Darrell Waltrip just takes the opportunity and jabs at him the whole time.
It was, at that time, and remains, the greatest media craze I've ever seen at a racetrack. A lot of people absolutely would not leave the man alone. He would crawl under the race car. He works on his own race car. There was a camera or a microphone under the race car with him.
Bill Elliott is going toward immortality. Bill Elliott gets the checker flag. Bill Elliott has won an additional $1 million in 1985.
Bill Elliott came out the first year and won it, and we didn't budget the money either.
For 12 years, no one shared Bill Elliott's throne as king of the Winston Million.
This is the last lap of the race, folks. Here he goes. Look here. Oh, they make contact. Oh, and they make contact. They go down into the corner side by side, and Jeff Gordon holds off the challenge.
Yet even as Jeff Gordon celebrated in Victory Lane, Winston was preparing to kick off NASCAR's 50th anniversary by taking its bonus fund to the next level.
This program will be known as the Winston No Bull 5. There's 5 drivers, there's 5 racetracks, and there's $5 million.
And in the last 2 years since the No Bull 5 started, $5 million have been given away 3 times last year. Gordon collected twice, Jaron once, and this year Jeff Burton won $1 million, and so did Jeff Gordon at the Daytona 500. And boy, when you take a look at that clip, you think of a lot of things, but we certainly remember how much we miss again T. Wayne Robertson, who was very much a part of that piece that you saw, and of course getting the $1 million bonus program in place.
I was around the sport when T. Wayne came into it as a show car driver, taking the show car around the country, showing it at malls and supermarkets, and graduated from that up to running the whole program for RJR.
Jerry, what does the weather look like?
Bob, are you sure you want to see?
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I'm going to show you anyway. Let me show you the screen here. This big green glob on the screen, that's weather term for a big green glob. This is the remnants of Hurricane Dennis, now Tropical Storm Dennis. Now, you see the little dot in the middle? That's Darlington Raceway. This cell that they told someone a moment ago was a tiny little cell, stretches all the way into Virginia. Up here is Raleigh-Durham, where we had an ESPN football game last night in basically torrential downpour conditions. But the good news for us is it appears this whole green glob, or this cell, is moving due west. And so we're back on just on the margin of it. If it moves at all, we should clear here. If it doesn't move, and it looks like it's been moving very, very slowly, we're going to stay right on the edge. If it starts to move more southwest, we're going to be right in the middle of it. So right now we are on the edge, and it's about 125 nautical miles wide.
Okay, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. We do have a new leader of the race. Terry Labonte has decided to pit. John, what's that all about?
Well, Bob and Jerry, one thing about weather school, you got to remember you got to look outside to see what it's doing. You might have a big green blob showing rain, but a lot of times that rain doesn't actually hit the ground when it's that light green. So Terry's crew decided that the rain stopped, and it has back here on the backstretch. We haven't had any drops for probably about 5 minutes. So they decided to bring Terry down, change 4 tires, and to take a little wedge out of the car because he had gotten tight on that last run. So Labonte gave up the lead to take on 4 tires, thinking that we should be going back to green shortly. But the NASCAR officials do have the jet dryers out on the racetrack right now to help keep the track dry.
And so with Terry pitting, that gives the lead to Jimmy Spencer, with Jeff Burton running in second spot. Back with more from Darlington in a moment.
Crew set. Everybody's ready. Let's go.
Here it goes. Let's hit it.
Rock your way to the fastest
fastest finish.
You're good. You're fast. After lunch, we'll do the other side of the street.
Make sure you've got genuine sheetrock. USG Sheetrock brand products. Official marketing partner of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
It's a dead heat coming out of the turn. Martin spots an opening and roars through it. Mark Martin takes it wide, very wide. He's leaving the track.
Hardee's new All-Star Bacon Cheeseburger. A big, juicy bacon cheeseburger loaded with everything. A favorite of Mark Martin of the Hardee's All-Star Racing Team.
Martin is through the gate and back on the track.
The All-Star Bacon Cheeseburger. Only at Hardee's.
Are you ready to hit the road? Can a wider track broaden your horizon?
Do you wish life would throw a few more curves your way? Is the right offer the cure for hesitation?
Are you ready for something you've always wanted? Then get to the Pontiac Hit the Road Summer Sell Down for 0% APR financing or $1,000 cash back on any 99 wide track Grand Prix.
Hit the road for Pontiac's driving excitement.
See your dealer today.
What are you waiting for?
Listen, I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. Crossed the deserts bare, man. I breathed the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Reno, Chicago, Fargo, Minnesota, Buffalo, Toronto, Winslow, Sarasota, Wichita, Tulsa, Ottawa, Oklahoma, Tampa, Panama, Mattawa, La Paloma, Pebble. I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
You know me.
For the last 10 years, ESPN has been bringing you the best of Major League Baseball on Sunday night. And at 8 o'clock tonight, we'll show you the matchup between the Yankees and the Anaheim Angels. Sunday night baseball, 8 o'clock tonight, only on ESPN. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Well, the sprinkles continue. It has lightened up, however, here in the last few minutes. And so we hope to get this thing started soon. Here are the jet dryers that continue to circle the racetrack and get the moisture up out of the racetrack itself. The 23 car, Jimmy Spencer, has not pitted during this rain caution, and so he is the leader. 5 fans who are anxiously awaiting to see whether they were going to win $1 million want to see this race completed.
Especially Phyllis Farmer, because she, if Jeff Burton wins the race, picks up the $1 million bonus, and Jeff Burton has currently running in second place and has been running pretty doggone good.
Ward Burton is right behind him. He's running in third position as Jerry is with the crew chief on Ward's car.
Tommy, it's very difficult for a crew chief right now. Everyone's running up and down looking at the weather radar trying to decide, should I have pitted, should I not pit? You guys came in and you had no, basically had no second guessing at all?
No, I mean, we were running up front all day long, and, the 5 and a 23 really needed to take the chance to do it right now. But, we're running good enough right now with those lead group of cars that if it goes back to green, I think we have a shot of winning. There's one car that stayed out right now, and if it rains, he's going to be the lucky one. Hopefully, we'll get one to go and let them come back in, so let the guys that ran up front all day long, stay up there. But, I got to hand it to these guys in this Caterpillar Pontiac crew there. We've been having great pit stops today, low 15 seconds all day long, and that's what's keeping us up front today. And hopefully it'll start raining, we can go racing.
Now, you guys seem awfully good on sticker tires. I mean, you're as good as anybody, better than Jeff Burton or anybody else. But after about 15, 18, 20 laps, the car begins to slide a little bit. Have you been able to correct that at all?
Yeah, we made a gear change this morning. I think it's hurting us after 30 laps. But, hopefully we're going to get one of these shots here that with 30 to go, we're going to have a caution, and they'll be in the top 5 there and have a chance to win it. 99 car is real strong right now. But, I think we're working towards getting the car better. That was the best 50-lap run we had all day, so we're going to keep working on it.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Tommy Baldwin calling the shots for Ward Burton.
You can tell by the accent, Bob, he's not from around these parts.
That's right. Definitely a northeastern accent, huh?
Yes.
Well, Ward Burton is 11th in the point standings. At this time a year ago, he was 21st. He's the driver showing the biggest gain in the point standings from 1998. We'll be right back.
Going camping or taking a vacation? Why not go in style in an RV from Endless Summer RVs?
Locally owned and operated, Endless Summer RVs has been serving the RV community for nearly 20 years. We have the finest selection of recreational vehicles, from tent campers to motorhomes, with a complete line of parts for any RV and a service department that's second to none. Stop by Endless Summer RVs today and start traveling in style. 7633 Devilbus Bridge Road, Frederick.
Hi folks, Kyle Park here at Crown Ford in Chambersburg, where our customers are treated like royalty. When you come in, you'll find a family-friendly atmosphere in our showroom, a place for your kids to play, and a service department to meet your needs. We're open 6 days a week at our service department with extended hours for your convenience. We have an on-site body shop, and you can visit us anytime on our website, or simply give us a call or make the short drive to 2024 Lincoln Way East, just east of Highway 81. Remember, if it doesn't say Crown Ford, you definitely paid too much.
The Bristol University School of Football has been an intellectual haven for asking questions and seeking answers. A place which challenges and enlightens young minds in the academic pursuit of football. Led by Dean Berman, the faculty prepares students to meet the challenges of the 21st century and beyond.
Here at Bristol University, we seek veritas for the truth.
The Bristol University School of Football.
Basically the same situation at Darlington. The yellow flag remains out as the sprinkles continue, although they're very, very light.
I see some activity on pit road, Bob. It looks like guys are getting tarps out, and they're covering up pit road. It looks like the rain may have picked up. See the NASCAR officials walking over towards pit road. We may be having a red flag situation.
Well, the flagman has the red flag in his right hand. The yellow flag is the one that's waving out there, but he has the red flag you see in his right hand there. Can't hardly see it, but he does have that red flag in there. So we'll see what is going to happen here.
The pace car is taking the car. There's the red flag that Ned was talking about. He's tapping himself in the leg. And the pace car is pulled over and stopped down at the exit of pit road. So I'm guessing when all the cars get by the start-finish line, the red flag will be displayed.
It is raining just a little bit harder. You see the crews covering up their particular areas on pit road. And the pace car now pulling down to the inside of the racetrack in turn number 1. Still no red flag displayed, but all the cars have not passed by the start-finish line. But obviously the red is going to be out because the field has been stopped. Bill?
Well, Jimmy Spencer is the race leader. We're under a red flag situation. What are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, we really didn't have anything to lose on that deal right there. You know, there was only about 3 or 4 cars behind us, so we just decided to take our chances and hope Mother Nature take its course and bring the rain on in here and see if we can win one of these things.
I heard Jimmy say he's a gambler, and this is his kind of move.
Oh, yeah, he's a big gambler. There's a lot of people on here big gamblers. You know, we're just taking a chance here. I mean, we didn't have a lot to lose. You know, we were 12th, only 16 cars on the lead lap, so, I mean, we took a chance here and see what happens.
People have won them like this and lost them like this. Have you?
No, I had never been in a situation to win one like this, but I'd like to today.
Okay, well, I guess there's one team down here hoping it really opens up, and that'd be Donnie and the boys.
Well, the red has never been displayed from the... Yeah, there it is right now. There it is. Everybody is stopped. Now the red flag does come out. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back here to Darlington, we've got plenty, of course, of racing left that we hope we can get in. But in the meantime, we're going to take you back earlier last week and have a conversation with Terry Labonte regarding what happened last Saturday night.
He's in the garage.
Hey! If you're going to have a garage, have a garage. And if you're going to use an oil, use an oil. Pennzoil with Pure Base, specially formulated for stop-and-go driving. This is a home improvement. Enter the Pennzoil Dream Garage Sweepstakes. Get a free Tim Allen Signature Tools utility knack knife and a chance to win a Celine Mustang or enough cash to build your own dream garage. Stop. Go. Pennzoil.
City, we have everything you need for your computer.
From software and hardware to printers, high-speed modems, memory, or you can design your own system.
Right now at Circuit City, you'll get a $100 bonus mail-in rebate on all desktop computer, monitor, and printer packages, and notebook computers. Plus, you'll get a $400 mail-in rebate when you buy any computer, and sign up for 3 years of CompuServe 2000 Premier Internet Service. Save on your new computer today at Circuit City.
Back at Darlington, where we are under a rain delay, the red flag has been displayed on the 245th lap with 244 now completed. Well, we take you back to last Saturday night in the very controversial finish of the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from that half-mile facility in Tennessee, as Dale Earnhardt put on some incidents and some moves that we haven't seen in a while to get the lead on the final lap of the race. To go at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Earnhardt, Stewart, Gordon, Martin, and Terry Labonte, the top 5. Is Dale Earnhardt going to win this thing? And here comes Labonte by Gordon. Oh, man, look at Labonte go. He's got second, and they're coming up on 2 laps to go. And Labonte inside of Earnhardt. He taps him. Coming to the white flag. A leader change, and Labonte takes the lead. And Terry Labonte, the leader, is spinning, and Dale Earnhardt takes the lead.
I was going to try to shake him and get under him. I wasn't going to try to wreck him.
He never has any intention of taking anybody out. It just happens that way.
And that was how Dale Earnhardt won the 73rd race of his NASCAR Winston Cup career, with an incident with Terry Labonte on the last lap of the race. Well, last week, Bill Weber had a chance to sit down and talk with Terry Labonte, regarding what happened last Saturday night and his thoughts on the subject.
Have you spoken to Dale Earnhardt since
No.
Saturday? Had you expected to hear from him?
I really thought he would probably call me Sunday, but he didn't.
Eventually, your paths will cross. So how do you think that conversation will go, or what do you think he will say to you?
You know, I think he intentionally, he hit me on purpose. I mean, he admitted that. He probably didn't really mean to spin me out, you know. He probably tried to knock me up out of the way to try to get back under me. But that's not the first race we've lost, and that's not, you know, that's not the first time something like that's happened. It's not going to be the last time something like that's going to happen.
Is what happened between the 5 and the 3 different than what happened between the 5 and the 88 at Richmond?
Oh, you know, I think that's a good comparison and a good question there. And I was up under Dale Jarrett trying to pass him. You know, there was a hole there. I went for it. He came down. Got on the apron. We got together. You know, I finished first. He finished second. It wasn't like I didn't deliberately run in the back of him to try to move him out of the way. You know, I was trying to pass him clean when we got together.
And you pretty much got hit deliberately and squarely in the back.
Oh yeah, if Dale would have been trying to pass me, that would have been a completely different deal. I don't think anybody would say anything about it, you know. But when you run directly in the back of somebody, knowing that's the only way you're going to get by them, then that's a little different.
NASCAR did look at videotape Saturday night and determined that that was inconclusive as to what happened. What would your reaction to that be?
Tell them to look those 70% of those race fans in the eyes and tell them that. They can't look them in the eyes and tell them that. I'll tell you the thing the kind of message that sometimes they send, and sometimes it's the wrong message, I think, is what do you do if you're a parent and you've got your 10-year-old or 12-year-old sons racing go-karts, you know, and you watch the race Saturday night and you go to the go-kart race and you tell him, you know, if you run a second, it's okay if you spin out the leader in the last lap. You know, it's okay with NASCAR. You know, so there's got to be a little consistency there, I think, that maybe they don't have right now, and I'm sure they're trying to get a handle on it. It's a hard situation. But, you know, sometimes it sends the wrong message when you see one guy get penalized 2 laps for running into somebody that's already been in an accident that says, hey, I was in the way, you know. It wasn't his fault. you know, he gets 2-lap penalty, and then you see something else happen, and nobody gets anything.
Do you think it could lead to a rule amendment as to what happens in those circumstances?
I don't really know, you know, and I would, you know, anytime you have rules, then you have more gray areas, and then there's more problems, and I think there needs to be somebody that can step up and make a call. I mean, that's obvious that they need that, you know. Whether it's right or wrong at different times, there doesn't seem to be anybody that has the either authority or knowledge to do something like that. And I think that that's what needs to take place, not just in this incident, but in other ones that could arise. And, you know, that's the biggest thing that I think needs to be addressed.
Because you don't think there's someone now in that position with that authority?
I don't think. Doesn't appear to be.
That was last week with Terry Labonte. This is Terry Labonte live here at Darlington. Here's Jerry Punch.
Terry, we just finished the conversation you had with Bill Weber. That was a very, I guess, a pretty difficult week for everyone involved. The fans loved it because they love a little bit of controversy, but last Saturday night, obviously, you weren't real happy when having a great race car and coming that close to winning one.
Well, we came close to winning, and, you know, that's the way it goes. We've got some good tracks, I think, coming up for us, and you know, we got some other chances to try to win another race before the year's up, so we're going to work hard towards that. And, you know, what happened last week, and you just got to put that behind you and forget about it and go on.
And the way you're parked here behind us on the speedway, it looks like your car is parked right in front of Earnhardt's car. You both climbed out a moment ago. It looked like you both were able to smile at each other. Were you able to chat at all this week?
We talked just a little bit before the driver's introduction, and, you know, believe me, I know I hate it happen. I know he hates it happen, and it's just one of those deals that happen, and neither one of us can do anything about it. We just got to go on and forget about it. And you can't let something like that, you know, bother you. You've just got to go on and get things to do. And if you let, you know, things bother you like that, it'd be pretty miserable, you know, all the time. So, like I said, I hate it happen, and I'm sure he did too. And, you know, it's behind us. Forget about it. Go on.
That's a great example for the youngsters watching to be able to put things behind you like that and go on with your life. Now, what about today? How's your car? How's the Kellogg Chevy running?
Well, we're better than we're pitting on the back straightaway, and Dale Jarrett and I have passed the same car several times, and we've gotten up in the top 10 there, and you know, after we pit, you know, we come out, you know, 16th or 18th. So I hope it goes green the rest of the way. But if we get to go back racing here, I think we'll be. I think we've got a top 10 car. We just need some laps to get back up there.
Hey, good luck today, and hey, you handled that awfully well this week. We're very proud of it.
Well, thank you. Thanks.
Terry Labonte, guys.
And we thank RPM tonight for allowing us to use that interview that aired last week with Bill Weber. And speaking of RPM tonight, a special one-hour edition of that program tonight at 8 o'clock. There's a lot going on in the world of racing this weekend, it being Labor Day weekend. Not only our Darlington recap, but also recap of the Kart FedEx Championship Series race at Vancouver and the U.S. Nationals at Indianapolis Raceway Park. That's at 8 o'clock tonight.
Terrific wedding, you son of a gun.
Thanks. It's just so great to see you. I couldn't wait to get here.
Whoa. I'm so choked up. I don't know what to say.
May your mother be blessed forever.
You're making a lot of people very happy.
Very happy. Wow. You're the joy sharer. You're the sharer of joy. Well, thank you. Would you like a glass of that? Bartender? I'll be right back.
Ever since Mobil 1 came along, other oil companies have tried to copy it to make a synthetic of their own. If you take a look at how a copycat performs after some hard miles and compare it to new Mobil 1, it's obvious that all synthetics aren't alike. Today's Mobil 1 is tri-synthetic. It won't sludge up on you. It'll actually make your engine run smoother. The other stuff, not in my car.
Nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
You know, this place reminds me of a guy I knew named Julius. Another Darrell Waltrip story. Oh, really? This guy, he was in the junkyard one day, kicking around, and he found a rocket booster. So he says, I'm going to set myself a land speed record. Now, he got that thing up to speed. He hit the switch. He took off into outer space.
So whatever happened to him?
He came down out here somewhere.
Get out of here.
Oh. Now, Kmart.
versus Arctos man, grizzly bear, about 1,200 pounds. Try and act confident. Show your teeth and snarl. It should trigger his flight instinct. If that doesn't work, walk directly up to the bear and box him on his ear.
Are you a forest ranger?
No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
We are under a rain delay here at the Pepsi Southern 500 in Darlington, South Carolina. We have completed 244 laps of this race. Right now, Jimmy Spencer is the leader of the race. He did not pit during this caution. And running in second position is Jeff Burton, who's been the strongest all day long. Let's go down to talk to him with Bill Weber.
Well, the good news is you've had a great race. The bad news is right now you're second.
Well, there's a lot of daylight left, and I know NASCAR will do everything they can to get this thing going again. You know, we could have stayed out and taken that chance, but the only guy that really could afford to stay out was people that know they had no other way of winning the race. So we did the right thing. It could rain the whole rest of the day, and we made the call we needed to make, because if it does dry up and you only run 30 laps, we'll finish about 15th. We did what we needed to do.
How's your car?
Car's good. Best we were was that last run. Before that, we'd never had the balance quite like we needed it. That time, the balance was really nice. It started to go away a little bit on the long run, but it had a nice balance. I lost the front and the back at the same time, and that's always good. So this will change things. I mean, we cooled the track down a lot. Nobody running on the track will make a huge difference. Of course, you can't adjust anything right now, so what you got's what you got. And we'll have to see what we have, and then making that last adjustment, you know, that last pit stop. If it goes green from here, that'll be how you win the race.
You have to do some housekeeping in there with some heat coming in and a pad and some tie wraps and whatever.
You know, when you don't feel well, that stuff happens. When you feel good and it's 20 degrees outside, you couldn't get heat to come in the car if you tried. For whatever reason, there was by the shifter boot, there was just a ton of heat coming in the car. I don't know where it was coming from, and I got a little anxious about it because I haven't felt well all weekend, and I wanted to get it stopped. So we got some tie wraps and put some pads and stuff in there, and it really wasn't bad once I got that done.
Okay, we'll talk to you again later on in the afternoon.
I hope so.
Okay, that's Jeff Burton, to Jerry Punch.
And with Dale Jarrett. Dale, is your neck tired from dodging all those bullets today?
I've seen everything happen for sure. We've been pretty fortunate on a couple of the accidents that have happened, and got myself in a couple of positions that I was lucky to get out of. But hey, guys have done a great job. Got a good race car. I don't know that you can see that, but we've got a really good car. Unfortunately, the qualifying effort put us on the backstretch, and it's a real disadvantage here. I passed a lot of the same cars all day long. We passed a lot of cars. We just, it's difficult back there. But the guys have done great pit stops. It's just not showing up. It showed up whenever we had to make the green flag stop the one time. We got ourselves up in the top 10 then, and that's what we need here for the rest of the race. Once we get started back, if it can go green the rest of the way and we have to make a green flag stop and can continue on like that, that's our best shot of getting a good top 10 finish and possibly even getting close to the top 5.
We saw the near misses you were talking about. The one where Kenseth's car slid right back across in front of him and you jammed the brakes on and just did needle your way through the hole.
Yeah, I saw, I guess it was the 9 car, something happened to him, and I was passing Kenny Wallace at the time. So I slowed down, and I wasn't sure, and then all of a sudden the guys start coming by me wrecking and start wrecking in front of me, and I was just trying to find a little opening to get through. So, in the 36 car, when he blew his tire or whatever happened there, right in front of me, and so we've seen it happen, and this is just a difficult place. But a lot of guys have worked with me today and given me room to race and realized that we have a good race car, and unfortunately we're on the backstretch pitting, and that puts us behind them a lot. But I've had a lot of cooperation from a lot of guys.
Would you have considered staying out there with the rain coming, maybe just trying to steal one, and that would have been the ultimate irony, wouldn't it? But did you think about staying out?
Yeah, I thought about it for a second, but it just didn't look like that the clouds were that heavy here. And when I asked Todd, I said, are we coming? He seemed to be rather sure of himself that, yeah, it was going to stop raining. So we didn't think about it for long. We thought if we could get in at that time, get back out, we might not lose as many spots and have a chance to race them here. So hopefully it'll work out.
Hey, good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, thanks a lot.
DJ trying to hang on, maybe get a top 10 finish. He was just talking when we were in commercial a moment ago, the thing that Ned and Benny were talking about. They've been having 15.5-second pit stops and losing 4 and 5 spots on a caution flag stop.
Right now, Jarrett lines up in 13th position. They're the 5 fans who are eligible to win $1 million. Phyllis Farmer paired with a 99 car. John Bowser with the 6 of Mark Martin. Glenn Keck hopes that Dale Jarrett can win the race. Gerald Walsh for the 18 car. And A.B. Bourdonnais is paired with Tony Stewart in this No Bull $5 million bonus giveaway. Well, the drivers have been ordered to their cars. That's good news. We don't see any rain right now. Hopefully, we'll be back to racing in just a moment at the Pepsi Southern 500.
Hey, Ray, those brake pads really did the trick. Great. I got a couple more things I need. Do you think you have these? Think. No problem. Hey, Jeff, can you get these for Dan? I'm on it. Hey, Dan, here you go. Anything else? No, I think this'll do it. All right, sure. Thanks, guys. Not as fast as Charlotte. Yeah, no, it's a little slow in that turn at aisle 3.
Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
I'm going to raise you. Fold. Too rich for me. I fold.
Call. A couple of things to remember. 1, a full house always beats 3 of a kind. And 2, the new Chevy Silverado has the most powerful V8 of any pickup. Chevy Silverado. It's the truck.
Shut up.
Hi, I'm Jeff Burton with an exciting message for NASCAR fans. Buy any Exide NASCAR Select product and get a Motorola pager free. It's a great way to enter the Exide NASCAR Select 99 sweepstakes. Every month you'll be paged with another chance to win cool prizes. You could even win $50,000 and be an honorary member of the Exide Racing Team pit crew for the first race of the next century. Look for details wherever Exide NASCAR Select is sold.
Holy, man, I gotta find a phone.
Bob Jenkins with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch. Under a rain delay here at the Pepsi Southern 500 with 244 of the 367 laps completed. Bill Weber is with the guy who right now is the leader.
And Jimmy Spencer walking back to his car because drivers have been called to their cars. You got a big smile on your face, though, don't you?
I know the rain's right over here. If I could wait a little longer,
That's an awful slow walk there, Jim.
Oh, I've walked faster. It just didn't work out for us, you know, but we'll pit. We're still in the lead lap, and we have a good car. I think we have a top 10 race car, and we'll see what comes out of this race.
Okay, have a patient walk back to your car there.
Okay, buddy.
He says, whoops, I forgot something.
I want to say something else.
All right, let's take a look at the Hardee's Field summary. We'll show you where everybody is running at the moment. We've got 17 cars on the lead lap. Here are the top 15 with some good performances here in the top 10. Kevin LePage running in 6th position. Joe Nemechek is 8th. Bobby Hamilton running in 9th. Ken Schrader right now is 11th. Elliott Sadler having a good run in 12th position. Jarrett up to 13th. Then Steve Park and Bill Elliott complete the top 15.
Checking out 16 through 30, we see Terry Labonte and Bobby Labonte, the last 2 cars on the lead lap. Then 4 cars, 1 lap down. And then we see 2 cars, Earnhardt included, that are 2 laps down. 3 that are 3 laps down. Just 1 car, 4 laps down. That's Hut Strickland. And then Kyle and Darrell, 5 laps down. Rick Mast in 30 spot, 9 laps down.
And everybody else here, as several cars have dropped out of the race because of crashes. Jerry Nadeau will be the 43rd finisher here this afternoon. Down to Jerry Punch.
And talking with Ray Abraham, whose driver Jeff Gordon sits 7th right now. Ray, you guys going for 5 Southern 500s in a row. Now, you've been working awful hard today. You've had to go both directions on the chassis.
Yeah, and it just wasn't good enough, so we decided to make a major change. You know, we weren't going to be able to beat the 99 like that, so we gave up some track position here. And I hope it doesn't hurt us, but if we get some laps in, we might be all right, but he's awful fast.
You feel pretty comfortable that you guys, what you changed there in the right front, are going to have a shot now at the 99?
Heck no. Well, we're just hoping. We knew we didn't have a shot before, and we needed to make a different combination. You know, even though the car was just a little bit tight, we made a major change, and then actually we changed 2 or 3 things to try and see if we could get it to be just a little bit better.
All right, good luck. Going for 5.
Well, thanks.
Ray Abraham, the guys, they made changes involving the wedge, track bar, and we mentioned that rubber in the right front, so at least those 3 changes plus some air pressure, they're going all out here in these final laps.
And they are masters at working on a car during the race and getting everything right for the finish. We saw that a few years ago when Jeff Gordon was eligible to win $1 million bonus here at Darlington.
You can do it, Jeff. I know you can do it. I'm doing all I can right now to hang on to it. 4 tires, 1 in the panner. 4 tires, 1 in the panner. I would like to take some of that front spring rubber out of it if we could. Pull the left rear off, pull the pin on the sway bar. Take 1 round out of the right rear. I need to run about 60 laps. We're going 71. Okay, so if I want to go 65, we're still safe. Yeah. Be smooth. Don't hit the wall with it. If this thing stays straight, they might not be able to make it on gas. Go, 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 go. Jig out hard, hard. Go, 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 go. Attaboy, those last 2 laps were real good. You can do it. I know you can do it. Yeah! Yeah, we did it! Holy cow!
And that's how Jeff Gordon won $1 million bonus here at Darlington Raceway in 1997. Well, good news. The rain has stopped and the cars have been refired. And we'll be back with hopefully the restart of the Pepsi Southern 500 in just a moment, with 244 of the 367 laps complete.
At Gene Lotta Ford Buick, we do whatever it takes to let you know.
Completely satisfied customers are our guarantee. You see, we guarantee it. That's why our new project, construction project, we guarantee our do it. There you go, so it works out. Completely satisfied customers are our trademark. We guarantee it. That's as good as it gets.
Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. If that's not enough reason to own a Chevrolet car or truck, then this definitely is. The Great Summer Drive-In from Chevrolet. Lease a new 1999 four-wheel drive Chevy Silverado, Motor Trend Truck of the Year, for only $299 a month for 36 months. Call for important lease details. It's Chevrolet's Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
Excited about the brand new 6 p.m. Sports Center. I shopped it up for the need to make a lot of changes and shake things up. Take a lesson from the Flintstones, like when they brought that little green guy Kazoo in. What's up with that?
Victory, baby. Yeah. Good shot.
The Exide NASCAR Select Batteries 400, Saturday at 7:30 on ESPN.
Looking ahead to next Sunday, join ESPN for Sunday Night Football. 7:30 is the NFL primetime show hosted by Chris Berman and his team of experts. They'll take you right up to the kickoff of the Sunday Night Football game, featuring the long-awaited return of the Cleveland Browns and arch-rival Pittsburgh Steelers. That's next Sunday beginning at 7:30 on ESPN. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, go.com. Pennzoil Copter Cam showing you how the race is about to be restarted. The cars are rolling once again.
I wonder if Jimmy Spencer's going to stop this first-time buyer. He's going to play this hand right to the hilt.
Well, we see Bobby Labonte is coming in. Spencer is down on the bottom of the racetrack. Tell me what to do, guys. Do I come in? Yeah, he's coming in.
Last-minute decision for Spencer. He finally comes in along with Jeffrey Bodine and Bobby Labonte. Here's Spencer rolling to his pit box.
That was a good gamble, really. They stayed out there, and if the rain had continued, he could have had himself a Southern 500 win.
The red flag lasted for 24 minutes, but now the caution is on here at Darlington as the left side tires and the fuel is being put in the Winston Ford Taurus, and Jimmy Spencer is going back out onto the racetrack. Bobby Labonte is out, so is Jeffrey Bodine, and Kenny Irwin remains on pit road here on the front stretch, and Kyle Petty also going back out on the track.
NASCAR officials now are asking the caution car, what does the racetrack look like? Does it look dry? And we see from Elliott Sadler's onboard camera, there are just no raindrops. Well, no, there's no raindrops at all right now.
hitting the windshield. That's reflection for something that we're seeing on the windshield and not raindrops.
On board with Tony Stewart, a lap down back in 18th position. Bill Elliott remains on the lead lap. He's in 14th spot. Rusty Wallace also is on the lead lap. He's in 9th. One of the No Bull 5 contenders is Mark Martin. He's doing well, up in 4th position. And with Jimmy Spencer having made the pit stop, the lead goes back to Jeff Burton. Down to Bill Weber.
With Peter Suspender, crew chief for Jeremy Mayfield, and obviously you guys have had a great race car with minimal work on that car to this point.
Yeah, we've real good, real happy with it. Just got a little bit loose. We've been kind of working on that, making little minor adjustments. We think we should be pretty good shape right now.
You have something for the 99 then.
Man, I'll tell you, I don't know. He's pretty tough here.
This has been a great run for Jeremy after some difficult stretches.
Well, it seems like we had last 7 races. Something went wrong every race. Just bad luck. We had good cars running good, just had no luck. So hopefully it will change today.
Best of luck.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Jeremy Mayfield has still led the most laps here this afternoon, 65. Jeff Burton is about to rack up his 66th lap at the front of the field. They will not be going back to green in one more lap, still making sure that the track is completely dry.
Well, there are just a couple of more raindrops that are falling. We see them on our window here. Not much. I mean, if they were under green flag conditions, it wouldn't bother a thing. But I don't think as long as those raindrops are starting there that we'll see them start the race.
All right, well, we'll see what happens as the caution remains out here. The rain-delayed Pepsi Southern 500 will be back in a moment.
How's the car, Dale? A little tight off. 0 cars moving up. Got them on the inside.
Inside every member of Team Monte Carlo, there's a side that's kind of wild.
Get another tire.
Team Monte Carlo. Animal. What do you mean? This year, they're hungrier than ever. They're some of our favorite people. The millions of AutoZone customers who change their own oil. They're the kind of folks who believe that taking care of their car and saving money go hand in hand. And while we admire their willingness to tackle a dirty job, most of all, we thank them for bringing their used oil back to us. After all, used motor oil should be recycled, and that's one job we simply can't do alone.
Sometimes I get distracted. Once I missed the beginning of NFL Tonight. I took my knowledge for granted, and it started to go away. Now, my knowledge is back. That makes me happy.
I qualified and started 75 cars in that very first race, 3 abreast. From the start-finish line, there was so many cars in that race. They went through the 4th turn, almost all the way to the back stretch. That's how many cars started. And when they dropped that flag on that first lap, it looked like about 2,000 New York taxi cabs trying to go on that first turn to be in, first. But we run on the inside of the track, and man, it was like running on sandpaper. I blowed 22 tires in the first Darlington Southern 500, but I think Johnny Mance was driving the little light Plymouth, had truck tires on it, and he finally stayed out there long enough. I think 5 or 6 hours that race lasted, the first one, and Johnny Mance won that first race.
And the record stands from that first 500 back in 1950. The lowest start of a winner, Johnny Mance, from 43rd position, which was the middle of the field for that first race back in 1950. And again, we thank the 50th celebration of NASCAR's anniversary and ESPN celebration of that for that little video clip. And, of course, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of Darlington Raceway here this weekend. And one more lap and we'll be back to racing. Jerry?
Well, most of the front-running drivers have been told that the rain, the heavy rain, is probably less than an hour out. Now, if you're Tommy Baldwin, what he and Ward Burton want to see is about a 20 or 25-lap sprint, and then let the rains come, as they know they're going to be awfully tough to handle for the next 20 laps. So watch for Ward to really charge. It's going to be a battle of the brothers Burton when we wave the green.
They restart in first and second position with Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin, and Kevin LePage, the top 5.
Would he take $1 million away from his brother, Ward?
Yeah. To win a race, to win the Southern 500?
Of course he would.
Sure would.
Yeah.
You know, I've been thinking all day since we put up the graphic that Todd Bodine missed the show today. And the 30 car, I've been thinking about Chuck and Carolyn Ryder. And, you know, we used to seeing them around and just how much we were thinking about you and wish that we'd see you again soon sometime.
Take a look at the Noble 5 contenders and where they are. Burton is the leader, Martin is 4th, Jarrett 12th, Stewart 17th, and Bobby Labonte is running in 20th. 16 cars are on the lead lap, so Stewart and Labonte are a lap down. Pace car off the racetrack. Here we go with the resumption of the Pepsi Southern 500. This will complete lap 250. Stewart is positioned between the Burton brothers. Tony trying to get in front, not successful as Jeff Burton just continues to drive away. And some 3-car wide scrambles going on. Back here is Jeff Gordon, Joe Nemechek into the inside of Brett Bodine. Here comes Kevin LePage trying to take a position away from Nemechek.
So Kevin LePage will take that spot away.
It's up to 6. Page is having a great day here today. Amazing that Jeff Burton knows what a lead he can get on just one lap.
It really is. He stepped on the gas when the green flag dropped and began to pull away, and already it's over a second advantage for Jeff over Ward. Here is Kenny Schrager to the inside of the lap car of Brett Bodine. On board now with Elliott Sadler, who's 11th.
And the points for Dale Jarrett right behind this battle. You see Elliott Sadler in the 21 cars. He tried his best to get on the inside of Rich Bickle. Meanwhile, DJ, the Ford Quality Care cars, watches all this. And he's saying, boys, please
Starting
be
to get a
cool.
little more rain up here again.
That is not what we wanted to hear.
Down. And here comes DJ on the inside of Rich Bickle. Now closing on the back of the 21 car. This is the battle for the 11th position.
Jeff Burton continues to build his lead as we watch this battle here for the 11th. And here's the battle for second.
Yeah, Jeremy Mayfield coming up on Ward Burton. Mayfield had the faster car last lap. Cannot make the pass, however, as Ward Burton continues to hang on to second. There's more reports of rain becoming heavier. Jeff Burton in the lead. This time he has stretched it out to almost 2 seconds. Look at the advantage that he has. And LePage now has caught up to Jeff Gordon as they battle for 5th position.
And we saw those raindrops on the camera lens. Still not a heavy rain, but rain.
Cautious out. Cautious out for the rain. For the rain.
We do see some drops falling on the window of the booth here on the main straightaway. And so the pace is reduced once again as Jeff Burton comes down to complete lap 257. Stewart flashed by. I don't know whether they'll give him credit for getting his lap back or not. But in any case, the caution is out again for rain, and Jeff Burton is your leader. If we do go back to racing, and so if we do, and Tony Stewart did get his lap back, it could be a very significant part of the race.
You're right, Bob. It could be significant because we see Jeff Burton slowing as he comes to the line, and there Tony Stewart goes by because Tony Stewart seemed to have a pretty fast race car those last few laps.
And he is one of the Noble 5 contenders also. Last driver to win both races in a season here at Darlington with Jeff Gordon in 1996. Others have done it. Dale Earnhardt did it twice in 87 and 90. Elliott in 85, Pearson in 76. And Jeff Burton is hoping that he can add his name to that list and sweep both races here at this historic facility. He won in the spring, and he's leading here in the fall Pepsi Southern 500. Caution is out once again. Rain is the nemesis, and we'll take a break as the Burton brothers are up front with Mayfield, Martin, and Gordon.
Hey, Jeff. Now, listen, I got it right here, buddy. It's icy cold and tasting great. Now, come on, Jeff. You tell me, is there anybody in this world who deserves this here Pepsi more than you?
Hi, Jeff. See you later, Jeff. Now, that's what I call motivation. I don't know where she came from. Don't worry, Jeff. There's always things going on.
Let's go.
Dad, can I talk to you about something?
What's up?
Well, you know, I'm not little anymore, Dad.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, I could ride a two-wheeler now. What I'm trying to say is, Dad,
Yeah.
am I too big for a Happy Meal?
Big Mac for me and,
One for me, too.
2 Big Macs.
2 Big Macs. Hey, Dad, how do you start this thing?
Back at Darlington, caution flag remains out in the Pepsi Southern 500. We were under a red condition for 24 minutes because of rain, and now we are back to caution because of the raindrops. Tony Stewart did get his lap back, and not only that, he pitted.
And changed 4 tires, so if it stops raining and they go back racing, he will go from almost a lap, or being a lap down, to being the leader of the race. But right there, we see some raindrops on our camera lens on the Home Depot Pontiac.
Of course, that would be if everybody would pit before they would go back to green, in which they most likely would.
But we've been talking all afternoon about how fresh tires are the thing to have, because after just a few laps, they begin to go away. Through 23 races of the 1999 season, in his rookie year, Tony Stewart has the best average finish of some very big-name race drivers. Dale Earnhardt's best finish was 11.7 after 23 races in his rookie year of 79. Jody Ridley at 13.7 and Davey Allison 14.2. Now, Davey Allison was the last rookie to win a race in his inaugural season. In fact, he won 2 in his rookie year. Tony Stewart has not broken into victory lane yet in 1999.
Now, Phyllis is getting a little more excited right now. She said, now, she didn't want it to rain, but now she said, please rain, because my man Jeff Burton is in front. I'll pick up the $1 million.
Phyllis is Phyllis Farmer, who hails for Hillsboro, Maryland, and is paired with Jeff Burton. If Jeff wins $1 million, and if he wins, Phyllis wins $1 million also. Well, the word is that they are going to stop the race once again. The cars are going to be moved down into the turn 1 area and stop so they can stay ahead of this racetrack and stay ahead of this rain that continues to fall. It's not a heavy rain, just enough to halt things here at Darlington.
My goal is to run the mile in 5 minutes.
My goal is to bench press 280. My goal is to hit 30 home runs.
My goal is to throw a keg over a 20-foot wall.
And if I don't, to get out of the way before it hits me in my head.
GNC's Pro Performance Creatine can help increase explosive muscle performance for high-intensity sports. Come into GNC and play the Pro Performance Training Camp game, and you could instantly win tickets to the Pro Football Championship or one of 26,000 prizes. GNC. Train hard, live well.
To be the best takes strength, speed, endurance. Now the best way to cure athlete's foot has it all. New Lamisil AT. Strength. Full prescription strength to stop the itching and burning. Speed. These take 4 weeks of treatment to kill the fungus. Only Lamisil AT cures athlete's foot with just 1 week's use. Endurance. A study showed most users were still athlete's foot free 3 whole months later. Get it all in new Lamisil AT. The best way to cure athlete's foot.
When the male is in pursuit of the female, the slightest scent of unpleasantness may send the female running. Thus, Right Guard Clear Gel or Clear Stick, powerful protection from odor and wetness that glides on clear. Right Guard. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Discover the amazing hitting secrets of America's finest baseball school in Teaching the Mechanics of the Major League Swing 2. Tommy Mansky's powerful teaching video that features the same revolutionary techniques that have produced baseball world's back-to-back-to-back AAU national championship teams. Parents, players, and coaches have been simply amazed at their students' rapid week-by-week improvements. These award-winning techniques benefit players of all ages and ability levels and make a valuable addition to any coach's library and a great gift. At just $29.95, call now.
Rain continues to fall here at Darlington. The race for the second time has been red flagged, and the cars have been stopped down in the Turn 1 area. Well, every time we come to Darlington Raceway, we see some improvements. Now, there is the media center that is used here at Darlington. However, in the early days, there was a place called the Chicken Coop, which was a press box, and it was so close to the racetrack that they actually handed out goggles to the riders that were down there covering the race so they wouldn't get showered with the debris and specks of tire that came off. Let's go back now and relive some of the early moments of the racing here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. Another memory.
The headlines generated from the Chicken Coop boldly told of the brawn and the brains of the early cockpit pioneers who tried to tame the Lady in Black. Their copy included 3-time Southern 500 winner Herb Thomas and Speedy Thompson. Fireball Roberts certainly got a stripe or two on his way to victory lane. 1952 winner Fonty Flock made Bermuda shorts all the rage. The box scores reflected marathons of speed and endurance, all classic columns in what today still reigns as the longest-running Labor Day racing tradition.
In that piece, we saw the shot of Cale Yarborough going over the wall in 1965. And, Ned, that was the same year that you drove to victory here and beat your closest competitor by a mere 14 laps.
Yeah, boy, I was ready to fly that day.
I tell you.
No, obviously everybody had a lot of trouble, but that was the thing that got the headlines, really, was Cale going over the wall. Unfortunately, he walked away from it, landed on the car down in the parking lot down there, but fortunately he walked away from it and was okay.
All right, Jeff Burton, you're in the front now. You and Frank, you ought to be doing some rain dances like you did in the spring. They worked then. Of course, it was raining a little bit harder then. We're talking it over right now in case they have to stop again.
Again, this was in March of 1999, the Trans-South Financial 400. Jeff got banged up in that crash, was in the lead, however, when the rain started, and all he could do was just say, please, rain, come on and rain this thing out. It did. Jeff Burton won that race in the spring. And moments ago, I wonder what his thoughts were. The same thing. And here he is standing down with Frankie Stoddard, his crew chief. Just waiting things out here. All right, now the 20 car, we documented what he did. He got his lap back, then made a pit stop. It did drop him all the way back to 17th, but he's got fresh tires, Bill Weber.
Yeah, with Greg Zipadelli, Tony's crew chief, and what a day you guys have had, capped off by that most recent run to get back on the lead lap.
Well, we got to thank everybody at the 99 car. I think he just kind of let us go. We were going to try and race as hard as we could. We had a good car, and we started out, and it was really good. We kind of marched our way to the front, put that second set of tires on, and I mean, it just started screaming loose. I don't know if we had a spring go weak on us, spring bucket bent, something like that, but we did all kinds of things. Put like 4 rounds of wedge in it. Lowered the track bar like 5 rounds, went up 4 pounds on left side tire pressure. We pulled the rear head 3/8 of an inch, took all the tape off the nose, and now it's driving pretty good. So I don't know. I don't know if we were that far off to begin with or what, but I'm just thankful we might have an opportunity to race for this thing.
Yeah, you'd like an opportunity for this to go back to green and figure everybody else in the field should probably come in and pit, don't you think?
You know, I'm just happy to be in the situation that we're in, and, you know, we'll take the cards that are given to us from here on out.
Okay, obviously he's a rookie, just his second race here, but he seems to learn quick.
Tony's doing a great job. He got a little flustered there when the car was really loose. Instead of we didn't bring it in and do something shortly that we were going to bring it home in a basket. And we came down pit road, and that's where we gave our lap up. Shortly after that, the caution came out. But, hey, the Home Depot crew here has done a great job getting his car back on the lead lap. Tony's drove a good race today, and let's hope the sun comes back out and we go back racing.
Okay, save that basket to carry home $1 million, all right?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, one team going for $1 million to another. Jerry?
And by the way, Jeff, Tony Stewart says thanks for the kindness letting him have his lap back.
Well, you know, Tony and I have always gotten along real well, and you know, there's always a little tension because some people left that team and went over to our team to go over to that team, but they're all good guys, and we all get along pretty good in the garage area. When they get a chance one day, they'll give me a lap back. So the only thing I want to do, I make sure they don't beat me because of it, because now they're a pit stop ahead of everybody. They could pit, and they caught a caution. They'd be in better shape than everybody.
And they're looking for $1 million too, as well as you are. Now, when the restart came back out, it was going to be the brothers Burton, but boy, you just left Ward behind and took off.
My car's awfully fast right now. If you never know what's going to happen, but things look good right now. It goes where I want it to go, and it, you know, when I mash the gas, it hooks the rear wheels up, and when I turn the steering wheel, it turns the front tires. So, and I know that sounds silly, but when it doesn't do that, that's when you're not running well, and it'll do that right now. So, but again, this track will change every time we restart. The track will change. What you have now may work, but it may not work. So it's raining pretty hard right now. But
it's a veritable downpour.
As bad as it was in NC State last night, but
the Wolfpack won.
That's right. As long as I win, it'll be okay too.
Now we saw you try to hedge your bet a little bit when you got out of the car a moment ago, and you did some of that rain dance you did back in the spring when suddenly the clouds opened up. You wouldn't mind if it rained right now. They'd put a little extra in your pocket.
I wouldn't mind a bit. You know, and I'd feel like, too, that we've been fast enough to win this thing. We've been up front most of the day, and if it were to rain, I'd feel pretty good about it. I wouldn't feel like I stole one from anybody, but, you know, stealing's okay as long as it's legal.
Now, what about if it were to come down with you and Ward? Ward's got a pretty good car for 20, 25 laps until his car begins to skate a little bit, so you guys could go at it for... and would your brother take $1 million away from you?
In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. That's what he's here to do. He's here to win races for the Caterpillar team, and I'm here to win races for the Excite team. We get along great. We work together. But at the end of the day, you know, he has to go to his shop and say, guys, I did all I could do, and I've got to do the same. And we owe it to our teams to give 100%. And, you know, Ward and I raced in Las Vegas against each other to win, and we both gave 100%. I ended up coming out on top that day. But you just got to give all you can every single week. If you don't, you're not doing your team justice. What I'm worried about is these guys right here.
You pointed to that Gordon guy over there. Hey, here's a rumor. He's pretty good here.
They're scheming. They're scheming over there right now. Hey, Evernham.
Hey, let's go. Why don't we eavesdrop, see what's going on? Hey, is it raining pretty hard, isn't it, Jeff?
It looks like it's drying up. I see the sun shining. We need to get back to racing.
Well, you think you got the changes you made a moment ago? We talked to Ray. You made some pretty radical changes, like you did back in '97, late in the race, and it made a difference.
Oh, yeah, it made a difference. It went exactly the opposite way we thought it was going to go. You know, being back a few positions further than we've been all day, there's a lot less air back there, so the car was pretty tight, and we weren't expecting that. We've been tight. We loosened it up, and hopefully when we get back going here, the thing's good and free, and we can get up there to those guys.
You said when we get back going, so obviously you're pretty optimistic. Realistically, the 99 car is almost, you've been there before, he's almost at a class to himself.
Yeah, he really is. You know, I mean, 30, 40 laps into a run, if we were there with him, I think we could have something for him. But he gets out there on us, you know, and gets a straightaway on us by being up front, and he's really fast with new tires. It's pretty hard to beat that combination they've got right now. They're really strong, but we're certainly not a fifth-place car, and that's why I'd like to get going.
Hey, good luck to you if we get back out there.
Thank you, Jerry.
Jeff Gordon, the driver for 5, talking with Ray Evernham. We'll back out of the way and let them discuss what's going to happen, and we'll head back up pit road. Guys, it is starting to lighten up a little bit.
Well, let's hope we can get this thing underway once again. We've still got a lot of laps to go, and as far as the Noble 5 is concerned, a qualified driver has won 5 of the last 6 Noble 5 million, and Jeff Burton, who is the current leader of the race, is among those eligible to do it again here this afternoon.
Hi, I'm Chuck Norris.
And I'm Christy Brinkley.
For the past 2 years, you've seen Christy and me talking about the Total Gym, the one piece of equipment that replaces an entire gym full of equipment.
And yet you can fold it up and slide it under a bed.
It's the fastest and most effective way I've ever seen to get into shape and stay in shape. 6 to 8 minutes a day is all it takes to get into the best shape of your life.
And unlike other workouts, it's not boring or exhausting. It's fun and invigorating. You stretch and get your strength training and aerobic workout all at the same time. You end your workout feeling loose.
Individual drivers, Phyllis Farmer right now could win $1 million. And are they getting the 1-to-go signal?
1 to go, green next time.
All right. So the car's not on the lead lap now. Move to the inside, including John Andretti and Dale Earnhardt. John and Bobby Labonte coming up there.
And, of course, this adds to the problems of those who made pit stops, because they're going to have to fight through that traffic, and the leaders can be long gone by the time they get through the traffic of those that are 1 or more laps down. I'm talking about Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Spencer and Terry Labonte and Dale Jarrett, some of those who made pit stops.
Elliott Sadler. Okay, pace car takes him into turn number 3 now. Tommy Baldwin looks on, hoping he can take his driver Ward to the checkered flag, and Kim Burton is hoping her husband Jeff Burton can drive to the checkered flag, and
back
we're
on.
not going green.
She said it's raining again. I thought that's what Kim was motioning for. Don't send them off.
I guess that's what Jeff was telling the crew, that there was rain on the windshield. I would assume that that's how she knew that. Yeah, we see the windshield. We do see the rain on Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite Ford windshield.
Isn't this frustrating to a driver?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very frustrating.
First of all, you have to wait it out, and then things look okay. You get in the car, you get ready to take the green flag, and you see some more raindrops, and the caution comes out again. On board with our in-car cameras, here's Bill Elliott, Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte up toward the front of the field, though on the inside line. Here's Bill Elliott, who's 11th and on the lead lap. Elliott Sadler, a pit stop, dropped back to 14th. Looking back on Jimmy Spencer and Kyle Petty.
But looking through those windshields, it doesn't appear as though it's raining down in turns 1 and 2, that it's just sprinkling up in 3 and 4 is just the impression I get. Of course, I'm in a nice warm boot, so I really don't know.
Buddy Parrott, we understand, just threw some water up in the air to simulate rain. Down to Bill Weber.
Well, obviously one car that NASCAR is conferring with is the race leader, and the official was talking to Frank Stoddart and some of the guys from the 99 team, and Buddy Parrott, who's perched high above the pit box here, had a bottle of water, which he strategically removed the cap and was adding to the precipitation that was falling, trying to encourage a certain decision. So, but he's not trying to sway anybody, of course, but
of course
wanted to add to the elements, Bob.
Sure. Right. Well, let's see if we get the 1 to go this time around.
I don't think so.
It doesn't appear as though we're going to.
The flag was not making much of a move down there.
Now we talk about frustrating. It's frustrating for everyone, not only the drivers and the crews, but, you know, for the TV people, the NASCAR folks, the fans sitting in the grandstands. You know, they want to see this thing. They want to see some good racing to see who wins this Pepsi Southern 500. Yeah.
Well, 27 drivers, different drivers, have won this race down through the years since 1950. Jeff Burton is hoping that he can become the 28th driver to win the Pepsi Southern 500.
Well, any of those guys, if they're in the top three, Jeff or Ward Burton or Jeremy Mayfield would fit in that category. Neither of those three drivers have won it. Mark Martin in fourth, of course, has won it.
Saw a little bit of sprinkle on Bobby Labonte's windshield. Bill Weber?
Well, let's see if we can lean in here and get the official word. What's the forecast?
Forecast is inclement weather.
You weren't helping that a few minutes ago, were you? I saw some strange water being sprinkled down onto the side.
Well, you know, that was some good, I should know the name of that water is one of our sponsors. But it is good water. I tell you, I was wasting it there for a little bit, but I don't know, maybe it took a hint, you know. I think it's the helicopters knocking a hole in the cloud up there. Do it, baby, do it.
And you're here just to help NASCAR in case they need any decisions.
Yeah. My friend John here, yeah.
Your new best friend, right?
Yeah.
Jerry is over in the other Burton area.
And Tommy Baldwin, you're talking to Ward Burton, who obviously could stand the gain a lot if we go back to green. But what's Ward saying to you?
He said it's raining all the way down the backstretch and going into 3 and 4. You know, you can see now the track's changing a little bit of color. So I just hope it just either stops or starts, and NASCAR make the decision what to do. But we're second right now, and I don't want to take any chances in either wrecking or maybe getting on the Jeff with the white flag. So that's it. It's over.
Okay, well, that's Tommy Baldwin, guys.
Tommy, I couldn't agree with you more. This thing needs to go one way or the other, and NASCAR has decided that this is it. They're going to get the white flag next time around, and the Burton team is already celebrating $1 million. But, of course, let's not prematurely give him that money until the checkered flag drops.
I mean, Bob, in the spring, he had a wrecked race car and he made it back. The car's been running perfectly all day. You know he can make it back one more lap.
You don't think about Mark Martin a few years ago, when he came in on the white flag lap thinking it was over?
Oh, no.
That was a bush race in Bristol, Tennessee. Now, those guys that gamble and pitted here got fit on that situation.
Yep, they did. They lost a lot of track position and a lot of points as a result of that. There's the white flag.
And right now, Dale Jarrett lost, but you see the white flag. Dale Jarrett goes back to 16th. Mark Martin, his closest pursuer, is in 4th place. So once again, he will lose several points to his closest pursuer. And now Kevin LePage has moved up into the 5th place. He will be eligible for that Winston Noble $1 million come the Winston 500 at Talladega.
Jeff Gordon gave up 5th and now is in 13th position. He will not be eligible for that Noble $1 million.
And Ward's kind of pushing the 99 car, wanting to go past the pace car, get penalized, do something wrong.
So the 5 drivers who will be going for the Noble 5 at Talladega, Jeff and Ward Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin, and Kevin LePage. Here comes Burton to the inside.
Okay, maybe I can spin him out here on the last lap and get by with him. No, he wouldn't do that. Of course, he didn't get by with it either.
A great day for both the Burton boys, and especially to Jeff, who is going to win $1 million for himself and his team, and also for Phyllis Farmer from Hillsboro, Missouri.
Right, Phyllis.
Boy, it's so difficult on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on ABC with that quiz show. Yeah, Regis Philbin. There's the hand in the air, and the checkered flag is flying. Jeff Burton wins under caution the Noble $5 million bonus and records his 10th career victory.
The NASCAR tried. They tried as hard as they possibly could to get some green flag racing. They just could not get it done. What's Frankie saying, Bill?
He's not saying anything right now. His wife, Heidi, They waited till the checkers came out to celebrate. Congratulations, a victory in the Southern 500 and $1 million bonus again for you and your team.
That's pretty sweet. You know, we've had a difficult summer. Been real disappointed with the way the summer's gone for us. We broke things that I wish we didn't break, and can't take them back. But you know, our chance to redeem the season was obviously to win more money than anybody else, and we got a long ways to go to do that too. But can't say enough about Jeff Burton. I've told you everybody before, he's the master of Darlington. Him and David Pearson and Jeff Gordon, and he finally got himself a Southern 500 and an X-Side battery car. We've been trying for 4 years to do it, and you know, this probably ought to be our third straight. That close to winning 3 straight. And but I'm gonna take this one. I love it. Jeff Burton, just a heck of a job all day. The pit stop's great all day, and you know, laid down last night. I knew we had a chance to win this thing. I thought we were about a tenth better than the field, and I was pretty nervous. Didn't know whether we could get it done or not.
Congratulations. They feel they would have won it under green or in the rain. They're going to celebrate, and I believe that part's already begun.
Here are the results. Jeff Burton led the most laps here this afternoon, 89. Lord Burton finishes in second position, and Jimmy Spencer ends up with the 15th. Jeff Gordon, as you indicated, because he made a pit stop, dropped down in the top 5 back to 13th position. Now here 16 through 30, 17 were on the lead lap when the checkered flag dropped.
See, there's only 4 drivers were 1 lap down, and then a group of cars that were out of the race, Jerry Nadeau being one of those.
Dale Jarrett has lost 142 points in the last 46 points in the last couple of races. The margin now 168 as we head for the 25th event of 1999 this coming Saturday night in Richmond, Virginia. And there's the $1 million coming out of the car down the backstretch, and Jeff Burton is in the middle of a money snowstorm.
Wow. He's loving it, though.
You'll have to go out there and pick up all that money out there.
When we are finished here in just a few moments, the senior PGA will come back to ESPN. That will be in just a few moments, as soon as we can talk to Jeff Burton for a few moments and say goodbye from Darlington. So stay tuned for senior PGA golf coming back from ESPN2 to ESPN in just a few moments. ESPN's coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway being brought to you by X-Side NASCAR Select, the official battery of NASCAR. By the more than 2,700 AutoZone stores across America, AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more champions trust. Jeff Burton wins the $1 million. So does Phyllis Farmer from Hillsboro, Missouri, the newest millionaire in the United States. And here comes Jeff Burton off the racetrack, headed for victory lane at Darlington. It's his first Southern 500 win. He also won here in the spring, so he has the clean sweep at Darlington in 1999.
He has run so strong here in the last several years at Darlington.
Jerry is with Phyllis Farmer. Jerry, what's her reaction to all this?
Phyllis Farmer from Hillsboro, Missouri, you are a millionaire. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. I am so excited. I don't know what to say or do. I'm just excited.
Have you ever prayed so hard for rain in your life?
Never. Never. I was, please, God, let it rain now.
What will you do with the money? Do you have some special plans set aside?
I have some special plans. I'm going to make some investments, and my daughter and I have some plans to spend the rest of it.
Hey, well, congratulations. Enjoy yourself. And you might want to hug this guy when he gets here in a few minutes.
Oh, if he wants to be hugged, he's got a hug.
Okay, Phyllis Farmer, the newest millionaire, and another one just getting ready to pull in here into a makeshift victory lane as now Kim Burton comes by and gets hugged. And here comes her husband, Jeff, bringing the X-Side Battery Ford Taurus into victory lane. For the second time in 1999, he has won the noble $5 million. As we will try to make our way into the car here and get into Jeffrey. Trying trying to keep Frankie Stoddard from giving him a big smooch here on the... Frankie, you can give him a wet one later. Let me get in here to Jeffrey.
Come on as soon as you can, buddy.
He's trying to get the belt on so we can get out of here and celebrate a little bit. Okay, let me slide. Jeff getting a big hug from Phyllis here. Congratulations on another noble $5 million.
That's pretty incredible. You know, Frank made a great call to stay out. That was tough. I mean, that's a tough decision whether to stay out of pit. The 24 decided to pit. They lost a lot because of it. That's just a tough decision. But the best car won this race today. We had some fortune with the rain, but I think the best car won.
No doubt you did not back into this one at all. If it was probably when the story started, you would have been in victory lane. Not only did you win the million, but, Jeff, you won the Southern 500. What does that mean to you?
It means an awful lot. This is something that we've tried to do for a long time. And you can say what you want about the Daytona 500 or about Indianapolis, but, you know, this is it right here. As far as I'm concerned, it's the biggest race of the year.
Hey, congratulations. Give this young lady a hug. You just made her a millionaire. Phyllis Farmer and Jeff Burton, a couple of millionaires celebrating at Darlington. Bob?
Congratulations to Jeff Burton, the winner of the Pepsi Southern 500. The trucks are coming up Thursday night from Richmond. Busch on Friday. Winston Cup Saturday. We'll see you then. Bob Jenkins from Darlington. So long from the Pepsi Southern 500.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, proud to celebrate another moment from our first 20 years. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Go.
Ready and order by item number, please. We'll have details on these items and much more later in the show. But now, here's your host, Alan Bestwick.
Now we welcome to NASCAR Shop Talk Dale Earnhardt Jr., the defending NASCAR Busch Series champion. Thanks for having us into the Garage Mahal. How you doing?
I'm doing real good.
Let's talk about last year before we get started on some of this year and winning the championship. Did you really expect in your first full season you could win the title?
Going into the year, you know, I had no idea of winning a championship. I made a few comments and told my team and talked to the guys about that was our goal, that was our focus, because I knew that's what they wanted to win the championship, but I never really had that kind of confidence in myself until we started having some pretty good runs, and I started thinking, man, maybe we do got a shot at this, and Tony and the guys did a great job building great cars and keeping me calm as a rookie. Tony is the experience that he has in the series and working with some rookie drivers the past couple of years. He's really did a great job with me and keeping me, you know, toned down a lot of times, or keeping me from running buck wild and tearing a lot of stuff up. So we had a, you know, pretty solid year and something that we really can sit back and be happy with.
How stressful was it trying to win the championship in those last few months of the season?
Well, I was, you know, of course I was quite worried about the points lead, and Matt Kenseth, he was definitely charging, making every effort he could to take it away from me. And on top of that, you know, me and him had a pretty good friendship going and got to know each other pretty well. And you know, as much as we enjoyed racing against each other in the championship, we hung around off the racetrack. So that actually knocked the edge off of it a lot, because, you know, people would think that at the racetrack I'm in my trailer, he's in his. We're sitting there conniving against each other and how we're going to beat each other. But we weren't. We were hanging around, you know, eating cereal in the mornings and just talking about how big a deal everybody was, you know, having with it and how much fun we were having with it. And you know, how we, you know, I understood if he wanted, I was going to be happy for him and him happy for me. And we just had a great time with it, because it was really a good opportunity for both of us.
And so that friendship took a lot of the edge off it and took a lot of the stress out of it.
It did. It sure did.
Interesting. Dale Earnhardt Jr. with us here on NASCAR Shop Talk. When we come back, we'll talk about trying to defend that championship in 1999, trying to get ready to go Winston Cup racing very shortly.
Back with more Shop Talk in a moment. We're live at the Pepsi Southern 500 in Darlington, where the rain delay continues. Earnhardt, of course, continues to hang on to a slim lead in the Busch Series standings, and they'll be back in action this Friday night at Richmond. As far as the NASCAR Winston Cup racing is concerned here at Darlington, well, no change. They continue to try to dry the track. Jeff Burton is the leader of the race. Ward Burton is second. Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin, and Jeff Gordon complete the top 5.
Mom, Dad, a 37-year-old that lives at home should pay rent.
Great, Mark.
But I want airline miles or points. I don't understand. My rent would earn me airline miles. And with points, I could upgrade to, like, grandma's room.
Like a rewards program.
Whatever.
Yeah, what does this look like, a Holiday Inn?
More ways to collect and redeem points than any other hotel program. That's today's Holiday Inn.
Choosing a personal watercraft can be a real test, but Rusty Wallace knows just what he wants. Polaris, when you know what you want. See your local dealer for big savings on select models.
You've really been wanting a satellite dish, haven't you? You want all the sports. You want all the movies. But you're concerned. Hey, Radio Shack explains everything. And Radio Shack can even install your system for you when you buy now. Plus, when you get an RCA DirecTV system for only $149.99 and subscribe to 99 NFL Sunday Ticket and DirecTV Total Choice Platinum, get 3 months of free programming. All with no long-term commitment. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Still have 107 laps to go in the Pepsi Southern 500, and the patient crowd waits for this rain to move away and the track to dry so that we can get back into action. In the meantime, we're going to take you back with more Shop Talk, where the special guest is Dale Earnhardt Jr. We'll continue to update you on the situation here at Darlington.
Welcome back to NASCAR Shop Talk. In honor of today's guest, we're offering the Dale Earnhardt Jr. AC Delco die-cast car. It's an exclusive 1/32nd scale model of the car that Little E drove to the NASCAR Busch Series Championship. Made by Action Performance, it's priced at $39.99, ask for item NC 5594. Or check out the AC Delco uniform jacket, perfect for cold days at the track. It features embroidered logos and Dale Jr.'s signature on the back. Item number NC6404. It's available in medium, extra large, and double extra large, and it's priced at $149.99. This is the Dale Earnhardt Jr. Bud die-cast car. Made by Action Performance, it's an official replica of Dale Jr.'s 1999 stock car. The exclusive 1/32nd scale is not available anywhere else. The price for this limited edition is only $39.99. Ask for item number NC4257. Or check out this beautiful Earnhardt set featuring the cars Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. drove in their first NASCAR Winston Cup event together. These exclusive die-casts are by Action Performance and specially priced for Shop Talk viewers at just $89.99. Call 800-258-1111. Ask for item number NC4043. Now back to Alan and his special guest.
Continuing our NASCAR Shop Talk visit with Dale Earnhardt Jr., the defending NASCAR Busch Series champ, who's trying to repeat that title here in '99. You said to me the other day that you think the Busch Series, the competition, has gotten tougher this year. Why?
Well, it's pretty simple to see that we have a lot of new sponsors that have come into the series, a lot of teams with better sponsors this year, and allowing them to have the stamina to go every week and compete the full year with the best of equipment. And just over the past couple of years, not so much myself, but my team, Tony and Tony Jr. has noticed a growing crop of mechanics and better mechanics and more. They're just coming out of the woods, all these people that can all of a sudden work on race cars, and there's every team has good mechanics working on their cars, and they're turning out good race cars. If you go up and down the line at the racetrack before the race and look at these cars, they're just all top-notch, real good equipment. And plus, we've got some guys that have come back to the Busch Series, like Jeff Green and Todd Bodine, and a couple guys that maybe I thought I'd never have to worry about at the end of the years that I was going to run the Busch Series, but here they are, they're back again, and I'm telling you what, those are some driving fools. Jeff Green, I'm telling you, I ain't never seen a man wheel a car like him. He drives the wheels off of things, but and it's fun to race with people like that because it demands more out of you. So, but also, Randy LaJoy with his new team, you're always wondering about. Everybody makes a change during the winter time. You're wondering, well, we thought we had them covered last year, and if things were going to remain the same, maybe we would be all right. But everybody changed around and moved, new sponsors, new teams, new car owners, and so we were kind of like, hey, this is a total new ball field for us here in 1999, and I've been quite surprised by how well we're doing in the point season compared to all the new teams.
Also the other day, in the conversation we were having, you said you thought Talladega was a key race for your team so far this season. Again, why?
Well, because mainly I've had a difficult time finishing restrictor plate races. We've tore up just about everywhere we went, Daytona and Talladega, the past 2 years. So to finish one of them races was a real good confidence builder for myself. And it let me know, man, I can do this. This isn't just something that's going to take, I thought it was going to take a lot more work and a lot more, thought to finish one of them races. And luckily we did all right and come home 6th. And plus, I also needed my team and my guys to know that I could do it and that they didn't have to worry about whether they was going to unload the car backwards or forwards when we got back to the shop, or how many pieces it was going to be in. But because we just had a tough time with it up until this past Talladega race.
Need to take a break here. We'll come back with more with Dale Earnhardt Jr. in just a minute. Stay with us.
Back to Shop Talk momentarily. We continue to wait out a rain delay here at the Pepsi Southern 500 as Darlington celebrates its 50th anniversary. Jeff Burton, the leader of the race, could win $1 million from the Noble $5 million bonus if he wins today's race. Back in a moment.
If your replacement windshield isn't installed properly, you could have a slight leaking problem. That's why you should go to the pros. PPG ProStar certified technicians. Whether you need your windshield repaired or replaced, they're professionals who do the job right the first time. For PPG ProStar certified technicians, call 1-800-PPG-7011.
Mr. Sinclair?
So how is he?
Well, as you know, he's very old, but I see that the hip replacement went well. Of course, he'll have to stay off his feet for several weeks. The best thing he can do right now is rest.
With its worldwide acceptance and high credit limit, Visa Platinum offers purchase power you can really use for those you really love.
Lean on me.
Besides, if he had one, he'd do the same for you.
You make a car from the ground up with a lot of blood, a lot of sweat, and a lot of love.
And the crew works so hard day and night. They do everything, and then they put you out there.
Each car has a personality. You got to get a feel for them.
It's the Test Track Series, celebrating the unsung workhorses that race the test track like only Hot Wheels does. Limited quantities while supplies last.
When you can go through a corner as fast as you feel the car can possibly go through that corner, you're right on the edge.
Hot Wheels Racing. Feel it.
Welcome back to Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. 260 of 367 laps completed in the Pepsi Southern 500 under a rain delay. Jeff Burton is the leader of the race. There are a couple of guys who have had really outstanding runs here this afternoon. Let's talk to both of them. First of all, Joe Nemechek, who's running 7th.
And Bobby came from 22nd starting spot and came all the way to the top 5. You were running up to 3rd at one time, Joe. What a run you've had.
Pretty awesome day here at Darlington. Our whole Bell South Chevy team has worked real hard. We qualified 22nd. Thought we'd do a little bit better than that, but we got a really good setup in happy hour yesterday afternoon. Learned a lot from the Busch race, and, was competitive there. Ended up 5th, and just a good day. We needed some long runs today. If we could add some long runs, we may give Jeff a run for his money.
There were people who were saying this is a pretty impressive audition for maybe what could happen next year, maybe a shot at that 28 car. If it was, he certainly picked a good time to do it.
I hope so. I hope there's a lot of good things in my future here. I know I end up in a good ride. Just don't know what's going to happen yet. So, we had a good run. This is the toughest, one of the toughest tracks that we all can run at, and And when you run good here, you know, it takes a lot of timing, patience, but you have to have the right car too. And we had a good run today.
I know you're not going to be back with Felix, and that's already been said, but can you have had some discussions with Robert? I know that a lot of those people there are pulling for you to maybe be a part of that operation. How close are you, or do you know what kind of timetable they're on to make a decision?
Well, I think things are going to happen here pretty quick. Yes, I have talked to Robert, and yeah, I think there's some possibilities there. Just have to wait and see. But you know, with Ernie retiring now, there's another good car. There's going to be a lot of things happen in silly season in the very near future.
And we wish you the best.
Thank you.
And guys, just a moment ago, Jack Roush came by clapping his hands as the rains are starting to come down even more, so he's getting a little bit excited about what could happen. We check in with Bill.
Elliott Sadler doesn't even feel the rain. You're having a great day at Darlington, currently 11.
Man, we're having a great day here. Big improvement from where I was here in the spring. We had a great qualifying run. Just glad to do this well for Sitco and MDA. We're kind of starting off the Jerry Lewis Telethon this weekend, and so far these new paint schemes are working pretty good for us. And you know, I wouldn't mind if it keeps on raining. 11th is pretty good. The car's in one piece, and we're just looking forward to get a good points day.
Well, at the beginning of the race, we talked about this day being famous for one marathon and one telethon. You're in the marathon right now, but the telethon starts later.
Exactly right. And, you know, Sitco just wanted to show their appreciation for everybody involved in the MDA and what they do for neuromuscular diseases. And that's why they came up with this special paint scheme, this suit, the helmet that we're all going to auction off. And all the benefits and proceeds from all of this stuff that we're doing this weekend will all go to help MDA. And that shows you what kind of great company Sitco is. And we're just, myself and the Wood Brothers are glad to be a part of it and do what we can to help out. And so far it's been a pretty good day for us, and hopefully it'll continue to go the same.
Kenny Wallace just came by and pointed out the rookie race is not over yet, is it?
Yeah, he's my new agent. Kenny Wallace is a great guy. You know, we're not going to give up. You know, we want to get up as far points as we can, and we want to keep getting these top finishes. And I just want to say hello to everybody back in the shop. They've worked their butts off to give me some great race cars, and stay home to my buddy Steve that built this car for us. It's an awesome race car, and I want to carry that thing to Richmond next week.
Okay, dry clean that thing before you auction it off, all right?
Okay, thank you. You saying I stink a little bit?
I didn't say that.
Okay, thank you.
That's Elliott Sadler. Let's take a look at the rundown and a Hardee's Field summary, showing you the top 15 right now. And you can see that Elliott Sadler is in 11th position. That isn't his best Winston Cup finish. He finished 10th at Texas. He did have an 11th place finish at Michigan just a few weeks ago. Dale Jarrett, the points leader, in 12th position, and Steve Park back there in 15th. There are 17 cars currently on the lead lap. So you see the rest of the rundown there, and we will just continue to monitor the situation here as the rain continues. It's picking up just a little bit more. We'll have reports. Meanwhile, back to more Shop Talk.
Welcome back to NASCAR Shop Talk. Next up, a group of items from the 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, Dale Earnhardt. First, the Goodrich uniform jacket in Dale's trademark classic black. It features embroidered logos front and back and Dale's signature. It's item NC7411. It comes in sizes large through double extra large and is priced at only $149.99. Also for fans of the Intimidator is this Earnhardt 25th anniversary die cast. It has a special logo on the trunk honoring Dale's 25 years in NASCAR. The 1/24th scale replica is by Action Performance and costs just $59.99. A must for any Earnhardt collector. It's item number NC4336. Check out this item. It's number NC4332, the Dale Earnhardt 25th Anniversary T-shirt. The shirt is covered front and back with images from Dale's incomparable career, including 7 NASCAR Winston Cup championships. The shirt is made of 100% cotton. It comes in sizes medium to double extra large. The price, just $22.99. And finally, one more item to celebrate the Intimidator's silver anniversary, the 5-piece Revell train set. The die-cast train includes engine, caboose, coal car, and 2 flatbeds, each carrying replicas of Dale's number 3 Chevy. This limited edition item is $59.99. It's item number NC4255. To place your order, call 800-258-1111. Have your credit card ready. Now back to Alan and his special guest.
We continue on NASCAR Shop Talk with Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking about trying to defend your NASCAR Busch Series championship this year. Some of your competitors say to me that they think your team's advantage over them is in the aerodynamic department, that your team has a better grip on that than maybe some of the others do. Agree, disagree, and why?
I'd say we may. I mean, I feel very confident in the people that we have hanging the bodies on these race cars and doing the Bondo and the painting. They are, you know, they've always drove well, and anytime we make an adjustment or make an improvement, I can feel that on the racetrack. So we have a good connection with my body men, and anytime we've got a car that's too loose or too tight, we'll come back in, hacksaw it here or there, cut it, move this, do something else, and go back to the racetrack and usually have that problem fixed. And anytime you got that, you really have something special. Another area along besides 3 or 4 or 5 years of hard work with these guys and becoming better and better body men, we also had a few opportunities this past year to go to the wind tunnel with one of our cars and learn a little bit about that. And Tony Jr. spent time at the wind tunnel learning a lot about the car and the body and things he can do at the racetrack to improve the car and to change the car, because everybody knows how much taping the grill and things like that can change the car. Moving a fender one way or another can also do the same effect. So we can, you know, if we can send Tony Jr. and give him that opportunity to learn that, that's very important.
To wrap up discussing the Busch Series this year and trying to defend your title, if for some reason you come up a couple of points short at the end of the year, will it be a disappointment?
It probably would, just because of the fact that we won it last year. We feel like we're still competitive and very strong to win it again this year. And we made a lot of efforts. Along with the Winston Cup team that we're trying to put together, we're still putting forth a whole lot of effort to win the Busch Series championship. And we really, really love the series and want to go out with a bang, you know. So this is our last year, and we certainly don't want to lose it. But you know, if we do, I can still look back and say, you know, that I was thankful that I got the opportunity with such a great team that we had, and thankful that what I did in the Busch Series the 2 years I was there is taking me to where I'm going.
We'll talk about where you're going when we come back in just a minute. Winston Cup preparations here at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated for this man to move up next year. That when NASCAR Shop Talk continues.
Proud. ESPN welcomes you back to Darlington Raceway, South Carolina. We are live waiting out this rain delay as we have 107 more laps to go in the Pepsi Southern 500 for 1999. 5 drivers eligible to win the No Bull $5 million bonus, and one of them, Jeff Burton, is currently leading this race. And again, the weather is not bad. It has not rained hard at any time, but it is raining enough to keep the cars from top speed, and the track drying operations are continuing. There is Jeff Burton with his crew chief, Frankie Stoddard. Coming over to talk with Tommy Baldwin and Ward Burton about the situation. Ward is running in second spot right now as Jack Roush also joins in the conversation. There are the 5 drivers eligible for the big bucks, with Mark Martin also in the top 5. Dale Jarrett is in 12th position. Tony Stewart 17th. And Bobby Labonte, the only one who is not on the lead lap. He is down in 21st position. We'll be back with more Shop Talk when we come back as the jet dryers continue to work here at Darlington Raceway.
Everybody's ready. Let's go.
Here it goes. Let's hit it.
Rock your way to the fastest finish.
You're good. You're fast.
After lunch, we'll do the other side of the street. Make sure you've got genuine sheetrock. USG Sheetrock brand products, official marketing partner of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Listen, I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts bare, man. I breathed the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Reno, Chicago, Fargo, Minnesota, Buffalo, Toronto, Winslow, Sarasota, Wichita, Tulsa, Ottawa, Oklahoma, Tampa, Panama, Mattawa, La Paloma. Travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
You know me.
Welcome back to Darlington. This is a No Bull 5 race. It is not the final one of 1999. That will be at Talladega coming up here later in the year, and so we will look toward the 5 top drivers here this afternoon being eligible for the $1 million bonus in Talladega. And right now, those top 5 are Burton, Jeff Burton, and there's Kim, hoping that the rain will continue. Ward Burton also would be eligible, so would Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin, and Jeff Gordon. Those are the top 5 at the moment.
Kim's a little nervous. She gets a little nervous. She's that way.
Looking toward the sky.
So come on, rain.
More rain.
Please, rain.
Yeah, it's raining a little bit. Not quite real hard, but it is raining enough to keep the cars off the racetrack. Well, we're going to take you back to Shop Talk here for final segment of that program and continue to tell you what's going on occasionally here at Darlington.
Welcome back to NASCAR Shop Talk. Up next, a series of items for Gordon fans, beginning with the Gold DuPont Champion car. This exclusive 1/24th scale model commemorates Jeff's 1998 NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. The limited edition diecast is by Action Performance and is plated in stunning 24-karat gold. Priced at $129.99, it's item number NC4223. Also available, the Daytona 500 Championship Tee. This 100% cotton T-shirt honors Jeff's second Daytona 500 win. It comes in sizes medium to double extra large and is priced at $22.99. Just call 800-258-1111. Ask for item number NC4328. Up next, an item you'll only get from Shop Talk or our catalog. The Jeff Gordon Pepsi car and helmet set. It features a 1/32nd scale diecast of Jeff's new Busch Series car displayed with a mini replica helmet. Made by Action Performance, the set is item number NC4252. It sells for only $69.99. To order, call toll-free, 800-258-1111. Remember to have the item number and your credit card ready. And now back to Alan Bestwick with more NASCAR Shop Talk.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. with us today on NASCAR Shop Talk. You will go NASCAR Winston Cup racing actually very shortly. Your debut is scheduled. What preparations are being made right now?
Well, right now we've got 2 fully built race cars ready to go to Charlotte. We'll go test a couple times, 2 or 3 times maybe, if we can. Hopefully the weather participates with us and it's where we can do that. If not, you know, we'll be forced to just go on the racetrack green and try to figure it out from there. But you know, being that we run pretty well at Charlotte with our Busch car, we've had a lot of people comment on that we can't use that type of technology on the Cup car, but we're going to try our best to try to relate somehow or another to the Cup car from what we've learned on the Busch car.
What are your expectations for the races you'll run this year and for next year? I mean, what do you want to accomplish, first of all, in these few races this year?
Well, I mean, what I'd like to accomplish is to qualify well, if possible, make first round to where we can concentrate on our race setup and the rest of the practices the rest of the weekend. And in the races, you know, if we can qualify well, I'd like to stay pretty competitive in the race. I realize that we have a lot to learn and leaps and bounds to go before we ourselves and our equipment is to where it needs to be. But if you know, we could at least make a decent enough showing to give ourselves some confidence and to show some promise to everyone else who's watching, you know, I feel that we can be pretty satisfied with that.
The plans for the races you'll run this year have changed some since originally, I guess. Any idea a little bit better now beyond Charlotte Memorial Weekend what you're going to do?
Well, we'll go to Loudon and Michigan after that, and then the night Richmond race, which is I'm pretty excited about that change. I wanted to go to the Talladega race and run that, but the fact that they're not going to have the 99 Monte Carlo ready, or we're not going to be able to, there's no real point in us building a super speedway car to run it one time and then tear the body off and put another body on it for next year. So we're going to go to the night race at Richmond, which is where we run second and first there in the Busch car. I feel like I'm pretty good at the track itself, and maybe, we won't be far off with the setup either. And then after that, we're going to Atlanta at the end of the year, which is another favorite.
How will taking your whole Busch Series team up to the Winston Cup level make it tougher, and how will it help?
Well, the ways it's going to make it tougher will be that the things that we're going to learn, this team is so used to success, and we're so, used to being up front, running well, having good confidence about ourselves, and the fact that when we go Winston Cup racing, we're going to have to learn a lot. We're going to make some mistakes. We're going to have some bad times more often probably than we're used to now. So that's going to be tough on our guys, and that's going to show us who's ready to deal and who's ready to fold. And
how will it help?
Well, it'll help because the fact that we've all been together so long, and we're all pretty used to each other. We got a good chemistry going. We got a good communication going. Me and Tony Jr. won't have to figure each other out. He knows what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the race car and what it's doing, and he can go right to it and fix it pretty quickly. So we won't have that slowing us down or hindering us any at all.
More at NASCAR Shop Talk with Dale Earnhardt Jr. right after this. Don't go away.
Mom, Dad, a 37-year-old that lives at home should pay rent.
Great, Mark.
But I want airline miles or points.
I don't understand.
My rent would earn me airline miles, and with points I could upgrade to, like, grandma's room.
Like a rewards program.
Whatever.
Yeah, what does this look like, a Holiday Inn?
More ways to collect and redeem points than any other hotel program. That's today's Holiday Inn.
Choosing a personal watercraft can be a real test, but Rusty Wallace knows just what he wants. Polaris, when you know what you want. See your local dealer for big savings on select models.
You've really been wanting a satellite dish, haven't you? You want all the sports. You want all the movies. But you're concerned. Hey, Radio Shack explains everything. And Radio Shack can even install your system for you when you buy now. Plus, when you get an RCA DirecTV system for only $149.99 and subscribe to 99 NFL Sunday Ticket and DirecTV Total Choice Platinum, get 3 months of free programming. All with no long-term commitment. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
There is optimism here at Darlington Raceway because the drivers have been called back to their cars. You see some of the tarps being taken off, and hopefully within about 15 minutes, we're going to get this race back underway. It hasn't rained, apparently, for quite a while.
You can tell who wants this race restarted. Jeremy Mayfield. They've already got the tarp on. They're ready to go. Let's go. Start this thing up. The 99 car, well, okay, I guess we got to take this tarp back off because they've told, they've told us to put the drivers back in the car.
Well, the activity really picks up now. They're taking the tarps off pit road, and the fans are ready for some action. We work with Ned Jarrett every Winston Cup race on ESPN, and he's had quite a broadcasting career. He also, of course, had quite a racing career, and one of his big moments came right here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina in 1965.
Ned Jarrett was an eager youngster who did it right. He paid his dues in the sportsman's ranks, learned his craft, earned the right to move up. And by the time he graduated to NASCAR's big league, he had a reputation. Good driver, family man, solid, reliable, good guy. Ned knew there was more to racing than standing on the gas and sawing at the wheel. After winning the Grand National Championship, he took a Dale Carnegie course, making him a better spokesman for the sport.
Be associated with this fine group.
On and off the track, Ned left his mark. He won 50 races, 2 championships in the Southern 500 by 14 laps. A record that will surely stand forever.
It stands today as the largest margin of victory in history in the Pepsi Southern 500, 14 laps in 1965. What a career, Ned.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate ESPN airing that little piece. Well, these guys, they still haven't gotten in their race cars, waiting to do that. And some of them want to go, as Venus said, and some of them don't.
Track looks pretty dry to me. How about it, Jerry Pudge?
Bob, it is drying very, very nicely. In fact, the irony was about 15 minutes ago when we were interviewing some of the drivers, it started raining a little heavier, and some of the drivers came walking back by us and actually headed back to the garage area to change clothes. One driver kept his driving suit on, climbed in his own passenger vehicle, and got his wife and his family with him, and it pulled out here right behind pit wall to leave. And suddenly it quit raining, and the drying continued, and they called them out. So the guys have been running back out here, putting their uniforms back on, putting their arms back in their suits, and those are the guys that wanted it to quit. And, of course, the guys that wanted to race were hanging out by the race car. So there was sort of a 50-50 split there, but now they're trying to get everyone buckled back in. Looks like we may be able to get back underway here pretty soon. Bill Weber?
How are you? I didn't mean to spin you out.
That's okay. I can take a little roughness there.
Well, I'm 2 down because of a left front coming loose twice.
Yeah. Now, how you felt that, like the first lap under green, we went down and looked at that tire. It'd take a lot of guys a little longer to find that.
Well, I actually felt it went around to the corner after the pit stop, and I said, oh, it's a piece of rubber on the tire caused the vibration. But it really wasn't. It was a loose wheel.
And then it happened again.
Well, then I had to come in on the green and get that fixed, and then we went out and ran another 20, 30 laps, came loose again.
So how is it now?
Tight, I hope.
Yeah.
The wheel.
Because sometimes it'll strip the, when you want to put the nut on there, it'll strip it a little bit.
Yeah, my car's over here. I got to go.
You got to go?
Well, they say we're going to start racing again, but it's going to rain some more.
No, it's not. Good luck.
Okay.
And away goes Dale Earnhardt to his car. Well, a lot of anniversaries being celebrated here recently. We, of course, celebrated NASCAR's 50th anniversary last year. It's Darlington's 50th anniversary right now, and it's ESPN's 20th anniversary. And Tuesday at 7 o'clock, ESPN has a special 20th anniversary show hosted by Chris Berman. During the 3-hour special, we'll take a look at the early years of ESPN and review 20 years of sports, looking at great games, memorable moments, and stories that touched our emotions. That's Tuesday at 7 o'clock. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Jeff Burton has not yet stepped into his car, but we anticipate the restart of the Pepsi Southern 500 before too long. We'll take another break and be right back with more.
What's the deal at Adams County Motors? No pressure, no gimmicks, and the lowest price in town. That's the deal, and that's why people keep coming back to their hometown dealer, Adams County Motors. We're not a mega dealership with a huge overhead, so we can be flexible enough to work with your budget, and that means you'll get the best possible value on a full line of Ford, Lincoln, Mercury, and Ford trucks. We've been doing it this way for more than 50 years, and we're not about to change now. Stop by Adams County Motors on Biglerville Road, 1 mile north of the square in Gettysburg.
Biglerville Tire and Auto can do a whole lot more than sell you a great set of tires for your car. And if you don't bring it to a shop with certified mechanics and over 60 years combined experience like us, well, it could change everything. Because we're an authorized Napa Car Care Center and an American Car Care Center with coast-to-coast warranty protection. So when you bring your car, truck, or van to us, it changes everything. Not to mention the tires you'll drive away on.
Hey, nice tire.
Biglerville Tire and Auto, just like the name said.
Back at Darlington Raceway, South Carolina, there have been 4 rain-shortened Southern 500s. The most recent was in 1993. It ended at lap 351. Also in 92, 87, and 69. And right now, we have great optimism that we can get this thing going again and complete the last 107 laps of the 1999 edition of the Pepsi Southern 500. When we come here every year on Labor Day weekend, the NMPA inducts a couple of drivers into their Hall of Fame, and such was the case last night, Ned.
Yes, it was. The late Alan Kowicki was inducted into the National Motorsports Press Association Hall of Fame, and Sam Ard. Sam lives in this area down here, and of course his career was cut short by an injury, but he accomplished a lot in a relatively short period of time, and so it's good to see those two guys inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I learned there last night that J.B. Day, who is one of the living legends of motorsports, and he probably hadn't missed a Southern 500 in over 25 years, but he is missing this one because of triple bypass surgery, and certainly want to wish him the best.
Dr. Jerry Punch has a report from down there amongst the drivers in the cars.
Well, Bob, we've seen the brothers Burton talking this thing over. You know, if we get it started, we don't get it started. You know, we wonder if they're being brothers, being within the family, they might work out some kind of deal. Michael Craniff just came by a minute ago, and I said, what are they talking about, Michael? Michael said, well, I think what they've done is Jeff said he's agreed to give Ward Burton a little bit of that money for his conservation fund. You know, Ward is a very avid conservationist and wildlife, advocate, and he said he's told Ward he'd give him some money for his fund. And so I asked Ward, asked Jeff how much you're going to give him. Jeff said, about $5. So he may give him a little bit, but it ain't going to be much. And I don't think Ward's going to let him have anything at all. If they wins it, he wins it. If they go back racing, Ward's going to take that $1 million away if he can. Bill Weber?
Well, we're back down here in Jeff Burton's pit, and Buddy Parrott's he can't hear a thing I'm saying. He's got more radios on than anybody. How are you?
Oh, I'm just sitting around in the rain. What are y'all doing?
Yeah, I'm watching you doing your rain dance. A few minutes ago, I was watching that.
Well, I tell you what, we won this thing in April because of that deal, but, Jeff Burton's drove a great race, and this crew in here is unbelievable, what the pit stops they've done, and it's been a great race so far. It wouldn't hurt me a bit to finish this thing under green and go on over there and do what we're supposed to do, but the fans deserve a great race, and we're going to give it to them if the Lord we'll drive this thing up. But
Buddy, in the garage area last night and again this morning, a lot of guys were pointing at your car and your driver as the guy in the car to beat. What makes Jeff Burton so good at this track?
It just runs the racetrack different from anybody I've ever seen. He's got something happens when he comes to Darlington. He has no fear about hard concrete walls, and the car works great. Frankie and them have set up the car where he can run right on the I think he's got some kind of little cushion deal that when he runs into the wall there, the air blows him back off because that's how close he runs. But before I get off of this, I'd like to say hello to my mom. I love you, and I hope you get well.
Hey, is this your head cheerleader over here on the right?
Yeah, right. She's singing in the rain, too, man.
She gets a little excited at these things, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. And I tell you what, at Darlington, it's real tricky because when she flinches, she about throws me off this box.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Why'd you say that stuff about me, buddy? She has the rain, the umbrella up saying, NASCAR, look, it's just still pouring down rain. But it isn't.
Does appear to be anyway. There's Mark Martin, who's sitting in fourth right now.
And Pat Tryson, the new crew chief for Kevin LePage, talking to these guys. He's done a great job today with Kevin LePage. They're currently running in sixth position.
Got him up to sixth position. Back down to Bill Weber.
Well, I'm trying to give Kim Burton equal time here, but by gosh, I just can't get there. How are you? Now she can't hear a thing because it's perfect timing. The low jet dryer is going by. So, everything okay? No. A little nervous? Okay. We'll come back. Bob, fill for about 15 seconds here, would you?
14, 13. Yeah, the jet dryer just happens to be going by at the time when we threw it down to Bill to talk to Kim, and the jet dryer is moving off quickly. So, okay, Bill, now try it.
Okay. Well, it's still in the neighborhood. Lean down here for a second. How you feeling?
Nervous.
Why?
Well, I just wish it would rain.
He's got a great car, though.
I know, but it's, you just never know. Anything can happen.
Kim, you've been with him for a long time. You were there when he won the $1 million at Charlotte, but you know how much the Southern 500 means to him in addition to the money. This is a big day for him.
Yeah, I mean, what Winston does is awesome for the sport, but Jeff really didn't talk about that. His main goal was to come down here and run well and to try to win the Southern 500. That's been his dream. He came out here in a little bitty motorhome out in the infield when he was 5 or 6 and watched him run, and it would be awesome.
How do you keep your focus during the race?
The computer helps a lot. That's kind of why I do it, because it keeps me calm.
Buddy was picking on you pretty hard there a few minutes ago. I know you couldn't hear him.
Buddy always picks on me, but that's okay. Yeah, he's a great guy, and we love him.
Best of luck to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Little perspective from the woman's viewpoint there as Jeff now begins to make his way to his car, as does Jeremy Mayfield and everybody else. Crew chiefs stand around with their drivers. Hopefully we can get a green flag very, very soon, as there has been no rain down here for the past few minutes. We'll be right back and wait out this rain delay at Darlington.
The new Hawkeye Titanium Irons. Landing soon from Callaway Golf.
Want to color your gray beard or mustache and get a natural look? It's easy with Just for Men Gel.
You look so natural, no one can tell. With Just for Men Gel, no one can tell. With Just for Men Gel.
It's not regular hair coloring. It's specially made to penetrate that coarse, hard-to-color gray. Simply brush in and in 5 minutes, rinse. Now gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell. With Just for Men Gel.
Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch. Back with you at Darlington Raceway, where we have been since 1 o'clock Eastern Time 5 hours ago. We started this race, and everything was going well. Then it started to rain. We had a 24-minute delay. They restarted the race, and then it started to rain again. And we have not gone back to green flag racing since that time. But the cars now are being uncovered, and although they called the drivers back to the cars several minutes ago, it appears right now is when they are indeed beginning to get into them and act like that we're going to go back to green.
Now, if they do get this thing started again, Bob, it's going to take probably an hour or something to finish. And you said we've been here for 5 hours already, and it took a little over 6 hours to run that first Southern 500 here, so we're going to rival that, of course, for a different reason. That was because they didn't run very fast that day.
And they better get started quickly, because darkness might end up, with the cloud cover we have right now, darkness may end up being a threat before it's over, before we can run the entire 367 laps, I should say.
For those of you tuning in for the TD Waterhouse Championship Senior PGA Golf, we have a programming update for you coming up next over on ESPN2. You can check out that Senior PGA Championship. That's coming up on the Deuce next. We have been told that the cars are going to be fired in about 2 minutes. So go to the refrigerator and get yourself a nice cold soft drink and get set, hopefully, for the final 107 laps of racing in the Pepsi Southern 500.
Hi, folks. Tom Park here at Crown Ford in Chambersburg, where our customers are treated like royalty. When you come in, you'll find a family-friendly atmosphere in our showroom, a place for your kids to play, and a service department to meet your needs. We're open 6 days a week in our service department with extended hours for your convenience. We have an on-site body shop, and you can visit us anytime on our website, or simply give us a call or make the short drive to 2024 Lincoln Way East, just east of Highway 81. Remember, if it doesn't say Crown Ford, you definitely paid too much.
Instant coffee, instant pudding, instant replay, instantly recognizable name brand merchandise, shoes and athletic footwear from Nike, Adidas, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more, accessories, outerwear, and NASCAR merchandise, and lower prices across the board. Now in our 20th year with the same great selection and service. Visit our permanent location on Carlisle Street in Hanover. Instant replay. Just add water.
Getting set for, hopefully, the resumption of this Pepsi Southern 500. The drivers are in their cars, and we should be firing the engines here in just a few more minutes. We've talked all day about the history associated with Darlington Raceway and some of the great drivers who have competed here. One of those drivers grew up not too far from Darlington Raceway in Timminsville, South Carolina, used to sneak in under the fence to watch the races, and he has won this Pepsi Southern 500 on 5 different occasions. We're talking about Cale Yarborough.
15 years ago, Cale Yarborough personified what it meant to be a success in a sport still tied to its roots. He grew up as rural South could be, walking barefoot to school through tobacco fields outside Sardis, South Carolina, in the shadow of the Darlington Speedway. A town with fewer people in it than a marching band. Although he won more than $5 million in his career, his life contains just enough elements of the Old South that he and the drivers of his generation became known outside the region as the good old boy.
Overall, David Pearson has won 10 times here at Darlington, and Dale Earnhardt has won 9 times, but Cale Yarborough has won 5 Southern 500s. And there you see other drivers who have moved themselves up on the all-time win list at Darlington Raceway. Allison, Waltrip, Elliott, and Gordon also have won 5 times here at this facility. Of course, Jeff Gordon is going for 5 straight Southern 500 wins here this afternoon. He is currently shown in 5th position. And once again, a programming update for the Senior PGA Golf from Kansas City, Missouri. Tune over right now to ESPN2. Stay with us if you want to see the final 107 laps of the Pepsi Southern 500. We await, hopefully momentarily, the command to restart the engines.
We're going to change your mind about coloring your gray with the natural look of Just for Men.
You look so natural, no one can tell. It's just for men. No one can tell, but just for men.
Just for Men penetrates hair deep inside where natural color begins. Simply apply, and in 5 minutes, rinse. Gray is gone, matched up to the rest of your hair.
You look so natural, no one can tell. It's just for men.
The new Hawkeye Titanium irons. Landing soon from Callaway Golf.
ESPN welcomes you back to its live coverage of what has been a long afternoon here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, the Pepsi Southern 500. We're still 107 laps away from the conclusion of this race. And as we get now into the evening time, about 5 minutes after 6 Eastern time, I think the question is, if they do restart this race, and we certainly think they're going to here in the next few minutes, are they going to be able to complete the entire distance before it gets dark? And that's something we don't know, but what do you guys think?
I doubt very seriously they'll be able to run 107 laps in the remaining daylight that we have. Again, the good question is to exactly how long they can run and when they'll make the decision when the race is going to be over. We see the pace car has pulled up in front of the cars, and the cars have been fired, and we are going back racing, hopefully in just a couple of minutes.
The fans who are remaining here are happy to hear those sounds, those engines firing, and still a lot of fans here. Some have left.
My guess is that probably half the people have left, and see a couple of whole rows. I would guess about half the people have left during this rain delay, but still half of them are hanging out and hoping to see the rest of this. This is on the back stretch.
And of course, we're helped by the fact that tomorrow is a national holiday, and most people don't have to get back to work tomorrow. So a lot of people sticking around for the final laps of this race. About Sports Center coming up at 7 o'clock on ESPN. The stories that will be covered include the wild card update in Major League Baseball, the WNBA Finals, and the U.S. Open Tennis highlights. All that coming up on Sports Center, hosted by Kenny Mayne and Larry Beal at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. And for more, you can log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, go.com.
Kenny Mayne, one of the favorites of the racing personalities on Sports Center. I remember he did the RPM Tonight for, what, a couple of years before he moved over to Sports Center.
Waiting to roll them off.
We have just received word from NASCAR that this will not go the distance. What they're going to do is they're going to start here in a few minutes, and they're going to race until 6:30, and then they're going to run 10 laps past 6:30, and at that time they will throw the checkered flag. So we're going to have about 25 minutes, hopefully, of racing here to decide the Southern 500 for 1999.
Well, they should not have to make a pit stop during that time, tires or for fuel. So it would be as fair to one as it is to the other.
That's probably 50 laps of green flag racing.
But they'll be slip and slide by that time, because we've seen here today, once those tires gets worn down, they get about 40, 50 laps on them. It's slip and slide, plus the fact that, as Jeff Burton pointed out in an interview earlier with him, it'll be a little bit, the track might be a little bit different now. It's cooler down there for sure.
Jerry, what's the thinking behind the decision that NASCAR has come up with?
Well, first of all, to give all the crews the information up front is very, very smart of NASCAR to keep the playing field level. Both pit roads have been closed, at least initially. That means if someone's going to pit, they know how many laps you're going to have left to run. But most importantly, some of the drivers, like Mark Martin had commented a moment ago on his radio to NASCAR, that these windshields, some of the windshields here are tinted, and we've run 260 laps so far, and they've gotten pitted from the sand and debris blowing around here, and it's very difficult to see out of that windshield now as it's getting darker and more overcast. So NASCAR, in the interest of safety, said we're not going to run the entire 367. We couldn't anyway. We're going to go to 6:30 and give you 10 laps so you guys will be able to see the battle out for the checkered flag.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. Well, we do see some cars pitting. Jeff Gordon, Elliott Sadler, Jimmy Spencer, and Chad Little come down pit road.
Now, these cars only have about 7 laps of green flag racing on the set of tires they put on, but evidently they feel like it's their advantage to make a pit stop and put on more tires, Jerry Punch.
Exactly. NASCAR just said we're going to go ahead and open pit road now. They put 1 round in the right rear. They're going to change 4 tires. Remember what you heard Ray Abernam say. They made major adjustments on this car back in 1997. And this was the car, by the way, that won the last Winston Million back in 1997. Maybe that adjustment will make a difference as the laps are going to wind down here over the next 20, 25 minutes.
Dale Jarrett is in, John Kernan.
That's right. Time for me to go back to work, I guess. It'll be a 4-tire change for DJ. They watched to see who was going to pit on the front stretch. When they saw those cars come in, they decided that they would come in, put on 4 sticker tires, and hope that they could make a run toward the front.
Well, they were sitting there in 12th position, didn't have a whole lot to lose. They would have picked up 3 or 4 positions from the cars that pitted on the front stretch, but decided, I guess, that it was worth the gamble since they had about 7 or 8 green flag laps on those tires to come in and get some news.
Remember now, there are 17 cars on the lead lap, so even if you make a pit stop and fall back to the very end of the cars on the lead lap, you're only in 17th position. It's going to be interesting to see how these cars that now have new tires perform, especially when we get close to the checkered flag.
You see the brothers Burton have chosen not to pit. Jeremy Mayfield has decided to stay out, so has Mark Martin. The 16 car of Kevin LePage. Right now, Jack Roush has 3 cars in the top 5.
Yes, he does. Joe Nemechek runs in 6th position. Bobby Hamilton is 7th. The rest of the top 10, Rusty Wallace, Ken Schrader, and Steve Park, who is in the top 10, and a good run for Steve.
Steve was one of those drivers pitting on the backstretch, chose not to come in.
He finished 12th here at Darlington in the spring, and here's the Hardee's rundown showing you where everybody is at in the top 15. Gordon drops back to 13, and those cars back here, 13 through 17, are the ones that made pit stops.
And Tony Stewart, don't forget, he stopped as soon as his caution flag came out and changed 4 tires. So did Bill Elliott. So Elliott, Stewart, Gordon, Sadler, Spencer, all these cars have on 4 fresh tires.
Take a look at 16 through 30 here. John Andretti is a lap down, although he is at the front of the field as far as the restart order is concerned. Wally Dallenbach also just 1 lap down in the 21st position.
Well, there'll be a scramble here, that's for sure. And sometimes everybody trying to gain as much as they can in a relatively short period of time, although they do have a good bit of time. They have time to be patient, but sometimes they're not as patient in a situation like this as they need to be, and it could be a recipe for a wreck.
Many of these drivers dropped out as a result of a couple of crashes that we had. Mike Skinner was involved in one of them, but you saw that he is still out there, although he is 108 laps down.
But Skinner has picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions going back on the racetrack. That's 15 points. You never know what's going to happen before the year's over, how valuable those 15 points are going to be.
Probably one more position's all he can pick up. Kenny Wallace is shown off the track now, so I don't know how many laps Kenny had run, but it's possible that maybe Skinner could run more laps than Kenny did.
Mike, of course, hoping to make the stage at the NASCAR Winston Cup Award Ceremony in New York City at the Waldorf Astoria.
Last time I thought they gave him 2 laps to go, Bob, but the pace car driver, of course, is conferring with the tower, and so they did not give him the 1 to go that time. Bill?
Yeah, Ned, they did give him 2 laps, and what they did is the starter held up 2 fingers and looked for drivers to shake it off or give them the thumbs up. Several drivers said we are not ready to go, especially because apparently there is still rain falling in turn 3. Now they're talking about waiting 5 more laps, but several drivers did indicate last time by they were not prepared to race under these conditions.
These laps are counting. 264 now have been completed. And the pace car leading the field around at about 50 miles an hour.
You know, the worst part about it, it hasn't rained. If you measure the rain we've had this afternoon, it wouldn't even measure.
You're right.
But it's just enough to wet this track. And these cars use slick tires. They do not have any rain tires set up for this kind of situation, so they have to slow them down when you get moisture on the track.
Keep in mind where the 5 Noble 5 drivers are running. Burton, Martin, Stewart, Jarrett, and Labonte. And the fans that are paired with the individual drivers, Phyllis Farmer right now, could win $1 million. And are they getting the 1 to go signal?
1 to go, green next time.
All right. So the car's not on the lead lap now. Move to the inside, including John Andretti and Dale Earnhardt. John and Bobby Labonte coming up there.
And of course, this adds to the problems of those who made pit stops, because they're going to have to fight through that traffic. And the leaders can be long gone by the time they get through the traffic of those that are 1 or more laps down. I'm talking about Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Spencer and Terry Labonte and Dale Jarrett, some of those who made pit stops.
Elliott Sadler. Okay, pace car takes them into turn number 3 now. Tommy Baldwin looks on, hoping he can take his driver Ward to the checkered flag, and Kim Burton is hoping her husband Jeff Burton can drive to the checkered flag, and
back
we're
on.
not going green.
She said it's raining again. I thought that's what Kim was motioning for. Don't send them off.
I guess that's what Jeff was telling the crew, that there was rain on the windshield. I would assume that that's how she knew that. Yeah. There we see the windshield. We do see the rain on Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite Ford windshield.
Isn't this frustrating to a driver?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very frustrating.
First of all, you have to wait it out, and then things look okay. You get in the car, you get ready to take the green flag, and you see some more raindrops, and the caution comes out again. On board with our in-car cameras, here's Bill Elliott, Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte up toward the front of the field, though on the inside line. Here's Bill Elliott, who's 11th and on the lead lap. Elliott Sadler, a pit stop, dropped back to 14th. Looking back on Jimmy Spencer and Kyle Petty.
But looking through those windshields, it doesn't appear as though it's raining down in turns 1 and 2, that it's just sprinkling up in 3 and 4 is just the impression I get. Of course, I'm in a nice warm booth, so I really don't know.
Buddy Parrott, we understand, just threw some water up in the air to simulate rain. Down to Bill Weber.
Well, obviously one car that NASCAR is conferring with is the race leader, and the official was talking to Frank Stoddart and some of the guys from the 99 team, and Buddy Parrott, who's perched high above the pit box here, had a bottle of water, which he strategically removed the cap and was adding to the precipitation that was falling, trying to encourage a certain decision. So, Buddy not trying to sway anybody, of course, but
of course
just wanted to add to the elements, Bob.
Sure. Right. Now, let's see if we get the one to go this time around.
I don't think so.
It doesn't appear as though we're going to.
Flagman's not making much of a move down there.
Now we talk about frustrating. It's frustrating for everyone, not only the drivers and the crews, but, you know, for the TV people, the NASCAR folks, the fans that in the grandstands. You know, they want to see this thing. They want to see some good racing to see who wins this Pepsi Southern 500.
Yeah. Well, 27 drivers, different drivers, have won this race down through the year since 1950. Jeff Burton is hoping that he can become the 28th driver to win the Pepsi Southern 500.
Well, any of those guys up there in the top three, Jeff or Ward Burton or Jeremy Mayfield would fit in that category. Neither of those three drivers have won it. Mark Martin in fourth, of course, has won it.
Saw a little bit of sprinkle on Bobby Labonte's windshield. Bill Weber?
Let's see if we can lean in here and get the official word. What's the forecast?
Forecast is inclement weather.
You weren't helping that a few minutes ago, were you? I saw some strange water being sprinkled down onto the side.
Well, you know, that was some good. I should know the name of that water is one of our sponsors. But it is good water. I tell you, I was wasting it there for a little bit, but I don't know. Maybe it took a hint, you know. I think it's the helicopters knocking a hole in the cloud up there. Do it, baby, do it.
And you're here just to help NASCAR in case they need any decisions.
Yeah. My friend John here, yeah.
Your new best friend, right?
Yeah.
Jerry is over in the other Burton area.
And Tommy Baldwin, you're talking to Ward Burton, who obviously could stand to gain a lot if we go back to green, but what's Ward saying to you?
He says it's raining all the way down the backstretch and going into 3 and 4. You know, you can see now the track's changing a little bit of color, so I just hope it just either stops or starts, and you know, NASCAR make the decision what to do. But you know, we're second right now, and I don't want to take any chances in either wrecking or maybe getting on the Jeff with the white flag. So that's it. It's over.
Okay, well, that's Tommy Baldwin, guys.
Tommy, I couldn't agree with you more. This thing needs to go one way or the other, and NASCAR has decided that this is it. They're going to get the white flag next time around, and the Burton team is already celebrating $1 million. But, of course, let's not prematurely give him that money until the checkered flag drops.
I mean, Bob, in the spring, he had a wrecked race car and he made it back. The car's been running perfectly all day. You know he can make it back one more lap.
You don't think about Mark Martin a few years ago when he came in on the white flag lap thinking it was over?
Oh, no.
That was a Busch race in Bristol, Tennessee. Now, those guys that gamble and pitted here got fit on that situation.
Yeah, they did. They lost a lot of track position and a lot of points as a result of that. There's the white flag.
And right now, Dale Jarrett lost, but you see the white flag. Dale Jarrett goes back to 16th. Mark Martin, his closest pursuer, is in 4th place. So once again, he will lose several points to his closest pursuer. And now Kevin LePage just moved up into the 5th place. He will be eligible for that Winston Noble $1 million come the Winston 500 at Talladega.
Jeff Gordon gave up 5th and now is in 13th position. He will not be eligible for that Noble $1 million.
And Ward's kind of pushing the 99 car, wanting to go past the pace car, get penalized, do something wrong.
So the 5 drivers who will be going for the Noble 5 at Talladega, Jeff and Ward Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, Mark Martin, and Kevin LePage. Here comes Burton to the inside.
Okay, maybe I can spin him out here on the last lap and get by with him. No, he wouldn't do that. Of course, he couldn't get by with it either.
A great day for both the Burton boys, and especially to Jeff, who is going to win $1 million for himself and his team, and also for Phyllis Farmer from Hillsboro, Missouri.
All right, Phyllis.
Boy, it's so difficult on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on ABC with that quiz show. Yeah, Regis Philbin. Here's the hand in the air, and the checkered flag is flying. Jeff Burton wins under caution the noble $5 million bonus and records his 10th career victory.
The NASCAR tried. They tried as hard as they possibly could to get some green flag racing. They just could not get it done. What's Frankie saying, Bill?
He's not saying anything right now. His wife, Heidi, they waited till the checkers came out to celebrate. Congratulations, a victory in the Southern 500 and $1 million bonus again for you and your team.
That's pretty sweet. You know, we've had a difficult summer. Been real disappointed with the way the summer's gone for us. We broke things that I wish we didn't break, and can't take them back. But you know, our chance to redeem the season was obviously to win more money than anybody else, and we got a long ways to go to do that too. But can't say enough about Jeff Burton. I've told you, everybody before, he's the master of Darlington. Him and David Pearson and Jeff Gordon, and he finally got himself a Southern 500 and an Exide battery car. We've been trying for 4 years to do it, and you know, this probably ought to be our third straight. That close to winning 3 straight. And but I'm gonna take this one. I love it. Jeff Burton, just a heck of a job all day. The pit stop's great all day, and you know, laid down last night, I knew we had a chance to win this thing. I thought we were about a 10th better than the field, and I was pretty nervous. Didn't know whether we could get it done or not.
Congratulations. They feel they would have won it under green or in the rain. They're going to celebrate, and I believe that part's already begun.
Here are the results. Jeff Burton led the most laps here this afternoon, 89. Ward Burton finishes in 2nd position, and Jimmy Spencer ends up with the 15th. Jeff Gordon, as you indicated, because he made a pit stop, dropped out of the top 5 back to 13th position. Now here's 16 through 30. 17 were on the lead lap when the checkered flag dropped.
See that only 4 drivers were 1 lap down, and then a group of cars that were out of the race, Jerry Nadeau being one of those.
Dale Jarrett has lost 142 points in the last 46 points in the last couple of races. The margin now 168 as we head for the 25th event of 1999 this coming Saturday night in Richmond, Virginia. And there's the $1 million coming out of the car down the backstretch, and Jeff Burton is in the middle of a money snowstorm.
Wow. He's loving it, though.
You'll have to go out there and pick up all that money up there.
When we are finished here in just a few moments, the Senior PGA will come back to ESPN. That will be in just a few moments, as soon as we can talk to Jeff Burton for a few moments and say goodbye from Darlington. So stay tuned for Senior PGA Golf coming back from ESPN2 to ESPN in just a few moments. ESPN's coverage of the Pepsi Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway being brought to you by Exide NASCAR Select, the official battery of NASCAR. By the more than 2,700 AutoZone stores across America, AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more champions trust. Jeff Burton wins the $1 million. So does Phyllis Farmer from Hillsboro, Missouri, the newest millionaire in the United States. And here comes Jeff Burton off the racetrack, headed for victory lane at Darlington. It's his first Southern 500 win. He also won here in the spring, so he has the clean sweep at Darlington in 1999.
He has run so strong here in the last several years at Darlington.
Jerry is with Phyllis Farmer. Jerry, what's her reaction to all this?
Phyllis Farmer from Hillsboro, Missouri, you are a millionaire. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. I am so excited. I don't know what to say or do. I'm just excited.
Have you ever prayed so hard for rain in your life?
Never. Never. I was, please, God, let it rain, let it raining now.
What will you do with the money? Do you have some special plans set aside?
I have some special plans. I'm going to make some investments, and my daughter and I have some plans to spend the rest of it.
Hey, well, congratulations. Enjoy yourself. And you might want to hug this guy when he gets here in a few minutes.
Oh, if he wants to be hugged, he's got a hug.
Okay, Phyllis Farmer, the newest millionaire, and another one just getting ready to pull in here into a makeshift victory lane as now Kim Burton comes by and gets hugged. And here comes her husband, Jeff, bringing the Exide Batteries Ford Taurus into victory lane. For the second time in 1999, he has won the Noble $5 million. As we will try to make our way into the car here and get into Jeffrey. Trying to keep Frankie Stoddard from giving him a big smooch here on the... Frankie, you can give him a wet one later. Let me get in here to Jeffrey.
Yeah, come on as soon as you can, buddy.
He's trying to get the belt on so we can get out of here and celebrate a little bit. Okay, let me slide. Jeff getting a big hug from Phyllis here. Congratulations on another Noble $5 million.
That's pretty incredible. You know, Frank made a great call to stay out. That was tough. I mean, that's a tough decision whether to stay out of pit. The 24 decided to pit. They lost a lot because of it. That's just a tough decision. But the best car won this race today. We had some fortune with the rain, but I think the best car won.
No doubt you did not back into this one at all. If it was probably when the story started, you would have been in victory lane. Not only did you win the million, but Jeff, you won the Southern 500. What does that mean to you?
It means an awful lot. This is something that we've tried to do for a long time. And you can say what you want about the Daytona 500 or about Indianapolis, but you know, this is it right here. As far as I'm concerned, it's the biggest race of the year.
Hey, congratulations. Give this young lady a hug. You just made her a millionaire. Phyllis Farmer and Jeff Burton, a couple of millionaires celebrating at Darlington. Bob?
Congratulations to Jeff Burton, the winner of the Pepsi Southern 500. The trucks are coming up Thursday night from Richmond. Busch on Friday. Winston Cup Saturday. We'll see you then. Bob Jenkins from Darlington. So long from the Pepsi Southern 500.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, proud to celebrate another moment from our first 20 years. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
God bless you all.